Good morning, everyone. Do we have a quorum?
We do not.
We don't. Uh-oh. Okay, but we'll move forward anyhow. Are there any speakers today?
Good morning. We have 2 members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware of the clock and the warning light you will see reminding you that you have 30 seconds left to conclude your remarks. The first speaker will be Matthew Bukes Highland, followed by Lita Dupree.
Good. Thank you, Rose.
Thank you, Ms. Piscone. Good morning, Chairman Mack and President Sheridan and members of the committee. I would like to speak today about congested pricing concerns with the program coming up. For example, if someone lives in New Jersey, the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey charges, if they don't have an Easy Pass, $17 from New Jersey and New York on top of a possible $23. $40 a day for the New Jersey customer. In fact, I'm a little concerned. I actually wrote a letter to the director of the Bridges, Tunnels, and Terminals, Diane Eller, for the Port Authority, but I had chosen not to do that. Instead, I planned to speak at the Port Authority meeting on Thursday in front of Chairman Kevin O'Toole and Executive Director Rick Cotton. I hope to consider, for example, for the tolling to give discounts to the people who live in New Jersey who cross a bridge, who go to Manhattan like for their commute, for example. I hope you would consider. Thank you. God bless you. And good day, Ms. Piscone.
Thank you. The next speaker is Alita Dupree.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair David Mack and members. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her team folds today. Before I get into the report, first of all, I really enjoyed my time in person with you all last month and got to meet some of you. Hopefully I'll meet you all again. The report's generally looking good. We're about 93% toll recovery on the system. And I think it's about the same for Easy Pass. So how do we get more people interested in Easy Pass? The only reason why I don't have Easy Pass is because I don't have a car. But if I did have a car, I would have the Easy Pass. And the toll recovery is very important. And open road tolling is showing its worth. It is working. It's not revenue lost, but simply revenue delayed. So we want to continue to ensure that we get that revenue to keep the bridges and tunnels maintained safely. I finally did get to participate in bridge and tunnels earlier this month. I decided to take the M60 to LaGuardia, 125th Street, and I got to go over the Tri-Boa Bridge. I haven't been to that bridge in 30-something years. So it's good to participate in bridges and tunnels once again. It's very important to me, and congestion pricing is necessary. I like electric cars. I want to rent a Tesla someday. But parking it and navigating traffic is a problem. So I ask that you continue the work to bring congestion pricing into service. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, that concludes the public comment.
Thank you, Rose. We also have a quorum now, so I'd like to move. Good morning. I'd like to move to approve the minutes. Do I have a motion? Okay. Any questions? Any corrections? Okay. Can I have a vote to approve? Okay. All pass. Aye. President Sheridan, are there any changes to the work plan?
Good morning, Chair Mack. There are no changes to the work plan. I'd also note there are 4 procurements related to congestion pricing, which will be discussed at the Finance Committee later today.
Let's see, what else we got here?
I can continue?
What?
Want me to continue?
Oh, yeah. You can continue now. We'll go right through it.
Thank you. In September, B&T was proud to join other state agencies and represent the MTA at the Transportation for Life Summit at Dutchess Community College. Governor Hochul had announced the first-time gathering earlier this year as a collaborative multi-agency approach to the subject of suicide prevention in public spaces. Our Vice President of Safety and Health, Eric Osnes, participated on a panel along with representatives from the New York State Bridge Authority, New York State Office of Mental Health, and to discuss suicide prevention mitigations. The MTA's Addressing Track Trespassing report, prepared by C&D in May 2002, was championed by other agencies as a valuable reference in its thorough discussion of the challenges of mental health issues. It was a rewarding experience to be a part of this important gathering, and I thank Eric for his role, not only in participating that day, but for his involvement in the months of planning leading up to it. He is a leader in this field, and his passion for solutions and raising awareness are real. October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and B&T was proud to join MTA employees from all agencies, uniting to raise funds and participate in the annual Making Strides Against Breast Cancer Walk in Central Park. The funds go to the American Cancer Society to help fund research and provide information and support to women in local communities. And I'm pleased to report B&T raised more than $9,100 out of an overall $27,000 raised by the MTA. B&T proves again to be the small agency that delivers big. I commend all who walked in unison for this worthy cause, especially Assistant Vice President Cassandra Edshill for leading the effort with the Empowering Women in Transportation Employee Resource Group. And while heavy rainfall caused major disruptions throughout the region and MTA service area on Friday, September 29th, B&T employees braved the storm to give blood at B&T's semi-annual blood drive on Randall's Island. I commend all donors and our employee event organizers who volunteered their time during a weather-challenged day for this critically important need. Following on the subject of weather, today's committee meeting will focus on winter prep, response, mitigation, and recovery, with a brief presentation by several department heads. I'll turn it over to Charlie Passarella, Vice President of Maintenance and Operations Support, to kick off a review of our readiness for the winter season.
Thank you, Kathy. As winter is fast approaching, maintenance crews are well on the way in our pre-season planning. The B&T snow fighting fleet consists of 115 vehicles that require careful pre-season attention. This proactive approach includes a thorough inspection of each vehicle to ensure its readiness. Additionally, maintenance and operations personnel who are involved in storm fighting are given snow refresher training, which incorporates vehicle familiarity as well as a comprehensive review of facility snow routes. This year, B&T will continue to install green lights on its snow fighting vehicles. As of this month, Fleet Operations has installed green lights on the rear arrow board and front dome cab on 10 flow and dump snow vehicles to improve truck visibility and safety in line with recommendations from the New York State Department of Motor Vehicles regarding ice and snow removal vehicles. The remainder of our vehicles will be equipped by the first quarter of 2024. Prior to the start of winter, maintenance managers have also placed de-icer orders and received deliveries at all B&T facilities with more than 9,100 tons of de-icer on hand. In addition, all orders have been placed for calcium chloride and smaller equipment which are used around facility building entrances, stairways, and walkways. Last but not least, the importance of post-storm best practices cannot be understated. Maintenance crews are instructed in a thorough cleaning of all vehicles, as well as vehicle inspections so that necessary repairs can be made quickly to minimize any downtime to make sure we're ready for future weather events. Being proactive helps prevent deterioration and extends the life of our fleet assets. Unless there are any questions, I will now turn it over to Nicole Angel, Vice President of Intelligent Transportation Systems and Tolling.
Thank you, Charlie. B&T's Intelligent Transportation Systems and Tolling Department manages the risks of winter weather events by ensuring that staff and contractors conduct routine inspections of equipment and systems and in advance of a predicted winter storm. Similar to hurricane season preparation, our ITS team checks all weather stations and variable message signs across our facilities. Our tolling operations team assesses the readiness of the New York Easy Pass Customer Service Center, while the toll and technology team ensures functionality of the systems and equipment. During an actual event, equipment, systems, and back office operations are steadily monitored to ensure that any issues are dealt with as quickly as possible. ITST staff will coordinate with other B&T departments and contractors as appropriate to determine whether any repairs or cleaning are needed for tolling equipment. Post-storm activity includes assessments of condition of the systems and equipment, as well as a review of the toll transaction processing to ensure timely and complete cycle of transactions during the storm event. Overall, we are focused on protecting critical systems that support our business operations. Thank you, and unless there are any questions, I'll turn it over to Vice President and Chief of Operations, Rich Hildebrand.
Commissioner Brown?
Yeah, I have a couple questions. One of them has to do with the tolling system. I assume am I correct in my assumption that here I'm already backing off my question. Am I correct with my assumption that Easy Pass does not present much of a winter problem?
That's correct.
Okay, so the follow-up question, and I have another follow-up question, is are the toll-by-mail systems, what's their percentage of loss during a heavy storm?
So I don't have those exact numbers for you. We can come back at a later
Well,
date.
I'm not so
but
concerned with the exact numbers, but
Yeah.
do you have that is more of a problem than the Easy Pass?
In a major storm, what we would do, we would take a look to see what the impact is on our Easy Pass and tolls by mail operations. They're all functioning from the same system,
Right.
essentially.
Right. All right, well, in that regard, I had a question regarding toll-by-mail statistics here, that the last 6 months, it's gone up every month, and it's gone up radically in the last 5 months. What do you attribute that to? Was it, what's up with people? Is there more people want to get their toll by mail? More people want to pay more toll? I mean, I don't get it. Why is the last 6 months, where does it start? Well, since last January, which would be 10 months, really. Why is the toll by mails going up so rapidly? The curve's getting more steeper, and I mean, if it's 1 month, I don't care. 2 months, I don't care. 3 months, I don't care. But when it's the continuing pattern, well, what's up with the toll by mail?
Yeah, so we would need to take a closer look, but generally speaking, as you know, B&T operations with ORT started in 2017, and many of our customers were primarily used to the gates that existed. As of today, and since COVID, many people are basically experiencing, issues with the covered and obstructed plates. Many people may not have their Easy Pass properly mounted in their vehicles. So there are a number of reasons why we can see more tolls by mail transaction increasing, but we can take a closer look for that particular time period and get a better understanding for you.
Thank you.
And if I could add, we've done some focus groups recently with some of our customers, and we're gaining some information on why people are not using Easy Pass. It's a little premature for me to report any results, but we'll come back to the board and let you know what's occurred with those focus groups.
See, every answer makes me think of another question. So in that regard, do you do the same sort of deeper dive with the scofflaws? Is that the proper pronunciation? The people that try to skate, try to beat do you do the same sort of deep dive as part of,
Some of the specific focus groups have been serious persistent toll violators. So we're trying to, get a broad base of our customers.
Cool, fascinating psychological study.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Nicola. Thank you, Commissioner Brown, and good morning, everyone. Last week, B&T held our winter prep meeting, an annual exercise led by operations with participation from all B&T consolidated departments plus our regional partners, where all facets of our protocols and practices are reviewed and updated as needed. Operations shifts its focus from coastal storm hurricane season to winter challenges of snow, ice, wind, and cold temperature conditions. Operations works with our interdepartmental colleagues, C&D, and our MTA HQ business partners, plus the New York State Police, New York National Guard, and Transcom to ensure readiness. A comprehensive review of winter weather policies and procedures is conducted, and if necessary, revisions are made. An example would be our high wind condition restriction procedure, which has been updated multiple times in recent years, as we've seen an uptick in wind-related incidents through fall and winter. Our priority is to maintain safety while enabling efficient crossings of vehicles with restrictions based on sound and practical analysis of facility, environment, and conditions. B&T is constantly monitoring the weather forecast and weather trends. When a winter weather event is imminent, operations will initiate our incident command structure and commence sharing of information to the B&T workforce as forecasts and conditions develop. Operations will also liaise with our regional partners to ensure that we are operating in unison relative to storm response and activations. As a proactive safety measure, we may decide to implement a ban on empty and tandem tractor trailers and close pedestrian walkways to reduce risk. When a storm hits our service area, operations deploys personnel and resources to react to the storm, collect data on storm fighting tactics such as the use of roadway de-icer and the status of storm equipment, and reports on overall delivery of service as conditions change. And the same rings true for our post-storm demobilization, as operations provides personnel and resources to sustain and/or restore delivery of service to our customers and to close out our incident command. We thank all operations employees, all of our partners for their untiring efforts during extreme weather conditions to deliver safe, secure, and efficient service to our customers. With that, I thank you, and unless there are any questions, this concludes our presentation.
Thank you, Rich. And to all our department heads, as we move into another winter season, we will continue to evolve and improve how we keep our facilities safe and serve our customers. I'm pleased to share that in an ongoing celebration of our agency's 90th anniversary, B&T has collaborated with the New York City Municipal Archives to present an exhibit focusing on our flagship bridge, and specifically the Robert F. Kennedy Queenspan, originally the Triborough Bridge. The exhibit, entitled Uniting the Boroughs, the Triborough Bridge, is free and opens to the public on Thursday, October 26th, and will run through June 2024. This will be in the landmark Surrogates Court Building at 31 Chambers Street near City Hall. Thanks to our B&T Special Archive team and our colleagues at the New York City Department of Records and Information Services for bringing this historical record, plus rare photos and artifacts, into public view. There's also a QR code on the poster behind me if you want to get more information about that. Finally, I'd like to close by asking for a moment of silence for Bridge and Tunnel Officer Rocco Cicero, who passed away on October 7th. We share our thoughts and prayers with his colleagues, his friends, and especially with his family at this most difficult time. May he rest in peace. Thank you. Chair Mack, that concludes our committee report if there are no questions.
If there are no questions, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn. Second? Second. All in favor? Aye. And thank you all.
Thank you.
My name is Winnie Espada. I'm a car appearance maintainer, and I've been doing this job for 10 years. I work out of Shea Yard. I was interested in helping the community, the public, so when our passengers get on the train, they'll see that I cleaned it. I'll feel good that I did the job, that they're comfortable, and they don't have to worry about the mess because we took care of it.
Well, I always had a background in cleaning with janitorial work and also car detailing. So I came to the railroad and used my skills that I learned from there to help clean the trains. I like working on the train, working with the equipment. I always enjoy cleaning, so that's really it.
A typical day is thorough cleaning here in the EIC dock, where we take the seats apart, make sure the sides of the seats are clean from garbage. Any newspaper cans that are left behind, we clean that up. Clean the windows, we take care of the doors. We make sure that the engineer's cab is clean and ready for him to go for the day.
So we take pride in making sure we sanitize everything from the bathrooms itself and everything the customer put their hands on. So, it's very important to make sure we take care of our customers here. We sanitize everything.
My work is important because we have to make sure the trains are clean, especially in the times of the pandemic. We have to make sure the trains are disinfected and ready for all riders to be comfortable getting onto the train. There's a lot of anxiety going on right now with passengers and customers getting onto dirty trains. So our job is to keep everybody safe and keep everybody's head in the right place.
I actually love what I do. This is my 18th year on the railroad. I love instructing, which is what I'm doing now. I'm instructing student engineers. I love operating as well, so when I can, I still do operate trains, and it's just a great job to have. My name is Inade Maruga Sr. I'm currently a locomotive engineer, special duty instructor. I've been with Metro North for 5 years now.
My name is Robert Sapari, and I'm a training officer, locomotive engineers for Metro North Railroad, and I've been with the MTA for 10 years. My earliest train memory is being in the train with my dad as he was operating. I'm second generation railroad. We actually operated around the same time just before he retired, so that's probably one of my biggest memories. Responsibilities for a locomotive engineer are vast. From dealing with your crews and having a job safety briefing, to checking your equipment and making sure all your safety checks are complete.
Safety plays a major role in what we do because of how many lives we're responsible for.
One of the coolest things you get to see when you're up front operating as an engineer is you'll get the best views. If there's a 4th of July, you'll see all the fireworks up and down the Hudson. You'll see eagles fly in and dip in and grab fish and fly right next to your cab.
It's cool to run the Yankees trains, especially when they win. See all those Yankee fans out there, to be able to bring them to and from the games. To just be operating a train through Harlem, to look on both sides and see the buildings and everything, it's just a great scene.
Knowing that my work is essential to keeping this city moving is a sense of great pride. It gives me great satisfaction knowing that I'm getting thousands of people to their destination safely, and they're relying on me to get to work.
I'm an engineer, and I run trains as an essential employee, moving essential employees. Through the pandemic, to be able to bring doctors and food workers, for us to be able to get them to and from their jobs safely, take a great sense of pride in being able to do that.
I take pride in my job now, and I really enjoy it. I am glad I became an engineer.
It's an amazing job. It's a lot of responsibility. But at the end of the day, when I go home, I'm happy with what I've done for the day at work. I know that I have a great job to come to, and I'm grateful for it.
What does a system operator do?
My name is Sejan Edi, BMT Chief System Operator. I have 27 years with New York City Transit. As a Chief System Operator, I'm in charge of the supplying of DC power, traction power.
The System Operator's responsibility is to oversee all the third rail power that we provide to run the trains in the New York City Transit system. The way that we power up the third rail is we get electricity from Con Edison. will go to our substation, which is converting the AC from Con Edison's high voltage into 650 volt DC, and then from there going into the third rail, which power the trains.
A typical day for system operator involves general order. General order, or GO, it's a planned work outage. Normally they're working next to the third rail or nearby, so they want power off so they can work safely. Any emergency happens out in the field, RCC give us a call to have a power off on a certain line, certain track.
The Power Control Center controls remotely all the equipment.
Morning, everybody. Welcome to the joint Metro North and Long Island Committees meeting. Today is Monday, October 23rd. Let's start with our public comments, please.
Good morning. We have nine members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. The first speaker will be Iris Kelly, followed by Kara Good.
Okay, my name is Kelly. I just speak about the railroad today. There's issues about making connections and also about the setup of how the railroad looks. Track 6 and 7, you always had kiosks for the Long Island Railroad train time. You took that out and might put advertisement for it. Don't make sense. People need to see that. People with my height. And also we have the trains. Why take off trains from track 3 and move to 11 and 12? Don't make sense to me either. That should be something for Grand Central's express train, going back and forth between trains and planes and all that stuff. But it was always easy for the connection between Brooklyn and Manhattan, between Long Island and Brooklyn. We always had that connection between track 2 and 3, but now you took that away. Make 11 12 don't make sense to us to do that. We shouldn't have that right to that same way we were before. And other many things that happen there. And for that nighttime, it's make a trip going up and over the big trip from going from track 2 up to 11 and 12. It don't make sense either. You have to think about other people who have disabilities and things like that. We don't always have time to get off one train, go up and over, get to another train. It has to be more convenient than that. And then the for other things going on too, let me see. That also pertain to assessor ride. That's going to be a little later, but that's about where they had people should be I'll get the rides where they have to be without being interrupted with so many rides in between. VGM has they set up the rides coming, maybe this one, that one, this one, at the same time, but the pickups drop off, they don't match at all. Where they're supposed to go. I leave to get 8 o'clock I go 7 o'clock to be in by 8:30. I'm getting 9:30, 10 o'clock in the morning. I have to charge my time. I don't have this disability where I can walk in and say, oh yeah, that's my ticket, I'm not using my late. No, they charge us more time. Every walk in that door, I'm losing my time. I originally had over 100 hours, now I'm down to like 30 hours left. And this is not right. Thank you.
The next speaker is Kara Good, followed by Bruce Hine.
Good morning. I'm Kara Girl, Planning and Advocacy Manager at the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA PCAC. First, we're excited to welcome new acting Long Island Railroad President Rob Free and look forward to continuing to work together. We're happy that Kathy Rinaldi will continue to offer guidance on best practices across the two railroads and hope to see increased cooperation and standardization between Metro North and the Long Island Railroad. We also want to thank the Metro North workers who got service up and running after mudslides this weekend. With Metro North and the Long Island Railroad under one roof, riders can finally transfer between all of the MTA's modes, but it's time for fare policy to make it easier and more seamless for them to do so. While we're not happy that Omni rollout to the railroads has been delayed, the extra time presents a golden opportunity to rethink how fares and ticketing work around the region. PCAC recently released a report entitled Integrate, Simplify, and Omnivate on ways the MTA can best use Omni rollout to create a more equitable, integrated, and accessible transit network. While progress has been made to better connect the railroads, their fare systems still operate separately and differently from one another, which is confusing for riders. Some key recommendations include creating a weekly city ticket with transfers to subways and buses, starting with the feasibility and field study in 2024, ensuring that riders are always charged the best fare available and automatically applying discounts, standardizing and expanding discounts, including developing a discounted 10-trip peak ticket to replace the loss of the 20-trip, and ensuring that senior and disabled fares apply to all tickets, bringing fair fares to the Long Island Railroad and Metro North and expanding eligibility, expanding Omni to other regional transit and micromobility providers, expanding transfer options around the system, and eventually creating a common cost per mile for fares across the Long Island Railroad and Metro North to better unify the MTA region. Installing Omni without improving and simplifying fares would be a missed opportunity. If we can't have through running, let's at least do through ticketing. A more integrated transit system is possible, and now is the time to rethink fares and ticketing so that Omni can live up to its name, One Metro New York. Thank you.
The next speaker is Bruce Hine, followed by Jason Anthony Pinero.
Good morning. I'm Bruce Hain with RailNYCAccess.com. That's my website where you can find out more. I found that my FOIL request about White Pot Junction and why your new neighbor has decided to encroach so far on the right-of-way that you had to put in sheet piles and tear away part of the embankment. And you know, there's a bridge there at White Pot where the Rockaway Beach branch diverges, and you're probably undermining the beam on the north side. So you know, that'll eventually drag the rest of it down. I don't know if that's what you want, but it's a possibility if you undermine the embankment there. They didn't answer my question, or it was a plausible answer, and it didn't come from a lawyer because I said it would be okay if you just tell me why. But see, I know, because not 750 feet from there at 63rd Drive, you've got big transformers right in the 6th track on the northern right-of-way. I mean, there's bridges all along there. You've got 5 sets of bridges with 6 tracks. And now you're running double the number of trains. It says you're putting twice as much mileage on the trains and serving only 70% of the people you were in 2019. So, you know, that's the way it goes. Thanks.
The next speaker is Jason Anthony Pinero, followed by Michael Cohen.
It's Jason Anthony, plain and simple. Good morning, everyone. Jason Anthony here once again. I want to start welcoming Rob Free to his new role. Rob, I wrote the railroad on September 29th, and let me tell you, you passed the test. It proved that the Long Island Railroad works during the most unexpected times during my time being back in New York. My day started at Atlanta Terminal, Brooklyn, to Jamaica. Then from there, I decided to head east to Garden City. Then I did the same thing back, but instead of going to Brooklyn, I went to Penn. But one thing, Rob, that I want you to, let's say, improve for future events like this, communication. Because when I boarded a train from Jamaica to Penn, the conductors weren't aware about the cross-honoring between New York City Transit and the Long Island Railroad. Let's see, because in the middle of November, we're going to have a very big planned service change. And regarding the November schedule, I'm glad to see 2 a.m. trains going to Brooklyn, but we want to see the reverse, more p.m. trains to Brooklyn, and it's sad to see reductions on weekend service on the main line. Please reconsider that, because it could affect the people that could potentially go to Roosevelt Field Mall to do their holiday shopping. So I'll see you guys later.
The next speaker is Michael Cohen, followed by Matthew Buchheis-Hyland.
Hi, I'm Michael Cohen. With the introduction of East Side Access and Penn Station Access, it is now possible to take trains Long Island Railroad or Metro North to either Penn Station or Grand Central Terminal.
Can you speak closer to the mic, please, so we can hear you?
Although with the introduction of Penn Station Access and East Side Access, it is now possible to take either a Long Island Railroad or Metro North to Penn Station or Grand Central Terminal. When the project was completed, there was going to be integrated fare between the two systems. You could buy a ticket from one station in Long Island Railroad and travel to another in Metro North, or Metro North to Long Island Railroad on a ticket from either one. And it's still impossible to buy a ticket for a different railroad from a different machine. Like, you can only buy a Long Island Railroad ticket from a Long Island Railroad machine, or a Metro North Railroad ticket from a Metro North Railroad machine. What happened to integrating fares and integrating the tickets? Like, that should be done. Like, so, and I think that they missed a great opportunity to combine the two tickets and fares and zones. So I think they should get on that. And I also think that it would be great to have Penn Station access sooner rather than later. And I don't know why the 20 trip was eliminated, but I think it should be brought back.
The next speaker is Matthew Buchheis-Hyland, followed by Ian Matthews.
For the record, it's actually Bucky's. Good morning. I'm Chairwoman Lopez, Chairman Chu, President Rinaldi, and welcome aboard to the newest Long Island Railroad interim president, Robert Freed. You're going to do a great job, I can tell you that much. Okay. On Wednesday, October 11th, I spoke at a New Jersey Transit meeting virtually about a possible combo ticket For example, I live in Long Island by the Seaford train station. For example, if I want to go to Connecticut, it would only be $18.50 one way. But if I wanted to go to, say, Newark, New Jersey for like a New Jersey Transit Board meeting, it would cost me $32. So once again, I will lecture this question for you. Will you maybe consider, when you consider the budget, to work with the New Jersey Transit Corporation on a possible combo ticket for the transit? It would help people save money, and I know all of you like to save money, so I hope you would consider that as well. Thank you. God bless you. Good day. Ms. Frias, over to you.
Our next speaker is Ian Matthews, followed by Charlton D'Souza.
Good morning. My name is Ian Matthews, and I'm a rider of the Metro North Railroad and sometimes Long Island Railroad. Now, the Metro North is still not really seeing any improvement as I looked at the schedule. We still don't really have half-hourly service on the Harlem and Hudson lines during weekday off-peak hours. And the Harlem line really needs it because the trains are getting more crowded during the weekday midday hours. And you need to consider bringing back the two-stop express trains that start at North White Plains in the morning rush, that stop at White Plains and Harlem and Grand Central, because the 753 and the 724 trains out of North White Plains that make all stops at Scarsdale are dangerously overcrowded. And also, for the Long Island Railroad, I was unsatisfied this weekend how you had no westbound trains stopping at Kew Gardens, Forest Hills, and Woodside, while there was construction happening on the subway, making it no fast way of going into Manhattan. That's unacceptable. You need to consider adding bridge plates so that at least riders can get to where they need to go quickly enough. And also, you should reconsider the November schedule changes about Ronkonkoma trains having to stop skipping Mineola. They should all stop there. No trains should be skipping Mineola. That's a pretty major stop. All right? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Charlton D'Souza, followed by Alita Dupree.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Charlton D'Souza, president of Passengers United, and we're getting a lot of complaints from residents who live in Mineola, passengers who use the service there. You guys on weekends in the new train schedules that start in November, you've eliminated 36 trains on the weekends at Mineola. That is unacceptable. And also, you guys, when y'all built third track, you guys made a promise that you would have half-hourly service at Maryland Avenue, at Westbury, and all these other stations. Now it's going to be hourly service starting in November with the November schedule changes. And on the Hempstead branch, you've cut service as well. That is ridiculous, and it's unacceptable. And we're very, very upset about this. Rob Free, we're counting on you. We're counting on the team of the Long Island Railroad to please change this. And also, to restore the service so it is half hourly at Mineola and half hourly at all these other stations. And in terms of the Suffolk County bus redesign that's starting next week, you guys need to be in communication with Suffolk County so that you can get the correct routes on your website and on your literature. And that's going to be a mess. I can tell you now, I've looked at it. It's not good. But, Rob Free, we're counting on you. We want to meet with you. And we have a lot of ideas to make the Long Island Railroad better. So we hope that you're going to be a better president. And maybe, you'll even be better than Philip Penn. We're hoping. But again, guys, thank you so much and have a good one.
Our next speaker is Alita Dupree, followed by Andy Kita.
Thank you. Good morning to the co-chairs of the Joint Committee. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her, the team folds today. I really enjoyed my time in person with you all last month, and meeting some of you and being able to use the railroads quite often. probably about half the days I was in New York, I used one of the two railroads. And I'm looking forward to hearing of your performance reports today and seeing how much closer we are getting to the pre-COVID ridership level. I know that weather has not been favorable on the weekends lately. Hopefully we will see more people coming in, and fare revenue looks like it's favorable. And how do we continue the work to build the best railroads that we can? I did see in the agenda about land and easement acquisition in the Bronx for 3 stations to help us get to full ADA accessibility. So it's very important that we work on that, and hopefully we will complete these acquisitions and be able to go into construction because there are many who can't climb stairs, and sometimes I'm not having a good day. So we want to work on that. I am hoping to see Omni on the railroads. I think about when I went to JFK a few weeks ago, and I used the subway to get to Jamaica, and Omni is now on the air train. But the railroad is a common way that people get to Jamaica to get to the airport. So I hope we have our plans and schematics in place for that. I hope to see you all again soon. Thank you.
Our final speaker is Andy Quito.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good morning. I'm back again after a long hiatus. And once again, you guys didn't let me in last month at the board meeting. Why would you let somebody like John Mitch go in? And by the way, this guy talk say insult words on his YouTube video last night about the schedules. But yeah, let's get into the Long Island Railroad schedules. I think it made a mistake cutting some Ronkonkoma trains out of Grand Central Madison on the weekdays evenings, which is completely unacceptable. You know, I've been on those trains too, and they're very crowded. And let's talk about the West Hempstead branch. I know nobody's going to be addressing this because they don't care, you know. But between 6:30, 8 and 7:30, there's like almost a 1 hour gap in westbound service during the morning rush, which I think is completely unacceptable. There needs to be a train like around 6:55 at least, 6:55 and maybe 7:10 for people on the West Hempstead branch. You know, going either to Atlantic Terminal and then another train could go to Penn Station. But yeah, that's all I gotta say. And then we gotta talk about the homeless situation at Rockville Center. There was a lot of panhandling because I was there yesterday with a friend. You know, we went to the bar and drank. But yeah, there's a lot of homeless. They're harassing people for money. So we need more MTA police pulling out of Mineola Station, you know, and put them in Rockville because it's getting really, really bad. And finally, just you gotta let everybody speak because the people are entitled to spread their thoughts on the Long Island Railroad, and you guys didn't let me in. That's all I gotta say. That's all I gotta say for this month. Thank you guys for letting me speak and get John Lynch arrested. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Chair, that concludes the public comment session.
Thank you, Ms. Frias, for your assistance, and thank you to this morning's speakers. We're moving on to the approval of meeting minutes from September 18th. All of you should have had a chance to review them in your board packets. Are there any corrections or omissions? If not, I move to approve the meeting minutes. Second. Thank you, Co-Chair Chu. All in favor? Minutes are approved. Kathy, Rob, are there any changes to the work plan?
There are no changes to the Metro North work plan.
No changes along Island Railroad work plan.
Thank you very much. I know that this has been a very busy weekend for MTA staff, especially in the Hudson Line, and I know Kathy will be talking more about it, but I do want to thank you and your staff for your hard work, working around the clock to restore service for this morning, and also for coordinating with Westchester County with all the things that we had to go through on Saturday morning. So without further ado, Kathy, President's report.
Thank you, Blanca. Yeah, this weekend's event kind of overtook my script a little bit. So as you all know, at roughly 9:45 on Saturday morning, we sustained a pretty sizable mudslide along the Hudson Line in the vicinity of Scarborough Station. There you can see the pictures here. Behind a private residence, there were 3 separate retaining walls that failed, presumably because of the heavy rains that we've been experiencing over the course of the last several weeks. This knocked out service on all 4 lines of the Hudson Line in the vicinity. The debris came down, and you can see it along the tracks here. So over the course of the weekend, Metro North mobilized, working very closely with contractors that were retained by the homeowner to be able first to stabilize the slope above, as well as to remove debris from the 2 tracks closest to the river with a view towards reestablishing service for this morning. And I'm proud to say that that was achieved. Over the course of the weekend, the service plan was modified to provide for a bus bridge between Croton, Harmon, and Tarrytown stations. So we were able to operate hourly service both above and below the area that was affected by the mudslide, with the bus bridge, in between. So as I said, the Metro North forces were out there over the weekend and were able to clear the 2 tracks closest to the river and restore them to service very early this morning. We developed a service plan over the weekend, and we are running mostly normal service over the Hudson Line today. A couple canceled trains in the morning, a couple canceled trains in the afternoon, but by and large, the service is pretty much back to normal. It would be remiss of me not to give a tremendous shout out to everybody who is out there over the weekend working so hard to be able to bring service back. Special shout out to Steve Kilpert, who managed the whole effort out there. I don't think he slept in 4 days. So thanks to Steve, thanks to that team for really doing everything that they did to bring the service back. I want to also give a shout out to the support that we got really across the board. MTA C&D has been our partners from the very beginning. Thanks to Jamie and his team for the support that they've given us. New York City Transit provided some buses for the bus bridge. Thanks to New York City Transit, Westchester County, the town of Mount Pleasant, the MTA Police, the town of Mount Pleasant Police. I mean, it really was an all hands on deck effort all weekend long. So we're really, really appreciative of the support that we got. And now the work turns to the other 2 tracks. That's going to be a bit of an effort. There's still a lot of work to be done out there. So my expectation is we'll be probably running the current service plan I would expect for the rest of this week as we continue to work to stabilize the slope above, to clear the debris off the remaining 2 tracks and get the railroad back to normal. So before going to the rest of my remarks, maybe I'll pause here for any questions.
Yes, Mr. Zuckerman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Kathy, as I texted with you and Justin on Sunday, impressive that you got service up so quickly. Not a simple feat. And as I rode the train this morning and saw the after effects, I saw 3 gentlemen wearing hard hats with a confused look on their faces about what to do. I could acknowledge how hard it was. There's a wider question, and we've raised it before, and climate change is undeniable. Yeah. I myself am, I wouldn't say kicking and screaming on the science, but I am kicking and screaming on recycling. I barely do. My garbage man throws it all the same stuff in the same place anyway. But that does not make the situation we're all facing significant and ultimately catastrophic for all kinds of infrastructure, ours included. I'd like to understand, and we don't do it in this session, of course, but we have been the victim of all kinds of related topics, mudslides and other storms, tree debris, waters rising, all kinds of things that continually affect our ability to provide service and frankly affect our cost structure. And I don't believe we have adequately reframed the P&L, so to speak, to account for all these pieces. I think we just talked about this last month, maybe. Yeah. So I'd like to understand how we could go about having a more systematic examination of our greater trouble spots. I would describe it almost as a safety analysis, but in terms of climate, not physical safety. I wonder if we have a better sense of where places are where they're more apt to see things like this happen along the right of way. I'm whether we have it in the book and we just need to be educated, or we haven't been able to do that because it's not part of what we do on a daily, weekly, monthly basis. But it would be good for this committee and for this organization to have a better assessment of where we think the trouble spots are across our lines, and whether we need to actually reframe our financial statements so we are prepared more clearly for these things. Because I know you find ways to make it happen every time. You do an incredible job of making sure we respond, but I think having a better identification of what those costs could be and where those places are would be helpful. I have a client who used to say to me that if it's not in the P&L, it doesn't exist. And so we may even need a line item for climate effect. That is something we are looking forward to because we expect it's going to happen on an annual basis. Thank you.
Okay. Do you want me to speak to that, Neil, or? Just very, very briefly. We had the 20-year needs presentation a couple weeks back, and Hudson Line resiliency was actually specifically called out as something that's going to require capital investments going forward. I think one of the challenges is it's not just one thing, right? So it's a tidal river, the Hudson. So there are low-lying areas that routinely will get tidal flooding. We've already addressed some of that with some of the Sandy money. So we elevated the substations at Riverdale and at Tarrytown, and we encased some of the cable, and so we've gotten to work on some of those issues. But then you have the issues with respect to the steep embankments on the other side of the river. So we saw those effects near you in Garrison over the summer, and now with respect to this particular incident. And then there's the entirely, I guess maybe not separate, but related issue of stormwater runoff, which is not unique to the Hudson Line. I mean, we see that routinely on the Harlem Line. We saw it a couple weeks back in Mott Haven. So there's a number of climate-related challenges that we continue to see on the railroad that will be addressed, as part of the capital program going forward. But I completely understand your concerns about the P&L, both on the operating side and the capital side, as we struggle to be able to provide service in the face of these increasing events. There's no question about that.
Yes, thank you. So in order to build a little bit on Commissioner Zuckerman's question, can you just remind us again, when there is this kind of emergency, when there's a mudslide and all the hours and stuff, from an accounting perspective, as for the first time ever, we're facing, zero deficits until, I guess 2027, but these emergencies will happen. So in this kind of more, I guess, climate emergency category, are there any reimbursable opportunities here, or how has the MTA have dealt with it in the past, and how will it think about dealing with it in the future?
Well, I mean, it's kind of a complicated question, right? I mean, so the easiest thing to do is just set up a billing number. So we bill to a particular number. We track the expenses associated with the particular incident. We do that all the time, whether it's snow or something like this. So we open up a number, we charge to that number. And then how do we get reimbursement for that? Are the expenses capitally eligible? Are they not capitally eligible? Is there federal funding that we can get? Is there insurance that we can get? So it really depends upon the incident, the location of the incident, the type of the incident. And, there may be, multiple sources of funding to be able to, recover the expenses associated with a particular incident.
And I guess I'm asking, and maybe this isn't the right committee to ask that, maybe it's Finance
It might be
Committee, Neil,
finance.
but as
CPC.
we know that there's a lot of federal funding available, but we know that all of that funding is pretty capital focused. When it comes to, we're going to see more and more of these type of emergencies and operating expenses associated with the emergencies, are there opportunities or partnerships that we can develop? And I'm sure, I guess the question is there systematic thinking about ensuring that we're going for funds that are maybe, climate emergency funds that are available? And does that even exist?
Yeah, I mean, we've already made some applications for federal funding with respect to the Mott Haven situation as well as the Hudson Line. So there are programs available. But I think to your point, I don't know, good or bad, it's not just a Metro North issue, right? I mean, this is an issue that really cuts across the MTA. So we can certainly speak about it at this committee, but there probably needs to be a broader conversation as to how the entire MTA is addressing these climate concerns. And, it was addressed as part of the 20-year needs. It's expected that that's going to be a major theme with respect to the capital program conversation going forward.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Brinkman first, and then Mr. Glucksman.
Yeah, I just wanted to piggyback on what Neil said, that we should try and do an assessment of potential trouble spots? Because it's not just Metro North. There are a few.
everywhere, yeah.
There are a few spots on Long Island Railroad that kind of iffy. So maybe if we can get a chance to get a look at that in advance, hopefully maybe we can see something that we can do to remediate it before it actually happens.
Yeah, again, thanks for getting service back. With opening an account number for billing, I know there's going to be some looking at recovery of funds from the homeowner and whatever other insurances are available. So public will know that we're not going to, hopefully not get stuck with the whole bill for all the millions it's going to cost to fix it.
Yeah, I mean, it's again, we will have whatever legal remedies we'll have. It's probably not appropriate to speak about that here, but sure, of course.
Mr. Mack has a comment.
It wouldn't be a bad idea to divert some of the funds from the capital program into future problems that we could foresee, like that rock slide, mudslide, catastrophic snow. As you know, or if you don't know, we haven't spent all of the capital program money from 3 years ago, from 2 years ago, and from this year. So there's money around. It's just a matter of diverting it to make sure that everyone's safe.
Mr. Brown?
Yeah, not for nothing, but we just did a 20-year needs assessment. So I'm not asking you to do it again, but and this area here is an area, well, first of all, big props to the guys that put it, and ladies that put it back to, or women, that put the, that put the pieces back together over the weekend. And now that those guys worked 72 hours straight, get your ass back to the job so you can do your regular work week now. But where does this, I mean, Metro North Territory has some particular issues with bridges and drainage, having been a very old layout initially, that things were different. And this is not even going into that climate stuff, where we've known we have these problems for a long time, just as we've known the Park Avenue Tunnel was a problem for a very long time. But where does this particular area, which, anybody that rides it knows, you feel like you're underwater sometimes going down the Hudson Line. So where does that particular area go? It's my first question. Where does that particular area fall in the food chain as described in the 20-year needs assessment relative to the many, many other areas where we need work too?
Oops. I can't speak to this particular area, near Scarborough Station as to whether, it was not a known area, as distinct from other areas along the Hudson. But, with respect to that segment, how it sort of matches up against other spots on the Hudson Line, I'd have to get back to you on that, Norman. But I'd say a couple things, back to what I was saying a little while ago. There's different risks, right? So there's the kind of the sea level inundation risk. We see, problems in Ossining. We see problems in the Bronx sometimes with that. Then there's the, the risks associated with the steep embankments, which is kind of what we were dealing with here. We do have a regular retaining wall inspection program. We inspect retaining walls every 3 years. We had inspected this retaining wall, a couple of years back. So there is a routine maintenance program and inspection program with respect to the retaining walls that are out there. But I do think part of the challenge with respect to the Hudson Line and the railroad generally is that the risk is not just one risk, right? It's the inundation risk, it's the mudslide risk, it's the stormwater risk. We routinely see flooding in the Bronx because of some of the conditions that we saw on September 29th with respect to the capacity of the sewer system in the city. So there's a lot on our plate and a lot on the collective plate of the MTA with respect to how we identify these risks and fund them in the capital program. But to your point, we had the 20-year needs presentation a couple weeks back, and this was specifically called out as something that we know we're going to have to address in the upcoming capital program as well as future capital programs.
Thank you, but I have another question too, which is, and these pictures started coming in on my phone like Saturday morning.
Yeah.
And one of the things that shocked me, not shocked me, but I find it a stunning juxtaposition, is the private property
Yep.
immediately abutting with
Yeah.
a beautiful view of the river.
Yeah, spectacular. Yeah.
And so closely abutting our property with a fairly new building. And, I have to scratch my head, living in Brooklyn where it's almost impossible to build anything, anywhere, anytime. Up there, how the hell did they get the right to stuff a swimming pool spitting distance from our right-of-way? That sort of shocked me. And, it's also the juxtaposition of the private success and the public failure or the public weakness to deal with the infrastructure. But to what extent do these pain in the ass bystanders, as they were referred to in, The Godfather, how do these pain in the ass bystanders affect our ability to dig in and solve this sort of long-term structural problem?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I would have put the question quite that way, but I mean, we've got private landowners who, 2 years ago we were talking about that slope in Yonkers, right near Greystone Station, and there's a condo up there, and coordinating with the city of Yonkers and the condo owners. So there are unique challenges that are posed when the railroad is operating so close to where people live, and a lot of those developments happened in parallel with the history of Metro North, right? So it's an ongoing dialogue and an ongoing problem as we address these challenges along the right-of-way. There's no question about that. And I don't think there's any one answer. It really depends upon the nature of the property use. Is it municipal? Is it private? How old is the retaining wall? So this is something that we're going to have to, address not just as part of the capital program, but going forward based upon the outcome of this incident. The one thing that I wanted to say, Norman, that I should have answered a little while ago, is that, because it was part of your first question, is that after the Ida incident, we repaired that culvert in Dobbs Ferry. We do have a hydrology study that was undertaken to be able to identify other problem culverts so that we can prioritize where we need to make those repairs and address some of the flooding conditions that we see along the Hudson Line.
Mr. Mack?
Yeah, good point that you brought up. While I was chair many years ago at Long Island Railroad, we faced this issue with commercial properties and so forth, and we made them build a retaining wall at their expense.
Yeah, I think there are legal and engineering issues that we're going to need to tackle as we move forward in terms of figuring out how we're going to address this problem going forward. There's no question about that.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Moving forward.
Now we'll resume our normal programming. Okay, here we go. All right, so I've got a classics quote for you, Neil. The philosopher Heraclitus once said that the only constant in life is change. Okay, there you go. And so after my 19-month stint as interim president of the Long Island Railroad, we are now back to two separate agency presidents. I look at my time back at the Long Island Railroad with a lot of fondness and gratitude. Very happy to see so many Long Island Railroad people here today for the special presentations. And I'm so proud to have led Long Island Railroad during a period of such historical transformation. Long Island Railroad customers are in great hands with acting President Rob Free, who's now in the press every 5 minutes. He's got a passion for the railroad, a passion for Long Island, and I wish him nothing but the best as he assumes this new role. A little bit about ridership. To start, post-Labor Day, Metro North ridership bounced back from the traditional slowdown that we see over the summer months. We set a COVID-era one-day ridership record on Tuesday, September 19th. Because of the crazy rain that we've been having, our ridership dipped the last 2 weeks in September with the untimely end of the Yankee season and then the rains that we had on September 29th. I'm going to recap the service issues caused by the remnants of Tropical Storm Ophelia a little bit later in the operations report. Then as we moved into October, ridership rebounded rather nicely, though we had more rain on October 7th and 14th, which affected our leaf peeper ridership on the first two Saturdays of the month. But the brisk and seasonal autumn weather on both of those Sundays led to strong ridership on our extra Hudson Line trains and the second busiest Sunday that we've had post-COVID on October 8th. Our upward trend continued the following week with the best Monday through Wednesday ridership we've seen, October 16th through 18th since the pandemic, including our first Monday over 200,000 riders. On October 29th, we will restore several half-hourly weekend morning trains and afternoon and early evening trains between Poughkeepsie and Grand Central, which is the result of the upper Hudson Line track work. That, as I said, has been overtaken by events a little bit. I'll have to see how that jibes with our new schedule, but that's our intent for later on in the fall. Also effective October 29th are changes to the New Haven Line train serving Connecticut. This was the topic of some conversation earlier this year. Connecticut state budget process, Connecticut State DOT had asked us to reduce the number of trains serving the state on the New Haven line in a way that would minimize inconvenience to their constituents and our customers, but that would reflect current ridership patterns. After some months, we agreed on a schedule that suspends one round trip between Grand Central and New Haven on Mondays through Fridays, along with one midday round trip on the New Canaan branch and one late evening nighttime round trip on the Danbury branch. In addition, on Fridays, there will be 10 suspensions with alternate service provided by a mixture of combo trains and diversions to existing trains, which operate ahead of or after the suspended trains. Once again, this service adjustment in Connecticut has no effect on New Haven Line service within New York State. Connecticut DOT also announced that following their recent service and fare equity analysis, fare increases for Metro North services in Connecticut only have been approved and will take effect on Wednesday, November 1st. I made a reference a little while ago to our leaf peeper trains. They started on Saturday, October 7th. 5 leaf peeper trains operate on Saturdays, 4 on Sundays to take New York City Metro riders to fall fun along the scenic Hudson River Valley. They're going to run through November 5th or until the end of the fall foliage season. This popular fall service makes it easy for customers to take advantage of Hudson Valley Restaurant Week. I was out with Westchester County Executive George Latimer celebrating the return of this event. Runs for 2 weeks between October 30th and November 12th. There's 142 participating restaurants. About 50 of them are within walking distance of Metro North Station. So we certainly encourage our customers take a Metro North train to enjoy the great cuisine in the Hudson Valley. Beautiful though those leaves may be, at least while they're still on the trees, the fallen leaves can wreak havoc on service during the fall months, as we've talked about before. I'm actually going to be delivering the operating report this month, and we'll talk a little bit about that later. Lookout Pectin, I like that. Okay, next slide, please. Okay. Over the past couple of years, both commuter railroads have undergone something of a technological renaissance. Now our Train Time app allows you to buy tickets, check for available seating, and track your train all in one place. The next step that we're taking is for our visually impaired customers. It's a function and a feature known as NaviLens. It's a new system of intelligent digital markers that, when scanned, will read signs out loud and provide audible train arrival information to help blind and low vision riders navigate the station. Some 50 colorful QR-type codes have been installed at our White Plains station, which is the site of a 6-month pilot program. The Metro North Stations Department has worked collaboratively with NaviLens to develop the markers and then run internal testing from October 12th to the 18th, after which external testing was conducted with the help of Guiding Eyes for the Blind and the Westchester and Dutchess County Accessibility Task Force. We await the findings of this pilot, and we want to thank all of our partners and advocates for helping us test this promising new technology. On October 5th, I joined Chairman Jano Lieber and executive leadership at Grand Central Madison to announce that frontline employees throughout the various MTA agencies would be wearing pink ribbons all October to support the fight against breast cancer. 4,000 ribbons were distributed evenly between Metro North and Long Island Railroad, and our employees have been wearing them proudly all month as they serve customers, some of whom may be battling the disease themselves. 2 brave Long Island Railroad survivors shared their story of hope at the event. Of course, we want to reiterate to all women that in many cases there's a genetic link to breast cancer, which is why it's so important for women to know their family health history in addition to getting screened regularly. To honor the bravery and sacrifice of all those who served, Metro North will again be commemorating Veterans Day in the main concourse of Grand Central on Friday, November 10th at 11 a.m. MTA pipe and drum and uniform personnel will be in attendance, and MTA PD's own Officer James Volpe will sing the Star Spangled Banner. I know Randy is always a big participant there. Neil and Mike sometimes come as well, and cordial invitation to everyone to join us for this wonderful event. We spoke a little bit about the 20-year needs in the context of the event from this weekend, there are other Metro North investments that are included in this very important document, which provides a comprehensive, unconstrained view of our system's need rather than restricting it to an arbitrary budget topic. Among the major capital investments, in addition to the Hudson Line resiliency that we've already discussed, are the reconstruction of the Grand Central train shed, the Park Avenue Tunnel and the Park Avenue Viaduct, as well as structural maintenance at 19 Harlem Line stations. On October 12th, we were able to hold our annual Presidents and Team Excellence Awards. Randy was there for that as well as Chairman Lieber and some members of the executive staff. Mike Fleischer was there too. After an exhaustive vetting of all the nominees, we were proud to honor 3 individual employees and 4 outstanding employee teams for their superb performance and dedication to excellence. This year's President's Award winners were April Hickey, who is the Assistant Superintendent, Project Support and Field Administration, Jacqueline Martinez, the Manager of Track Maintenance for the New Haven Line, and Evan Zuccarelli, Senior Director of Operating Rules and Regulatory Practices. There were 4 outstanding groups that took home the Team Excellence Award: the Heroes of the Hudson Line, the Metro North Laser Train Team, the Poughkeepsie Building Renovation Team, and the GCT Station Master's Office and Fire Command Center Renovation Team. Congratulations to all the 2023 honorees. They made me proud. They make all of us proud. Just want to acknowledge 2 retirees. George Monasterio has been the Metro North Chief Architect since 2009, and in that role oversaw house construction projects and figured prominently in restoration efforts at Metro North facilities of Grand Central and other historical significance. John Deptulski was Deputy Director of Signal Maintenance. He directed signal resources at all yards and wayside right-of-way locations, keeping up with the latest technology to be able to maximize safe and efficient operations. Best wishes to both of them on their retirement. Finally, just want to wrap up with a reference to the Apta Transform conference in Orlando a couple weeks back. Metro North was recognized with the 2023 Apta Innovation Award for our use of 3D printers to create tools and replacement parts, reducing costs and increasing efficiency. Justin and I were there accepting the award. It was really a great ceremony. We have a very quick video that we did for Apta that we just want to play for you here. When operating a railroad as complex as Metro North, finding replacement parts for our array of equipment isn't always easy. While we've always fabricated some pieces in-house, we've recently taken the process to the next level with the aid of a 3D printer. With the new ability to rapidly prototype, design, and refine new parts, tools, and other solutions, we've just scratched the surface of possibilities for simplifying and optimizing equipment repair processes and affordably testing complex solutions for our system.
So far with the 3D printer, we've worked with a lot of other groups, helping them with their specific needs. For some of it, it's been our maintenance facilities. They are working on specific projects that require either special tooling or they have obsolete parts that they can't get a hold of. And so with the 3D printer, we work with them to make or redesign something that would better match what they are requiring.
The ability to prototype different parts rapidly is definitely a plus. The 3D printer is quick and we can solve problems more easily, more quickly, and more accurately too.
It cuts the time in half. I use it as reference. I could actually put it up against it so that see if it matches, if all the holes are right, so that everything's perfect. That's the only way we roll it. It's got to be done perfect.
We know that our performance directly impacts the quality of life for the communities that we serve. So we're constantly looking for new ways to improve efficiency and deliver even better service. This program has made it easier for everyone to get involved in developing new and innovative solutions, tapping into the wealth of knowledge throughout our organization. In the first year, we've already completed 15 projects, each of which provide ongoing savings to the organization. We would like to thank our employees whose creative solutions and collaboration continue to move us into the future, and APTA for recognizing their efforts with the APTA Innovation Award.
That concludes the Metro North presentation. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. And now we move on to Rob's presentation for Long Island Railroad.
Thank you. Good morning. Before I begin, I'd like to express my sincerest gratitude to Kathy Rinaldi for her steady leadership at the helm of the Long Island Railroad over the last 19 months. I am personally grateful for her guidance, dedication, and friendship, and look forward to partnering closely with her on matters that affect both of our agencies. Thank you, Kathy. And I'd also like to again thank the chairman for giving me this tremendous opportunity. I'm happy to begin my debut report as acting Long Island Railroad president with some positive trends that have been taking place of late. Overall, September ridership was up 13% over last September, and we've seen nice ridership growth since we rolled out our current timetables on September 5th, hampered only by the work train derailment in Queens Interlocking on September 7th and the torrential rains of the 29th. In fact, the past month has produced a slew of post-pandemic records with set a new mark for best one-day total October 12th with almost 249,000 customers. I think we missed it by 26 customers. We twice broke our record for best weekday average and had our two best Fridays as well. And based on loadway data, we had our highest number of AM peak customers to Grand Central Madison and best total AM and PM peak on October 17th. By that measure, the top 5 post-COVID AM peaks have all occurred since Labor Day, as have the 10 best AM peaks to Grand Central Madison. Perhaps even more impressive is the fact that September marked the very first time that non-commutation ridership actually surpassed that of the same month in 2019, besting it by 4.4%. If you remember last month, we were at 97%, so ridership is steadily increasing, particularly on the off-peak periods. Post-Labor Day ridership has been extremely strong, in fact, even stronger than it was before the start of the summer. Our nonstop ridership analysis and all of the methodical scheduling adjustments, big and small, that we've made since the unprecedented 41% service increase from February have produced schedules that made the most sense for riders and improved the customer experience. Boosting on-time performance certainly doesn't hurt either. From Monday, September 11th to the end of the month, our average weekday on-time performance was 94%. This figure incorporates the above-mentioned torrential rains, flooding of September 29th, which brought widespread outages to many areas of the MTA system, including, for a time, our own Far Rockaway and Long Beach branches. And I really want to recognize and thank our employees for their hard work to keep the Long Island Railroad operating through that storm and restoring service quickly where needed. October on-time performance to date is looking even better, and we certainly hope to continue this upward trend. I'm also happy to report we had a perfect AM peak morning September 21st, and that's even with all this increased ridership. Further proof that the schedule adjustments we've made for almost 8 months now are really leading to some positive results for our customers. Our upcoming November 13th schedule changes continue that practice, and customer feedback played a role in a number of those updates. Highlights include 2 additional through trains to Atlantic Terminal in the AM peak, more AM peak Express Port Washington branch service, and 1 afternoon Babylon train that normally operates on early release days will now operate Monday through Friday every week. In the early morning hours of October 23rd, we wrapped up the first of 2 consecutive weekends of support for the replacement of the Mainline 1 and 3 bridge over the Van Wyck Expressway, which is part of a larger ongoing DOT project to widen the expressway. To accommodate the work, several branches operate on an adjusted schedules for both weekends. The Long Island Railroad commenced its own annual leaf fighting program this month. Beginning the week of October 16th, we've been combating low adhesion with 2 special laser outfitted cars to burn pectin from the top of the rail, and will complement them with high pressure washer cars and also wayside sandite applicators for extra traction. We also have 4-wheel truing machines ready to be pressed in service throughout the season. A little later on, you'll hear about the various methods of rail inspections utilized by the Long Island Railroad Engineering Group, who communicate regularly and share best practices with Metro North. The next slide, please. On September 22nd, the Long Island Railroad and MTA C&D celebrated several achievements at the all-new Mineola station. It was a day to officially christen the new facility with its 21st century look and amenities. Mineola Station now boasts widened platforms, new pedestrian overpasses, improved ADA accessibility, modern amenities, and a stunning new art for residents to enjoy. It was also a day to commemorate the station building itself. Now newly remodeled, the building first opened its doors exactly 100 years ago to the day on September 22nd, 1923. And our volunteer historians even arranged for the grandson of the man who purchased the very first ticket sold at the then new station to be on hand for the celebration. Don't ask me how they tracked them down. Also honored that day were acclaimed American artist Donald Lipsky and his remarkable sculpture that'll forever stand watch over Mineola Station. It pays tribute to two Long Island pioneers, the first being Bessie Raish, the Mineola resident who started it all for women aviators as the first American woman who credited with piloting an airplane. Atop Bessie's outstretched arm is Roxy, the adorable early 20th century stray puppy who, after being adopted by the Garden City station master, decided he was going to board as many trains as he could, ultimately becoming the mascot of the Long Island Railroad with an official collar that allowed him to sit wherever he wanted, including alongside frequent customer President Teddy Roosevelt. The new modern Mineola Station is all part of the broader Long Island Railroad initiative to strengthen the reliability and resiliency of our infrastructure. And the expanded Grand Central Madison scheduling led to a 48% increase in the number of trains that make Mineola stops, and the kind of greatly expanding reverse peak train service that'll boost communities and businesses on Long Island. Another newly modernized station is Westbury, and on September 28th, the Village of Westbury hosted an event with MTA Arts and Design to unveil a series of gorgeous illustrations by New York City artist Darrell Wesley. The series, entitled Illuminations, vividly portrays the past and present histories of the village in 782 square feet of painted glass, which will amaze and uplift the spirits of Westbury customers as they await their trains, hopefully not waiting too long, and provide a colorful, larger-than-life connection to the richness of their hometown. State of good repair is the foundation of any railroad infrastructure planning, especially for one as old as ours. And in the Long Island Railroad portion of the MTA 20-year needs assessment, several elements of our system and infrastructure were mentioned, including the need to rehabilitate the aging Atlantic Avenue Tunnel, along with the replacement or rehabilitation of several bridges and trestles, rolling stock upgrades, completion of our centralized train control system, and upgrades to our signal infrastructure along some 50 miles of right-of-way. Closer to the here and now, we're currently working on immediate upgrades to some stations along the South Shore. As you may recall, ground was broken a few months back on the first 4 of a 9-station package that will deliver significant accessibility upgrades to the stations that need them. Valley Stream is a part of this package, and while work to replace its elevator and escalator won't begin until next year, several capital improvements are either in planning or already underway. These include abating and painting 36 structural columns and 3 railroad bridges within the village and replacement of the platform canopy roof. Work in progress includes enhanced pigeon proofing and localized structural viaduct repairs. Also ongoing is a system-wide bridge assessment that includes preliminary design of future work that may be needed on the Valley Stream Viaduct. Here's a good news story. Last Thursday, I was proud to join MTA Chairman CEO Jana Lieber, Acting Chief Customer Officer Shanifa Riera, and union leaders Anthony Simon, General Chairman, Smart Transportation Division, and John Murray, Local Chairman, Transportation Communications Union, to honor 5 Long Island Railroad employees who worked together to reunite customer Juliet Barton with a bag she left on one of our trains that just so happened to contain a significant amount of money, $12,000 to be exact. To make a long story short, representatives from our stations and transportation departments, along with the controller's office, were able to pull records regarding when and how she bought her train ticket at Babylon Station on Monday the 16th to determine what train she boarded. Upon speaking to the train crew, who actually reported finding the bag and turning it in as unattended once they arrived in Penn Station. It was then taken to Lost and Found, and the customer was reunited with her bag and her $12,000 the very next day. The very appreciative Miss Barton, who spoke at the event and absolutely stole the show, gushed over how well she was treated by these remarkable Long Island Railroad employees, and I echo her gratitude to employees John Persico, Melissa Shue, Jim Smith, Rob Ryan, and Justin Chesnowitz. Whenever I hear stories like this about our employees, I'm always filled with pride, but never surprised. And these employees are truly representative of the Long Island Railroad. Finally, I'd like to wrap up by welcoming our new Acting Senior Vice President of Operations, Tom Kost, who will be delivering his first operations report. Tom has over 28 years of operational experience at the Long Island Railroad, and Sammy and Neil, he is also a Jets fan. That concludes the President's report. Are there any questions?
Great. Having none, one, I will once again. I'm sorry, Norman.
Yeah.
Go ahead. No swearing this time. No, you're very spicy. You've been very spicy today so far.
Did I swear?
Yeah.
What, asses is a swear?
I had one request, Norman.
Yeah. Very, very nice presentation on several levels. And of course, representing the people to give back, actually give back money is, it's unusual for a labor representative. But our understanding of what the system needs changes as a function of our ability to measure the problems, not much different than any other enterprise the MTA works on. But how is the track geometry cars, as they've become more normalized in the system, how has that changed our understanding of what needs to be worked on? We just talked about the flooded areas, and our members that work in the track area tell us, there's many predictable next accidents, next floods. Is the track geometry car kicking up problems that we were blind to before? Or is it not far enough integrated into the system that it's telling us stuff like that yet, and that's something that's yet to come? Where are we at with our ability to measure? And I know I ask confusing questions.
No, your timing's impeccable, Norman. We actually have a presentation on the steps that we both take on inspecting the system, both ultrasonically and visually. It's very highly technical, and we're actually in the process of procuring a new track geometry vehicle, which will be more sophisticated as well. So shortly you'll hear a presentation on how that's accommodated.
We'll say fortuitous coincidence rather than a setup.
Midori?
Hi, Rob. Thank you for taking on this leadership role. Really appreciate that. So with the Grand Central Madison changes back in February, I'm interested to know when you're going to do your next kind of customer satisfaction survey. As you know, I'm really interested in hearing more from kind of Brooklyn and Queens riders on what's happening with the shuttle, and do we think that we're in a better space now? I know that you've expanded a little bit of service there on the Brooklyn shuttle. So we'd just love to hear kind of when we can expect to hear a little bit of what is the status quo there. Thank you.
Dory, I can take that. The next biannual customer account survey will go out the door in 2 weeks, and that way we will mine our customers to draw that information.
Okay, and so that means that we might be able to hear something as a board before the end of the year, or are we thinking next year?
Probably the top of the year, because
Okay.
once it comes in, we
Okay.
have to do some back office work.
And do you think there'll be specific questions about kind of how the shuttle is going, or specific targeting around that? Because I know that was just a big issue when it launched, and Rob's been very on top of it, so I really appreciate it.
Yes, it will include some of that information, and as well as other areas.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Great. Any other questions? Thank you, Shanifa. Did you have something to add? Oh. I want to once again thank you, Kathy, for all of your service, handling both railroads. I'm sorry on what should have been your first sleepy weekend. You had mudslides to cope with. And we want to welcome Rob. I will make note, during Rob's albeit short tenure. 0 jets losses, 0 mudslides on the Long Island Railroad. So welcome. I'm glad to welcome Tom Cost for your first operations report. Take it away.
Rob, first off, thank you. It was an honor to be asked to be put in the acting Senior Vice President Operations role. Thank you for trusting me with that responsibility. Total on-time performance for September was 92.8%, below goal of 94%, and year-to-date as of September is 93.8%, below goal of 94%. For the month of September, 3 branches operated at or above goal, and year-to-date as of September, 5 branches operated at or above goal. For major events which result in 10 or more late trains, there were 23 incidents for the month of September. The most significant occurred on September 7th, which was a work train derailment in Queens Interlocking. This incident resulted in 229 delays, negatively impacting on-time performance by 0.9%. For our fleet performance, the MDBF for the month of August was 149,131 miles, below goal of 170,000 miles. And MDBF year-to-date as of August is 170,350 miles, above goal of 170,000 miles. There were various issues, but nothing systemic. One component, which was a driver in the MDBF reduction, were analog controller units on the M7 fleet. A supplier had used a sub-supplier who provided defective units. By year's end, all of the equipment will be inspected and the defective units will be replaced. For service delivery, we completed 99.2% of our trips for the month of September, and we completed 99.6% of our trips year-to-date. For upcoming work that will impact service, on the weekend of November 4th and 5th, concrete tie work in the vicinity of Hicksville will take place, impacting schedules on the Huntington, Ronkonkoma, Port Jefferson, and Oyster Bay branches. On the weekend of November 11th and 12th, contractors will be performing ADA work at Copeg Station, resulting in schedule adjustments on the Babylon branch. On Saturday, November 11th, rail replacement and track surfacing work will take place between Great Neck and Port Washington. Buses will replace trains between Great Neck and Port Washington. The November timetable takes effect on November 13th. Please check the website and Train Time app for updated schedules. That concludes my report. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Tom. Any questions? Thank you very much. With that, I want to move back to Kathy for the Metro North operations report.
Yeah, Justin is dealing with the Hudson Line issues this morning, so I'll be delivering the operating report, which begins on page 13 of your book. Our service delivered rate for September was 98.4%. System-wide on-time performance for the month of September was 95.8%, above our goal of 94%. Year-to-date OTP is also above goal at 97.5%. The incident that had the greatest impact to the operation in September was the rain event on September 29th. We already discussed that a little bit. These heavy rains, which led to a state of emergency for the region, caused a key section of track in the Bronx to become completely submerged in water, which affected all 3 lines. This led to a temporary suspension of service to and from Grand Central for more than 7 hours. We quickly implemented our alternative service plan, which is designed for these types of occurrences. This required New York City Transit to cross-honor our fares, which allowed many of our customers to proceed via subway up to stations near Yankees East 153rd Street, Williamsbridge, and Wakefield, and then make their way over to the Hudson, Harlem, and New Haven lines for service north and east of the flooded areas. Flash flooding at Tuckahoe and Ossining, along with a washout at Valhalla, caused further challenges for the operation, but our crews got limited service restored to the Hudson and Harlem lines towards the end of the evening rush on Friday, and full New Haven line service was restored by 6 p.m. By Saturday morning, normal service was provided on all 3 lines. Overall, this single storm event caused nearly 400 delays and cancellations and brought our monthly OTP down by 2 percentage points. I want to take a quick moment to thank all of our employees for their tireless efforts to restore the system as quickly as possible after that major event. Moving on to our fleet, the mean distance between failures for the fleet was nearly 278,000 miles in August, above the goal of 175,000 miles, and year-to-date MDBF performance remains above goal at just over 351,000 miles. Our annual effort to combat slippery rail kicked off this month, and we're hoping to build upon our most successful year yet. With a top speed of 60 miles per hour, the laser train can rid our entire network of leafy residue at least once every 24 hours. It will operate 7 days a week throughout the season. We've also implemented our low adhesion operating procedure along with the typical vegetation management program. We're piloting 2 additional new technologies on the laser train this season. The first is a machine vision LiDAR system, which allows us to better know where and when to turn the laser on and off. The second is a system that will measure the level of contamination on the top of the rail before and after cleaning, which will allow us to track efficacy and deploy additional cleaning assets if necessary. Last year's analysis of slippery rail season showed a 40% reduction in reported slippery events, and we expect that this comprehensive approach this year will produce similar results. This concludes the operating reports. If there are any questions.
Thank you, Kathy. Any questions?
Yeah, Kathy, would you briefly touch on how much of an improvement has been in the reduction of trains having to have flat wheels and cars out of service?
Yeah, no, just as 40% last year, so we anticipate a comparable improvement this year, especially with the addition of these new sort of layers onto the laser train technology.
Great. Any other questions? Thank you, Kathy. With that, we'll move on to Metro North Safety Report. Shelley?
So good morning. Metro North Safety Report is on page 16 of the Performance Metrics book. First, I want to review where Metro North stands with customer and employee injury rates, comparing the rates for the current 12-month reporting period ending August 2023 to the rates for the prior 12 months ending August 2022. So the reportable customer injury rate decreased from 2.19 to 2.07 per 1 million customers. And the reportable employee lost time injury rate also decreased from 2.13 to 2.01 per 200,000 working hours compared to the prior 12 months. So I want to briefly comment on 2 outreach efforts. Earlier this month, Metro North Walk teams participated in American Foundation for Suicide Prevention Out of the Darkness walks held at Harbor Island Park in Mamaroneck, New York, and Sherwood Island State Park in Westport, Connecticut. So these walks raise awareness for suicide prevention and promote mental health. And I'm also pleased to announce the launch of Metro North's annual Rail Safety Contest, which is part of our track safety education and outreach program. And I have to begin by thanking and giving credit to our Long Island Railroad colleagues who came up with this concept and were generous enough to share it with us. So this year's contest, Create a Rail Safety Message That Sticks, asks participants to create a rail safety slogan, design, or picture that will be converted into a sticker and handed out at schools, presentations, and other events. So winners will be selected for 4 age groups, and we're really excited to see what students submit. So that concludes my remarks. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Shelley?
Thank you.
Thank you, Shelley. Moving on to Lori for the Long Island Railroad Report.
Good morning, everyone. So our safety report can be found on page 30 of your book. We are at 2.49 per 1 million customers in the reporting period ending August 2023, and for reportable lost time injury rates for employees, we are at 4.51 per 200,000 working hours. Again, to piggyback on my friends at Metro North, we also did a Out of Darkness suicide prevention walk. Ours was yesterday at Jones Beach, and as you all are aware, often we struggle with trespasser incidents on our properties, and we often find that there are mental health or addiction concerns that underlie those, and those, in many cases, intentional acts. Also want to give a shout out to Linda Katz, Chris Ann Fabio, Officer Tom Merkel, and Officer John Matarazzo from the MTA Police for our TRACS program. Our contest this year as well launched October 15th. It ends December 15th. We are Stick With Us. We will safely get you there. Again, the safety sticker, and ask for everyone's help to promote that. What's different this year, I'd like to mention, is we've also made a concerted effort to reach out to homeschool associations, in addition to the 2,900 email blasts that went out to the principals and superintendents. So we want to make sure that those folks and those families know that this contest is also available to them. And happy to answer any questions you may have.
Great. Any questions? So those are great programs. So, Jerry?
Yeah, Lori, can I just ask that you include me on those email blasts? Only because I'm on the board for the Suffolk Region PTA, and I'd be very happy to pass that along. Thank you.
And we thank you so much for your support. We've really seen reap the benefits of that the past couple of years, so we'll make sure you're on those. Thank you.
Thanks, Jerry. And thank you, Lori. Moving on, Chief Taffy will give our MTA police report.
Good morning, everybody. This is the October 2023 PD report for crime through September 2023. Crime remains low on both railroads for the month of September, with 3 or fewer crimes against riders per district. The crime rate is down from September 22, with major crime hovering around 1 to 2 crimes per 1 million riders. As in the past months, most crime in September is related to larceny from unattended property. And we'd like to thank the authority for running a media campaign on the trains now that reminds riders to secure their property. The department has continued patrol and enforcement efforts with a focus on customer survey data. This include efforts on 125th Street in the Metro-North line and Long Beach on the Long Island Railroad line, both who had low customer survey data. In 2024, we will be expanding train patrol to nights and weekends with a focus on quicker runs and extended station inspections. We will also work with the conductors to identify trains with the highest likelihood of quality of life issues. We've also recently, as a precaution, stepped up patrol and increased canine patrol in many districts and high-volume areas as a method to ensure the safety and security of the members of both railroads. This concludes the October 2023 report on MTA crime in September 23. Thank you.
Board member? Good.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Chief, what's the title? Chief
of Operations.
Chief of Operations. We used to have in our board books a great amount of detail on all the different crime stats, grand larceny and burglary, etc. Given the recent volume of hate crimes that are occurring in the subway system, I'd like to return to have some facts because I feel unprepared as a board member of understanding that. And without putting you on the spot, I don't know if you have those stats handy.
I do. Hate crime, I have. We actually send it to the board now. After the last few months, we've been sending it.
Okay,
I don't know.
Obviously, I missed my. I'm at the bottom of the alphabetical order. Often I get left off of things, but and it's also possible I missed it. So could you just rattle off for me what's happening in that category, please?
Sure. Let me pull it up real quick.
And I do apologize for putting you on the spot.
That's all right.
Sorry.
I had it up and I just pulled it down because I was looking at myself. I think we're at 26 crimes for the year. It's almost all exclusively criminal mischief. There was 1 or 2, which is down significantly from last year. It's not up, and it's 1 or 2 two harassments and a menacing for the entire year. Let me see if I find the exact numbers.
Pat, go ahead.
I was going to say, we can just, he'll find it and then we'll get to it.
Just shoot it over. I mean, look, as you can imagine, as a New Yorker and a Jew, given what the last couple of weeks has been like, I'm particularly interested in understanding what's happening in the railroad. We'll talk about this, I'm sure, in transit, which I may join today. The incident in the subway of someone being punched in the face and being told because you're Jewish causes my hackles to rise. And I won't give my full speech at this point, but I'm interested in knowing what's going on. Not that I don't care about all groups who are being harassed in our system, but that one in particular is touching me over the last couple of weeks.
There was one for the year. We have 1 anti-Jewish. There's 1 anti-Jewish, 1 anti-black, and 1 anti-white for the entire year for in the railroads.
At least it's fairly shared.
Jerry?
Yes, sir. When your patrols go to the elevated stations, do they get out of the car and go up and check the upstairs waiting rooms?
Yes, they do. There's 2 different types. There's park, walk, and talk, as we call it, and there is security inspections. Usually security inspections when they drive around, sometimes go into the yards, and park, walk, and talk is when they actually get out and go into the stations.
Okay,
Sometimes you may see them in the parking lot. They don't get out. That's a security inspection.
Right.
They'll call it over as such, and then sometimes park, walk, and talk.
Okay, no, I just bring this up because we get occasional reports of homeless camping in the elevated waiting rooms. And now with the cold weather coming upon us, we're going to have more and more of that. So I just want to be sure that your guys are checking. Thank you.
Yes, and we actually, last week, we implemented an overnight plan where the officers have to do an inspection and then fill a form out, so we can start to see, exactly what, who they interact with, if there's any ejections, any homeless services given.
Okay, greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Board Member Mack?
Hi, Chief. How are you doing with your recruitment?
Very well, actually.
Good. Let's keep up the number. And an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And there's no better deterrent than a uniform.
We're actually swearing in 33 officers on Wednesday.
Great. Thank you. Any other questions for the chief? Thank you, Chief. Moving along, we now have a special presentation. Kathy?
Yes, so we originally envisioned both the Long Island Railroad and the Metro North special presentation on their rail inspection programs. Mike Loney is also out at the scene today, so we will not be delivering the Metro North presentation today. We can defer that to another time. But Paul Dietland and Ed McGoldrick are here to deliver the Long Island presentation.
Good.
Okay, good morning. Thank you. So today with me is Ed, of course, and would like to provide the committee with details about our track inspection program. The program is in place to ensure rail safety, track integrity, and reliability of operations. And of course, key to this is a well-established and comprehensive track maintenance and inspection program. So under the Federal Railroad Administration regulations, each railroad has primary responsibility to ensure its track meets or exceeds federal safety standards. This includes qualified inspectors performing track inspections at specified minimum frequencies based on class of track, type of track, and other factors outlined in the safety standard, which is CFR 213. I will note that federal standards define the minimum requirement, and Long Island Railroad has established more stringent maintenance criteria for certain elements. So our comprehensive programs built upon visual inspections, track geometry inspections or measurements, and internal rail flaw detection. I'll also note that the FRA regular reviews and audits our compliance with the requirements. At this point, I'll turn it over to Chief Engineer McGoldrick to speak in more detail about the inspections we perform.
Thank you, Paul. Visual inspections are performed weekly on all mainline tracks. The inspection takes place by physically walking the track to detect defects in rails, cross ties, or track bed conditions. In some instances, high rail vehicles are used to support inspections. On a monthly basis, all mainline switches, 692, are inspected jointly by the Track and Signal Department. The inspection verifies all components are in working order and each switch operates as intended. In accordance with FRA regulations, the Signal Department performs additional testing of the switch machine and associated signal system components. Similarly, yard and secondary tracks are visually inspected on a monthly basis. In all cases, defects must be corrected within a prescribed period of time based on the type of defect, generally immediately or potentially up to 30 days. The Long Island Railroad also uses a track geometry vehicle to monitor our track safety. Track geometry vehicles use onboard sensors and measuring systems to perform a comprehensive inspection of various track geometry characteristics, which is reviewed and analyzed by Long Island Railroad engineering staff. Some of these measurements are gauge, profile, and alignment characteristics, as well as clearances for platforms. Any exceptions are noted and corrected by our field forces within a prescribed time frame. The Long Island Railroad has owned its own track geometry vehicle, or TGV, since 1975, originally called the TC-80. The Long Island Railroad operates its TGV over the entire system multiple times per year. Mainline tracks are tested quarterly, and yard and secondary tracks are tested semi-annually. The Long Island Railroad is currently developing our fourth generation of track geometry vehicle to replace our current TC-82. The contract was just awarded, and the TCD3 is expected to be delivered late 2025. It will incorporate state-of-the-art technologies to inspect and monitor our track infrastructure. In addition to the Long Island Railroad inspections that are performed, the FRA does have an oversight function which they perform. The FRA performs random, short-notice visual inspection of Long Island Railroad track infrastructure and signal system, as well as inspections of documentation and audits to make sure those inspections are occurring appropriately. The Long Island Railroad fully supports the opportunity to inspect our infrastructure with the FRA. The FRA also manages their own fleet of track geometry vehicles and performs their own independent testing and assessment of Long Island Railroad infrastructure. The FRA generally attempts to schedule their track geometry car inspection once per year, and the last geometry car inspection performed on the Long Island Railroad was in May of 2023. Additionally, the Long Island Railroad does internal rail flaw detection using ultrasonic technology through, currently the vendor is Sperry that performs that testing for us. The ultrasonic testing gives us the ability to detect internal defects that aren't visible to the naked eye that are occurring within the rail. And rail defects can develop in any type of rail or welds as a result of several different conditions. They could be from an original manufacturing defect to a cyclical loading to impacts from rolling stock and rail wear. Once a defect is detected on a section of rail, it is immediately replaced. We perform our ultrasonic rail testing on a continuous basis, covering the entire system 3 times per year. Once we complete one testing cycle, we begin a new testing cycle. Lower speed tracks, such as Class 1 and Class 2 tracks, are tested semi-annually. Of note, the Long Island Railroad was the first commuter railroad to adopt the continuous testing process along in conjunction with the FRA. Working closely with the FRA, we implemented the continuous testing program in 2018 after several months of coordination and planning with the FRA. In the end, I'll say the Long Island Railroad devotes a significant portion of its capital program to track infrastructure, state of good repair programs, and these capital investments, along with a comprehensive track maintenance and inspection program, are critical to a safe and reliable rail infrastructure.
Good, terrific. You know, we hear about all the incidents and we pay a lot of attention to them, but it's great to know how much attention is going into preventing incidents. So thank you for that presentation. Are there any questions? Jerry?
Not so much on the rail, but on maintenance, maintenance of way. What is the current cleanup program on that? We see a lot of debris along the rails in various locations. I understand in the past they were going to incorporate that into contracts for anyone who was doing work on our rail system that they had to clean up after themselves. But we're still seeing, you know, the plastic buckets, all sorts of debris, and eventually if that debris ever gets onto the tracks, it's going to create a problem. What is our current situation with that?
So currently, you know, we have a practice where we do follow along behind our work and clean up, remove materials. We call it, take it in, take it out. At times, due to the track time constraints and finishing up work at the end of an outage, some does get left behind. We try to circle back, regularly through the system with our right-of-way task force to clean up these areas. But it can be challenging, significant resource-intensive effort at times. But we've recently started a more comprehensive program in the Jamaica area and out through Queens, and we'll continue to expand our way as we continue our vegetation cleaning process.
Yeah, that's where you kind of see it, particularly because the trains slow down as they're coming to Jamaica, and you're looking out the windows, and that's where you're seeing a lot of the, not that it doesn't happen elsewhere, but that seems to be a major sticking point.
I think some of the things you've seen, Jerry, are actually storing supplies out there. You might see some rail out there or some components because don't forget, like whole interlocking, for instance, in Jamaica is almost 2 miles long, give or take. So, God forbid something happens, they have to respond. You don't want to have them go all the way back to a truck or some central location and pick up some supplies. So some things are left intentionally along the right-of-way for a better response in the event there is an issue.
Any other questions? Moving along, I'm going to, thank you so much for that. I'm going to ask Kathy to report on both joint information items and Metro North information items.
Okay, thank you. So the only joint information item is the Long Island Railroad Metro North PTC implementation update, which is in your book. If there are any questions. Okay, hearing none, we'll go on to the Metro North information items. The first is the 2024 preliminary budget, just for informational purposes. The second is the October schedule change, which I alluded to in my remarks. It also includes the holiday programs through the end of the year. The third is the track program quarterly update. And the fourth and the fifth are items that are going to finance. This is really just for your informational purposes only. The ADA improvements is a condemnation matter associated with upcoming improvements at Williamsbridge Station. And the last item encompasses some real estate items in the terminal. The committee has always taken some interest in the tenancies in the terminal, so those information items are in there just for your knowledge. And that concludes the Metro North information items.
Terrific. Any questions? Rob, could you take us to the Long Island Railroad information items?
As well, the 2024 preliminary budget is in the book. The November timetable change and track work programs, as we discussed briefly before, are in the book as well. The MW quarterly update is in the book as well, in addition to the finance reports, are all in the book.
Terrific, which we'll go right into, given the time. Rob, if you want to give your finance report, and then Kathy, I'll ask you to give Metro North finance report.
And they're just in the book in case there's
they're in
any
the book?
questions. Yep,
Okay.
Yep. And there's
Great.
no procurement.
No procurement. Unless anyone has anything to add, I'll put forth a motion to adjourn the meeting. Second. All in favor? Great. Thanks you.
What does an electronic equipment maintainer do?
Paul Julian, electronic equipment maintainer. I've been in transit for 5 years. I work in the department of RSS, Radio and Security Systems. Our responsibility is to ensure that the radio system is functioning very efficiently, for that provides communication to the trains. It also provides crucial and important communication for the police in the system, the EMS in the system, and the fire department in the transit system. Also, the surveillance system must be maintained. Therefore, we can have proper security and proper recording of activities in the subway system. The intrusion alarm system must also be maintained. These security systems are responsible for preventing, and if it happens, to alert any breach, whether it's the breach of a door that has sensitive equipment beyond it, or whether someone enters the tunnel beyond the platform without permission. A key motivator in what we do is to know how important communication, surveillance, and security is to New York City Transit and New York City as a whole. That gives you a sense of duty and pride in doing what we do.
What does a bus maintainer do?
My name is Perry Evel. I've been with the transit system for 8 years. I work at Casey Stengel Depot in Flushing, and I'm working as a BMB, which is a bus maintainer. My responsibilities are basically maintaining the buses, changing filters, oil, electrical, undercarriage, hydraulic system, cooling system. My main pick is brake system. We're specialized in brakes. I think our job is the most critical because if the bus don't stop, people will get hurt.
When an individual comes to New York City Transit as a maintainer, there's different training that they receive. So they'll get training on the bus from the front to the rear, electrical, diagnostics, body work, depending on what their title is.
You have to be a person that cares about your job. You have to be accurate in what you do, especially in my field, where I said, the brakes are very important. It's a safety issue. You check and you recheck, make sure that everything is done correct, and you make sure that your job is done very well. And I'm kind of a perfectionist too, so that helps.
I see our buses on the streets, picking up passengers, taking them where they need to go. Makes me feel proud knowing that they're in a safe bus.
Since I was young, I love mechanics. I never knew that this would have been my job. It's a great thing to work for the greatest city in the world and servicing millions of New Yorkers and people all over the world. It's a great privilege, and I think it's a great honor to work in this city and the biggest bus company in the world.
I'd like to call to order the New York City Transit Committee meeting. Let's get started with our public safety announcements, please.
Your safety is of foremost importance to the MTA. Therefore, we ask that you listen to the following instructions. In the event of an emergency, notify emergency personnel in the room and 911 should be called. If an alarm sounds, wait for a public address announcement and follow instructions. If told to go to another floor or to evacuate the building, leave all unessential items behind and use stairwell A just across the main hallway or stairwell D down the hallway past the elevators. An automated external defibrillator, AED, for use by trained personnel is in the main hallway just past the elevators. Thank you and have a safe day.
Thank you. Let's move on to our public speakers, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, President Davey. Welcome to the Transit Committee public comment session. Today we have 25 members of the public registered to speak. As a reminder to all public speakers, please adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you when you have 30 seconds left to conclude your remarks. Today our first speaker will be Lisa Daglian, followed by Chris H.
Hi, good morning. I'm Lisa Daglian, Executive Director of the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA PCAC. Next week is Halloween, but instead of being treated to a smoother, faster trip, riders on the BX12 were tricked into thinking that some curbside paint was going to sweeten their lives. Simply put, they were pranked. The vision of cars and trucks firmly parked in the clearly painted BX12 bus lanes are not apparitions. They're the real deal. It's time for Mayor Adams and Commissioner Rodriguez to admit it. Their arguments against a busway on Fordham Road were all hollow. They painted themselves into a corner. At some points, BX12 buses crawl at less than 4 miles an hour. That's literally slower than a chicken and many of the Bronx Zoo animals. It's time for the city to stop balking and make real progress for the tens of thousands of daily BX12 riders who are looking for a faster trip, not a slower slog. In fact, riders across the city deserve to move faster than chickens. We appreciate the work that you do at Transit, together with transit workers, to move people quickly and safely around time. Now it's time for the city to meet the Streets Plan mandate. Riders need to know they'll have reliable transit when congestion pricing comes online next year and during the increasingly common 100-year storms we're seeing. Investing in our subways and bus networks means enhancing resiliency for the future, but it also means ensuring the means to traverse the rails and roadways is unimpeded. For buses, that means busways and bus lanes, not empty paint cans and empty promises. It's rewarding to see riders getting back on board. They should be rewarded with faster, more reliable trips. Not everyone lives near a subway. Buses are the workhorse of the transit system. They should be going as fast as thoroughbreds, not left in the painted dust by chickens. I also just want to give a shout out to my booth agent this morning, Troy Knights, who was really helpful on the 7 line during the meltdown, and to Demetrius and Frank for being so responsive, and also to the assistance that we received from Shirley Hudson for helping out with the situation at Grand Central. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Chris H., followed by Tasha Larabors.
Good morning. Hope you can hear me. I'm here specifically to speak on the on-demand e-hail pilot of the Access-a-Ride program, which I have no idea what's going on with now. It makes no sense, the changes that have been made to the program, a program that, from every which way that I've heard, is cheaper than standard Access-a-Ride. Standard Access-a-Ride, which I thought was $65, from federal, state funding, et cetera, to subsidize a trip for a person on a primary service is now, I've been told, is $115 or thereabouts. Meanwhile, a taxi ride for the average trip for a person taking Access-a-Ride in distance is about $35 to $40. So when the original program was instituted, it made complete sense to me. It's saving money for the MTA. But now I'm being told that it's costing too much. So they've changed the program, quote unquote, phase 2. And now it's even whittled down even more to where the Access-a-Ride program is basically a coupon towards current surge price-based programs like Uber and Lyft, in which if I had a doctor's appointment at 9:45 a.m., I could be paying out of pocket $16, $28 out of pocket. The Access-a-Ride was meant to be the same price as everyone else, non-discriminatory. It's supposed to be someone get on the train for $2.90, someone take Access-a-Ride the same amount. Now, it is higher now. I pay, as a disabled person, more than someone taking the train or the bus. That cannot continue. Even fair fares, which HRA says is applicable to the paratransit program. All paratransit, MTA no longer acknowledges exists. They no longer apply it to phase 2. It's applied to phase 1. You can pay a half fare. Now you can't. It seems criminal to me. I think the controller or the DA should look into this when private contractors are making money off Access-a-Ride, and now it's even less now, less service. It seems like these efforts seem to be designed to end the program people need.
Please conclude your remarks.
I just predominantly use this program for medical appointments, and I now have to make my appointments if they exist at 3 in the morning. Because and that's going to be $4 minimum.
Please conclude your remarks. Thank you. Thank you. Our next speaker will be Tasha Larabors, followed by John Padula.
Good morning. My name is Tasha Larabors. I work for Center for Independence of the Disabled, New York. I'm also an accessoride user. I'm here to once again talk about Phase 2, just paratransit altogether. Phase 2, from a lot of stories that I've been hearing from consumers, common thing I've heard is in terms of affordability. A lot of consumers, number of consumers I've spoken with had no choice but to go back to regular accessoride because they cannot afford Phase 2. A number of consumers have decided to apply for fair fares. As I said, affordability. It's not really being realistic about the challenges a lot of the consumers are facing. As for accessoride, regular accessoride itself, once again, as I've mentioned multiple times before, training for the drivers. I can't count how many times I have witnessed situations with drivers, between the drivers and consumers, the behavior of the drivers. Also, even the behavior of some of the consumers that I've been in the vehicle with. So as I said, I don't know how many times I have to repeat myself in terms of communicating with the passengers. I've spoken to a lot of seniors who do not know anything about all these changes in terms of accessoride. So as I said before, please communicate with everyone. Better communication. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be John Padula, followed by Matthew Bookies Highland.
There we go. Good morning, folks. My name is John Padula from New York City Public Schools. You know, repeating yourself. And like I said last month, I feel like a broken record. I was a DJ for many years, besides being an educator for many years, and there's nothing worse than a broken record. And we all come here and we say the same crap month after month. I'm bored of it. I don't look forward to doing this. I pride myself on being a good teacher, as a DJ, to entertain. How do you keep people engaged? I come here and say the same nonsense every month. Everybody else comes here, says the same crap. And you guys have to just sit there and act like statues, and I get it, because you work for an agency, but it's the same crap. Even quietly, behind closed doors, you guys have to say to yourselves, enough's enough. This is criminal. This isn't right. How are you treating people like this? How is this dignity? How is this respect? It's 2023, and we're New York. We're New York City. We should be bigger and better than everyone else. We should be setting the example. This is disgusting, folks. Disgusting. I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed to be a civil servant for this city that does this. Rich, last month I asked about the 20-minute window. Where is it? I want an update. Phase 3 needs to be meaningful. Chris, God bless you. They couldn't put enough zeros on your paycheck, brother, for me to take your job. You guys need to enable this man to do his job and to make a difference because he does care. But enough's enough. If freedom is the ability to choose, then equity is that path to freedom. Take your heads out of your back pockets and get stuff done.
Our next speaker is Matthew Bookies Highland, followed by Ian Matthews.
You almost got it right. It's actually pronounced Bucky's. But anyway, good afternoon. Good morning, actually, to Chairwoman Mahaltis and to President Davey and to the ladies and gentlemen of the committee and staff. I want to speak today about the opportunity about the subways and buses. No, not just the subways, on elevators. Its goal is to reach 95% by 2055. but I'm hoping we can reach 100% by then at the time being. Look, I like the announcement when they say, this is an accessible station. The elevator's at the center of the platform. Like that. It would be nice for every subway station to have an elevator for people who have disabilities to take any station they want to go to and any train they would like. Thank you. Good day, and God bless you. Miss Catino?
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Ian Matthews, who will be followed by Elizabeth Valdez.
Good morning. I'm here to talk about the mess of the E and F trains during the midday hours. Some of the trains that are operating local in Queens are not having the proper signage saying it's Queens Boulevard local, making it very confusing, and sometimes you can't even hear the announcements. And sometimes none of the conductors even make an announcement, and that's ridiculous. They need to be trained properly and make sure they're aware of the schedule and the program. So because I saw it over the weekend and I was very disappointed. Also, nothing is done with the people who are up to no good at holding open the emergency exit door at the Bedford Park Boulevard and 204th entrance on the B and D lines. That's another big problem. And also, when you suspend the 7 train on weekends like you did this past weekend between Queens and you should consider having the Long River cross Sutter, because like now it goes to Grand Central Madison. Why not? And you should also add more N trains. There were not enough N trains this weekend, and there were dangerous overcrowding conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Elizabeth Valdez, who will be followed by Yolanda Elin.
Good morning. I'm Elizabeth Valdez from the Brooklyn Center for the Independence of the Disabled. If you're new to the committee, you may not know that we like to come to the October meeting with a Halloween theme. In fact, whether it's Halloween or not, Access to Ride riders have testified at virtually every meeting since 2017 about how much of a treat it was to finally get decent service from Access to Ride through the on-demand pilot. But now you've tricked us. You revised the program so it's much worse. Or as our posters say, on-demand is a skeleton for what it used to be. Instead of a reliable program that we could use to get around the city, just like subway or bus riders can, you now restricted how far we can go and how often. And you raised the fare to $4 so many riders cannot afford it. So as this poster says, rest in peace, decent on-demand Access to Ride service. You also keep boasting about your approval ratings for regular Access to Ride, but your own data on the Paratransit dashboard reveals something else. For example, about 1 in 5 broker rides are about 15 minutes late. Complaints continue to be high as well. That's hardly a record to be proud of. Sometimes the brokers don't even show up. As our poster says, Access to Ride, stop ghosting riders, show up on time. Finally, it's more than a year since we settled 2 landmark lawsuits with the MTA that will make virtually the entire subway system accessible by 2055. But you still refuse to settle our elevator maintenance suit. Instead, you've got the same $1,000 an hour lawyers, Paul Wise, wasting taxpayers' money and our time fighting the case. It's ridiculous, and you should be embarrassed. Settle our lawsuits. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Yolanda Aline, followed by Michael Ring. Yolanda A., if I'm pronouncing your last name wrong?
Yes, I'm coming.
Oh, thank you.
I'm operating at 2 speeds, stop and slow.
Take your time. Following Yolanda will be Michael Ring and then David Kupferberg.
Good morning. I usually talk about stressor ride, but this morning I'm not talking about stressor ride. I have to give Demetrius a compliment because I told him about the nasty handles going on the Atlantic Avenue on the L line, and they cleaned it up, and Senior was able to hold on to the handrails when they're coming down the steps. So compliments to him. But I have another thing for him, that on Atlantic Avenue, on the L train, they have a habit of not stopping on Atlantic Avenue so people can transfer to the Long Island Railroad. Because they do 105, Livonia, and then Broadway Junction. That's unfair to those people that get on that train to go to Atlantic Avenue to catch the Long Island Railroad. Now I'm dealing with the young man that does the buses. On Utica Avenue, from the Eastern Parkway to Union Street, all these dollar vans are taking up spots. The buses cannot get to the curb, and seniors and disabled people cannot get on the bus because guess what? They can't get to the curb because of all these these dollar vans parked in bus stops from Eastern Parkway to Union Street on that bus lane. So the B-17 can't turn, so it held up traffic because the B-46 is there. Then on the B-35, both sides of the street between East 16th Street and 96th Street, there's nothing but double parked cars on both sides, trucks, everything. So then the buses run like banana in bunches. We don't buy bananas. We buy banana seed, not buses to run in bunches like bananas. I still have more for you, but I'm almost done. I'll see you after the meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Don't forget, I'll be with Accessoride, Stressor Ride as I call it, and everybody knows it, on Wednesday.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael Ring, who will be followed by David Kupferberg, and then Charlton D'Souza.
Hi, my name is Michael Ring. For those who need a visual description, I got a green hat and a green hoodie that says Disabled in Action, and I'm a handsome white guy that needs a shave. I'm holding up a sign that says Rest in Peace, Decent On-Demand Accessoride Services. I was in phase 1 of the on-demand program. It had its faults. The drivers got paid less, so they didn't really want to come pick us up when things were busy. Dealt with that. Phase 2 doesn't really work if you have a job. It's a limited amount of distance you can travel and a limited times of every month you can go, which is great if you have appointments or if you want to visit your family. But if you have a full-time job and have to travel 5 days a week, that's a lot of trips, and the on-demand program won't do that. And as everyone knows, when you go to work, you cannot pre-arrange when you're going to leave your job. You guys all work regularly, and you go home when it's time to go home. You can't say, I have to leave because my ride is outside. It just doesn't work. But there is a sliver of the Accessoride program that would work, the taxi reimbursement authorization. Right now, you can request a ride if you say, I'll pay for it myself and I'll get paid back. We're probably saving you guys money by taking a taxi or an Uber, but it only works within your own borough. I live in Park Slope. Getting here from Park Slope is a shorter trip than if I want to go to Canarsie. It's kind of arbitrary to chop the city up into 5 boroughs for Accessoride purposes. If you would expand taxi reimbursement, it would allow a lot of people to go to work, and then people with disabilities won't be stuck in their homes. They'll be able to pay taxes because we want to. I mean, that's where we're at. Thanks for your time. I hope we can get this fixed.
Thank you. Our next speaker is David Kupferberg, followed by Charlton D'Souza.
David Kupferberg, Vice President of Bus Advocacy, Passengers United. At the MTA NYCT/Bus Committee meeting on Monday, September 18, 2023, I said that the subway service enhancements this year and next year are a farce. In fact, these enhancements, except for the B train and G train enhancements, would allow a significant amount of subway service to be restored to pre-June 2010 budget crisis levels. I also implied that the Bronx bus network redesign did not make service better because it did not significantly decrease passenger travel time. For this situation, I should either admit I was wrong and apologize or double down. I'm doing the latter. I retire my critique of the BXPNR. Did the Bronx bus network redesign make service better? As that fares were raised and subway service is being enhanced, so should bus service, especially in the Bronx. What I am proposing closes service gaps, expands service to transit deserts, and do both without negatively impacting the core network. Please take me seriously and read it with an open mind. For the Riverdale and Boston Avenue and Boston Road corridors, I wish for New York City Transit and Westchester County Beeline to be on the same page regarding each of their redesign efforts. I think there is room for compromise. Institutional issues could be resolved. In my capacity as VP of Bus Advocacy, I wish to help facilitate this process. Because when there is consensus and compromise, everybody wins. Please reply to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Charlton D'Souza, followed by Andy Pollock.
Good afternoon, everyone. Charlton D'Souza, President of Passengers United. So a few weeks ago, about 5 weeks ago, I was at the 28th Street subway station overnight, and we were there doing a patrol with the member, and we were out there, and I was with the reporter. And what did we see? We saw an EDP who was throwing a chair. He had the service gate open. He was being very disruptive. We called the police so we could get him to a hospital. What did the police do? They told him to leave the station, and that was it. An ambulance came, but the cops did not, suggest that he go to the hospital. They just asked him, "Do you want to go to the hospital?" He said no. And this was an EDP with no shirt on in the pouring rain in the cold. So what is the plan for the homeless this winter? We've had a lot of incidents. There was a pushing incident at 5th Avenue, 53rd Street the other day. What is the plan? Where are these SOS outreach workers that are supposed to be in the subway system, patrolling and helping the homeless, helping the emotionally disturbed people? Right now, there's no caseworkers, no highly trained psychologists to be found in the subway system. So that's a lie, because we're out there overnight riding the trains. We don't see them. So it's unacceptable. And this is why I'm calling on Mayor Eric Adams, Governor Kathy Hochul. You need to keep your promise, and you need to help the homeless and the emotionally disturbed in the subway. We have all this money to help all the migrants that are coming into the country. What about our own homeless? What about our veterans? They need help in the subways. And sleeping in the system is not a plan to keep warm. There has to be drop-in facilities, places where you can take a shower and get food. And who's holding the Bowery Residents Committee accountable at the MTA? They have $1 million contract. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Andy Pollock, who will be followed by Catherine Fazio.
Good morning, Andy Pollock for the record, Passengers United. So let's get right into the 7 train. What happened this morning was completely unacceptable. The fact that the work that was planned this weekend went well into this morning's commute was disastrous. I've heard from people on X this morning that the platforms at the Queensboro Plaza and the Jackson Heights Roosevelt Avenue stations were completely overwhelmed with confusion, chaos, and let's just say a lot of cuss words were said. So I'm telling you, from now on, whenever there is planned work, there needs to be a disclaimer that says, please note, work may linger into Monday morning. All right, so that needs to be addressed. Next issue is Queens Village Bus Depot. What is going on with the Q88? Why are the buses being bunched together on school trips? There's supposed to be a 10-minute gap in service. I see a bunch of Q46 buses and Q27 buses completely bunched together, especially when I commute from Long Island Jewish on Tuesdays. So this needs to change. And I also want to mention on October 9th, when I was coming back from Long Island, I was supposed to take the 3:09 p.m. Q88 trip. I was literally telling the driver, why doesn't College Point Bus Depot share this route? Because Q76 is shared with Queensville. So it's time that College Point Bus Depot steps it up and maybe handles the additional Q88 trips. Because I see way too many Q76 trips heading north on school days. So that's all I'm going to say for this month. Thank you for letting me speak today, Kate, and I hope to speak again next month.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Catherine Fazio, followed by Constance Lesold, then Jean Ryan.
Hello, my name is Catherine Fazio. I'm a poet, and I represented the USA at the Fifth World Congress of Poets. I'm also a mental health advocate. I've graduated with that. It's almost a year that I had met John McCarthy, I believe his name, and after I spoke, he came up to me and gave me his card because he liked what I said. Since then, it is a long time. He connected me with somebody by the name of Daniel Randall in Community so that I could tell him how I believed you could save money, and this program that we have that helps keep people safe with people like me who have a disability. I had a brain aneurysm and other things that happened to me, and I don't want anybody to be unsafe. And the on-demand program was absolutely excellent. And if you want to work, and like this gentleman was saying with the taxis, we want to be in the community. I know you'll do the right thing. You want to keep us safe. Maybe there are blind spots, but I have seen blind spots. Even up until the last meeting I had at the Brooklyn Library with my council person, that Andy was there from the community affairs. I've been waiting. I asked to speak privately with them because when you see something and you want to say something, you want to know you're saying something to someone who doesn't want you to say what's wrong, because quite frankly, you don't have control of your underground. And that is the bad news. The good news, thank you for all the police down there. I do appreciate that. But there is coding down there that's keeping everyone unsafe. And the last meeting that was here when that person was worried about hate crimes, we need to collectively do this. And together, I think we can. Thank you. You can call me or email me anytime.
Thank you. As a reminder, speakers need to address their remarks to the chair and not make personal, impertinent, insulting, or slanderous statements about members of the MTA board or staff or other members of the public. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Constance Lesold, followed by Jean Ryan, then Bruce Hain.
My name is Constance Lesold. I am a recent client of the Access Ride program, and I am about to miss my Access Ride. I don't know what will happen. Most of the time, I'm out half an hour ahead of time waiting, and I have waited for an hour, and I have missed trains to Virginia twice. But I am grateful for the program still. I just think we can improve it. I prefer going on the bus, and if you restore the bus that goes over the Brooklyn Bridge, used to have, I think it was the B-51, I would be able to come that way, and I much prefer the bus. As far as the buses are concerned, we need more of them. I have spoken before about restoring the B-71, going from Red Hook and the waterfront all the way across Park Slope and Crown Heights to Weeksville. That's a culture bus. I hear that the head of the transit, the one that came from London, used to have culture buses and trains in London. We need it here. In Brooklyn, we don't get our share of government funding, and our cultural institutions would much benefit, all of them, and our churches and our schools, by restoring that bus. Thank you very much, and I hope I get on my Access Ride to go visit my friend who's in hospice.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jean Ryan, followed by Bruce Hain.
Yeah, you can hold it. I'm Jean Ryan. I'm president of Disabled in Action of Metropolitan New York, DIA for short. On October 1st, 2023 at 6:52 p.m., a Sunday night, I tried to take the X27 express bus at 13th Street and Broadway. The driver was nice, but he did not know how to operate the lift. I had to teach him. He volunteered that he had never before used the lift on an express bus, and he hadn't been trained before. I was incredulous. I said, not even at Zarega, where drivers are trained on buses? No, never. Then why was he driving an express bus at all? I taught him how to use the lift, and eventually I got on the bus. Maybe probably took about 20 minutes instead of 4. He did not know how to move the seats correctly for the wheelchair space, and I did not have enough room for my legs and feet, and the seats ahead of me kept moving and slamming into me. But, finally we got to Bay Ridge, to my stop at Bay Ridge Avenue and 3rd Avenue. There was no traffic, and the trip could not have taken more than 30 minutes. Some people got off the bus at my bus stop, but most stayed on to get to their stops down the line, but the driver could not get me off the bus at all. He did not know what to do. He called his dispatcher. The road crew was supposed to come, but we waited over an hour and no one came. By then, all the passengers had left and found other ways to get home. Finally, the fire department came. Again, some of the firefighters recognized me from March 9th, 2023, when they also had to rescue me from the X28 bus. I had not taken more than 7 express bus trips since that time because I never know what's going to happen. But why don't you send a road crew? I just don't get it, and my wheelchair is not safe being lifted off the bus. It's too dangerous to try to lift it off, and even the firefighters could get hurt.
Your remarks.
So it took me 2.5 hours to get from one bus stop to the other one instead of 30 minutes. That doesn't even make any sense.
Thank you.
But nothing ever happens. And the Alma Park Depot stinks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bruce Hain, followed by Alita Dupree.
Well, I don't usually speak at meetings of the MTA proper or the NYC Transit, but I have a gripe, and I think I can fill in the rest of it with another question or gripe. How come the trip planner doesn't work? I only use a Windows computer. I mean, it started when you changed over to the new website, and it just kept getting gradually worse and worse until the thing is unusable. And I know the exact names of the nomenclature they use to put Sutphin Boulevard square bracket F square bracket, So I don't see what the problem is. I mean, this is just like what other people are talking about. It's inexplicable. The MTA is flush with funds, right? For the first time in my life, you're all talking about how much money you got. So why can't you at least have the trip planner work? Okay, and now I've got another question. Why, if the customary way of doing it would be, if you're going to do track work in the tunnel, through the tunnel to nowhere that now goes somewhere, what is that, 63rd Street? Why don't you do one tube at a time? Because, the F always used to run on the E line, and so it's possible to make it work that way. But if you have one way in the direction that's emphasized during rush hour, you can speed up your service a little bit and have more trains, assuming you don't want to you don't want to run empty trains around. I don't quite know. But
Thank you.
It would be better to do it that way.
Please conclude. Thank you. The next speaker is Alita Dupree, followed by Monique Johnson. Alita, are you still with us?
Thank you. I was waiting for the unmute. Appreciate it. Chair Haidam Halsis and members. Alita Dupree for the record, she and her with Team Folds, representing the skirt with the folds. Excuse me, I'm not feeling too good today. I really enjoyed my time in person last month, both with you and out on the system and meeting some of you, and not just in boardroom, but also at the Courtesy Counts press conference in Grand Central Terminal, because you can never have enough Grand Central Terminal. And I generally feel safe on the system. It's not a perfect system. It is painful to acknowledge that things could happen, and I can never minimize that. But I found an antidote that if one is afraid of using the subway, the best antidote is to go out there and use the subway. I'm afraid of flying. I am profoundly afraid of flying. And I have flown over 60 times in 2 years. I'm still afraid of flying, and I get on airplanes. So I'm very appreciative to senior staff in helping us to build the best subway that we can. And I did get to use the M60 going to LaGuardia Airport from 125th. And so I got to ride that bus and go over the RFK Bridge and get some practice riding buses to and from the airport. And the work with Omni is important to continue. And yes, JFK AirTrain has Omni now, so this will make it easier. But I hope to see you again and spend some more time on this system that holds to ideals that are legendary and stately that I've used since 1970, and to continue to put positive energy into the system. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Monique Johnson, followed by Jason Anthony.
Good morning. My name is Monique Johnson. And I know you say you don't want us to talk about nothing personal, but I do have something to talk about that is personal. When we had that flood, my daughter was stuck on the train from 7 o'clock a.m. to 3 o'clock p.m. Then when y'all found alternate bus routes for them to take, they was fighting so bad, she didn't want to fight for a seat to get on the bus. So I asked, when things like that, even though we don't know what Mother Nature might bring us, be prepared to have somebody there to escort them people to get on the bus so there won't be no fighting, because everybody was frustrated and angry. Then I want to talk about accessoride. Plenty of time I call accessoride, and the driver come either early or say that he came, and I don't get my ride that day, but then they have nerves to ask me, do you still want the return ride? How would I still want a return ride if I can't even get to my destination? Second thing, I always talk to y'all about CUC, which is communication, unity, and community. Without that, we're never going to solve everything that's going on if we all try to live in our feelings or try to out-top one another. We should come together and solve these things. Because without your community and your unity and your communication, we have nothing. We will be nothing. We will not get nowhere. That's why we are still here every month preaching and asking for y'all to listen to us. Stop standing behind your lawyers and hear your community. Communication, unity, and community works together every time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Jason Anthony, followed by Cassie Rafusi.
Good morning, Haida, Reg, Demetrius, Frank, Chris, Q, Shanifa over there, and Chief Kemper, of course. Jason Anthony once again. This time, I got affected by the 7 train meltdown this morning, just like Lisa Daglian did. But instead, I couldn't go to class this morning. But anyways, let's talk about a little bit about stress of hell. Why I call it accessorized stress of hell? Because having people waiting 3 hours for a ride to go home, that's no bueno. That's no good. And Rich, we should consider another alternative for the weekend service change that is planned for the weekend before Thanksgiving, because if the meltdown that happened this morning on the 7th could occur that weekend, we should put an alternative that those that use the 7 train on the early morning rush, like Lisa and I, we could get to our destinations with let's say a little bit delay, but having additional shuttle buses to support that alternative. And I would love to see the reports about hate crimes, because since that lately we have been having incidents regarding all types. And lastly, we could love to enjoy Subway Day. That's this Friday, October 27th. So I'll see you later.
Thank you. The next speaker is Cassie Rafusi, followed by Ruth Lowenkron.
Good morning, Commissioner Mahaltis, President Davey, and New York City Transit and Bus Committee members. My name is Cassie Rafushi, and I'm a member of Passengers United. I would like to address a situation which took place on Saturday, October 21st. My friends were not able to get off their Sim 1C bus coming from the Ellingtonville Transit Center on Staten Island due to vehicles blocking the bus stop and also construction. So they had to be dropped off on 6th Avenue and West 15th Street in the middle of the street, which was extremely dangerous. Also, I would really appreciate if this express bus stop located at 6th Avenue and West 14th Street in Manhattan, if any board members or if you, President Davey, can come to this express bus stop in person to see what is happening. This is an ongoing issue and it needs to be addressed immediately. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ruth Lowenkron, followed by Michael Cohen.
Good morning, Ruth Lowenkron, Director of the Disability Justice Program at New York Lawyers for the Public Interest. We are members of the Accessoride Reform Group. I, too, have come here on a regular basis to talk about Accessoride. We pride ourselves on the fact that when Accessoride Reform Group, or ARG, started out, we pushed the MTA to put together its first pilot. It was a wonderful coordination of efforts, and those of you who have been around for a while know that we came out in force regularly to talk about how wonderful Phase 1, now known as Phase 1 of the pilot, was. It was life-altering. Those were actual words that people used on a regular basis. So what went wrong? Why are we changing a life-altering, wonderful program into a program where we're once again all complaining? And what I'd like to really point out, I'd like to bring back what our first speaker talked about, the fact that if you are concerned about costs, and I know you are, you do need to recognize that every Accessoride on-demand ride costs far less than half the amount of the other rides. So what is happening? You are saying, well, people like it and are taking more rides, and therefore we're going to cut back on the program. You don't do that elsewhere, and you shouldn't do it here. And what's really important to note is that the Phase 2 pilot, just like the Phase 1 in some regards, is wholly unscientific. So the first program, you took people who were repeat users, active users, and didn't have a wealth of different people, so you really couldn't test what usage was. You've corrected that on Phase 2, many points. You've also added to Phase 2 many more points. But what else have you done? You have done all kinds of horrific things. So just from the mere perspective of a scientific experiment, y'all are failing.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Michael Cohen, and our final speaker will be Deborah Greif.
Hi, I'm Michael Cohen, and I'd like to say that the implementation of the Omni vending machines needs to be sped up. I want to know when the Omni vending machines are going to be working, because they need to make it more available, the Omni card. And I feel that like the bus service needs to be more frequent, and it needs to be offered with all door boarding on all the buses, not just the select. Like have like front and back door boarding on all routes. And also I think that there needs to be an expansion of the bus service to cover more parts of New York City. And I think that there needs to be extended hours for some of the bus routes. And there needs to be, I think it'd be great if the schedules could be kept at the bus stops, because I hear that's proposed to be eliminated. And I think it's important to have both the schedule and the bus time app, so that you can use both to find out when the bus is expected to come and how long it will take until the bus actually arrives. Because I know that's not the best use. I know that will cut back on a lot of paper and a lot of printing, but I think it's important to keep the information available so that bus riders know when to expect the bus, and will know like how frequently the bus service runs, and have an idea on like what days the bus is running and what time on the schedule. And I think it's important to keep guided ride as well.
Thank you. Today's final speaker will be Deborah Greif.
Good morning, everyone. It's good to see you, Q, Chris P, and Rich, and everyone. First, I'm going to do my first complaint, and then I'm going to do complimenting. My big complaint is I am sick and tired of cars that like to park in the bus stops. Yes, I know it's a DOT issue, but it's frustrating for the bus drivers, too. They've actually had to do they would come in and curve to get me on, and the car's upset because they're blocking him. Well, too bad. You weren't supposed to be there. He has to get me on safely, because I'm not going to lift my walker, because you see I'm wearing a brace. I have tendinitis, so it's much harder for me to tip and lift. So the drivers have been very cooperative, most of them, to make sure I can get on. But honestly, I like when they take pictures. We take pictures, and we've sent it for them to get ticketed. So that's the bad part. The good part is I do appreciate all the bus drivers that have been lowering, giving me the ramp without asking me, why do I need the ramp? And I'm going to blame Alma Park, because they are, and I can tell that I think they put all the horrible drivers onto the express bus, because now we have new, younger bus drivers. So when I get on, no one asks me anymore, why do I want the ramp, which I appreciate. I also do feel bad for the accessory drivers in the bus, and I'll tell you why. We're driving, and we're allowed to go on the bus lane. And yet we have these little scooters that nearly cut us off, and more than twice, we've almost had an accident. So I know that we can't do much, but we need to work with the DOT and the police. They need to be ticketed and removed, because I am tired. The accessory drivers are also tired, because instead we almost would have been not showing up to where we had to. We would have been probably in an accident where one of us had to go to the hospital. Thank you.
Madam Chair, this concludes the public comment session.
Thank you. I'd like to thank all our public speakers. We'll now move on. I now would like to make a motion to approve the minutes for the September 2023 meetings. Second? All those in favor? Aye. Against? Motion carried. Okay. Rich, let's move on with the work plan. Are there any changes?
Yes, the 2024 preliminary budgets for New York City Transit, Staten Island Railway, and the MTA bus will not be presented this month, I believe next month.
Okay, great. You want to start us off with your president's report?
Yeah, thank you. Pull up a brief PowerPoint. So good afternoon, everyone. I think the clock has now struck 12. Since gathering in September, we have been busy at New York City Transit, working hard to deliver our faster, cleaner, and safer service to millions of our daily customers. We've also seen firsthand the remarkable resilience of the entire transit team when, on September 29th, our city experienced biblical rainfall from Tropical Storm Ophelia. In some parts of Brooklyn, over 8 inches of rain fell in a matter of hours while water rushed into our subway system. Over the course of that day, 11 subway lines were either fully or partially suspended. What we saw in response to the storm was just an outstanding response from this team. From customer service agents supporting our riders in their new role out of the booths, to our team at buses, which kept our city moving by maintaining full service above ground, New York City Transit kept going and still carried millions of customers on that Friday. Equally exceptional was the response of the Department of Subways to restore service. From the minute the first train fell, our team was ready to respond, and they worked tirelessly to bring back full service on virtually all subway lines by that Friday evening, with the final 2 lines fully restored early Saturday morning. A heroic effort from our subway workforce, our entire workforce, as always. We also had an opportunity this month to celebrate our workforce. You heard about last month our commitment to improving the employee experience at New York City Transit, and this month we were able to celebrate and thank our employees at both the Department of Buses and Subways. Let me describe each of these pictures for you. First, our bus rodeo returned after a 6-year hiatus, and even on a rainy weekend, nearly 100 bus operators participated at Orchard Beach to show up their skills, both as operators and as maintenance crews. We look forward to cheering on our winners as we send them to, I believe, Portland, Oregon this spring to compete in the National APTA Tournament, where I expect they will all bring home the gold. And a couple weeks ago, Demetrius and the Subways team hosted their first ever, or certainly in recent memory, Family Day at Coney Island. Signups reached capacity with just under 1,000 employees, again on a very rainy weekend. Sadly, I think a running theme for us here in New York City the last couple months. But over 1,000 friends, family, and employees showed up for an incredible day of fun and fellowship. I do want to thank the organizers and Demetrius and his team for bringing out the best of our Subways team. As you can see here, I think Demetrius and Chair Lieber with some of our work train folks who use our museum trains. Juxtaposed to this, by the way, was an open gangway car. So we had our oldest and our newest in our fleet for kids and families to enjoy. This month, we also debuted 2 new vehicles at Transit. First, we showed off the future of our Accessoride fleet with the first of 15 new E350 vehicles. These are new vans equipped with the Q strain, I think named after Q, system to improve safety and comfort for our customers in wheelchairs. Congratulations to Chris and the entire Paratransit team for this milestone. And on Staten Island, which is sometimes I've been told people believe it's the forgotten borough, but we proclaimed it the remembered borough last week at New York City Transit when we unveiled our next phase of the R211 deployment. The first 5-car R211S trains made the trip across the Narrows to newly rebuilt Clifton Yard, where we'll enter service in the coming months, replacing the R44 cars that were introduced during the Nixon administration. If you don't understand that reference, I'm happy to have a history lesson after. But we're excited to deliver new cars to Staten Island for the first time in 50 years. And, at the Department of Buses, we continue to make progress on our zero-emission commitment. Last month, Frank Anacaro participated in announcing the first partnership with the New York Power Authority for our charging infrastructure. We often talk about buying buses, but where are we plugging them in? It's an extraordinary investment that we're making in the infrastructure at our bus depots. So we there installed and deployed our first overhead and cable dispensers in 5 bus locations. It's a critical element on our ambitious journey towards sustainability and environmental responsibility, as these will be the lifeline, if you will, of the 60 zero-emission buses arriving next year. Department of Buses is also leading the way toward a cleaner and more sustainable future by contributing to a world where future generations can breathe cleaner air and healthier environment. We also know in the past few years it's been difficult for the bus manufacturing industry in the United States. With the recent news that Nova Bus will be ending its U.S. operations in 2025 and the bankruptcy declaration by Proterra recently, MTA has been considering ways we can ensure that the bus industry remains both healthy and competitive. The Department of Buses and members of the MTA Procurement department are looking at pre-qualifying new experienced companies to compete for future business with us. Department of Subways and Procurement are also part of a national working group to see if we can streamline bus procurements and develop more national standards so that the specifications aren't so different from agency to agency to agency. Frank and Danny Cardoza are leading that, and I appreciate their work. And Chair Lieber asked me to represent MTA on a recently announced National Bus Task Force working with Chicago Transit President Dorval Carter to address the needs for more bus manufacturers in the United States. It's something we're very focused on to ensure that we will meet our commitment by having a zero-emission fleet by 2040. I'll turn it over to Demetrius in just a minute to present our efforts to improve cleanliness in the subway system. Obviously, faster, cleaners. Well, started out as a normal day. No problem. I mean, that sounded more interesting, David. I'm happy to know. For our Faster, Cleaner, Safer program. As you'll hear from Demetrius, is an agency-wide commitment to improve our customer experience with new initiatives underway in subways to provide a clean journey both in our stations and on our concourse. I do want to mention one thing and then address the 7 train issue that's come up, and then we'll turn it over to Demetrius. You know, earlier this month, we celebrated a major milestone of our station renovation program at Junction Boulevard in Queens, where we unveiled our 50th station enhancement in this initiative. It's been nothing short of a great success, and I'm deeply appreciative of all the hard work that our crews are doing on weekends and night, usually very unheralded work that we don't see. But very appreciative of the work that they're doing. As I said, lastly, I want to address the 7 train issue. You know, I think we put out some information earlier which suggested that it was a GO that went late or somehow we didn't plan the work appropriately. Not true. What occurred was there was a contractor doing work in the Steinway tube, putting conduits up in the tunnel. And at 4 a.m., we ran a test train to ensure that there were issues. And lo and behold, the conduits were installed inappropriately. The test train actually hit the conduits because they were a little too low. So inches turned into hours for many of our customers here. And as a 7 train rider, I got every alert because I'm signed up for those. So we will get to the bottom of this with our colleagues in C&D, but suffice to say, we do lots of work on the weekends, and we come back to rush hour service on Monday morning almost always without issues. In this case, that wasn't the case, so whether it was the contractor, whether it was design work, whether it was our construction manager, we will get to the bottom of it. I spoke to Jamie earlier, and we're committed to do that on behalf of our customers. But in this instance, this was not a plan. It was a faulty installation, and as I said, inches cost hours. So we'll get to the bottom of that. With that, Demetrius, I'll turn it over to you and maybe some others from the Subways team for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. As Rich mentioned this month, I'm going to provide an update on the incredible work that's being done by this Subways team to improve the cleanliness of the system, as well as the renovation program for both stations and employee facilities. Clean is one of the key pillars to our faster, cleaner, and safer plan to improve customer satisfaction. We know from the surveys that cleanliness is one of the most important attributes to our customers, and improving the customer environment is key to that. It leads to higher satisfaction and also promotes growing ridership. At the same time, we're focused on improving the employee environment to ensure our team feels valued. We can't do one without the other. Let's start by discussing some of the strategies that we've applied across all subways in improving our cleaning programs. First was increasing the staff by almost 1,000 new positions across stations and car cleaning. Most of the staffing replaced contractors that were used during the pandemic to bring this important function back fully under Subway's control. Our HR training and operations team have done an incredible job of bringing so many employees within such a short period of time. But this presented a unique opportunity for us. So many new employees presents the opportunity to change culture, to shift the culture of the organization. So in order to do so, we refreshed all of our training programs that cleaning personnel are required to take to reinforce the importance of cleaning and how to perform those tasks safely and efficiently. We've also established cleaning standard guides to be handed out to employees. The guide provides clear visuals to show our expectations, what we'd like to see, and what the end product should be when everything is said and done. The work programs themselves were redesigned to ensure cleaning tasks themselves are done at the optimal time. So we adjusted the times so that the place smells great. We recognize that when you do a heavy-duty cleaning and sanitize, it smells fantastic. We generally did that on the overnight tour. But if you can do that just before our peak load periods where customers are hitting the stations, you can have that much more impact. So we adjusted the current schedules to allow for that to be done prior to customers going to the location. The ratio of supervisors to cleaners has also been updated, so we have enough coverage to ensure that the frontline staff have the support, the tools, and the guidance that they need to do their job well. New systems allow for us to better manage equipment and employee availability, and we've also added employee recognition programs so cleaners know their work is valued and provide other employees something to aspire to. Now, specifically in stations, we've added over 300 cleaners and supervisors. These additional resources allow us to reduce the number of stations that each cleaner is responsible for, as well as new tasks like keeping our reopened public restrooms clean. We've also added new tasks, such as specialized cleaning forces to increase the frequency of power washing of stations and hard-to-clean areas like overheads and canopies, as well as challenging surfaces like glass. Now, our cleaning standards guide details a step-by-step process to clean each station component and clear guidance on what constitutes clean. Cleaners were trained both in the classroom and in actual stations on these standards. We also set up a buddy system when folks came out of class so coworkers could share tips of the trade as well as individual idiosyncrasies of each station. We also replaced our legacy floor scrubber machines with over 80 new ones that are more efficient and eliminate downtime. And for that as well, we established new training for the machines on how to get the best use of them. The teams have been testing new equipment and including new degreasers, deodorizers. We've all heard of how important from our customers, how important the smell of a station is to their happiness. So we're targeting that. We've also formed HIT teams responsible for overhead canopies and hard-to-reach areas, dedicated scrub routines for 293 stations with floor tiles, and track tile teams for the 262 walls at 119 stations that we have to tackle. Now, there's been substantial progress on improving elevator cleanliness, not just inside the cab itself, but also the shaftway and exterior glass that encloses the 227 of our elevators. So if you imagine for a second, while the interior glass of an elevator may be cleaned by a station cleaner, that's just the inside. The outside panel, if that pane is dirty, is going to appear as if the glass itself is still dirty. That's just the cab. Then there's the enclosure itself. If that glass is dirty on the inside and the outside, it's still going to seem dirty. So when our team set out to find a way to clean not just the inside and outside, I can't even express how appreciative I am for the team's efforts and trying to determine what the new cleaner. If you look at this photo, is a good example of how much effort, how much work these teams did to do this safely, to clean a elevator enclosure inside and outside safety. It's pretty much amazing. For our escalators, we're also experimenting on new tools like a step cleaning device in the video. I think it showed, but I will show it again if it plays. Okay, well, that video shows, you can see it, you saw it? All right, great. It showed the broom itself kicking up the dirt. Again, this is a pilot, shows an example of what the team is trying to come up with. There we go, look at that. I didn't even have to use my hands to do that. Isn't that amazing? This is a pilot that started just by the teams themselves coming up with this. New ingenuitive ways of trying to clean our steps. And we all recognize that for most moving parts, if the parts themselves, the moving parts themselves are clean, it's more likely that we'll have breakdowns with those type of issues. So, for our subway cars, we've also added 600 positions to clean cars at the terminals between trips. That allows us to create a larger team so we can reliably clean every car, whether it's 8, 10, or 11 car consists. Now, prior to the pandemic, a train that was soiled would have to be, if it was soiled right after the terminal, it would have to make a full round trip in order to make it back to its original terminal in order to be taken care of. Now, in most instances, we have a team doing the mopping, sanitizing, cleaning of seats, graffiti at one end, like a heavy-duty cleaning at one end, and at the opposite end, we have someone that's taking care of the light stuff, a smaller team that handles scraps, debris, and spills. So we're making sure that just because a train is in service doesn't mean that we can't address some of the concerns that, some of the cleanliness issues with a car that's in service. Now, organizationally, we've also separated our cleaning from our maintenance shops. To be frank, our management team, who handles the inspection and maintenance of our vehicles, that's done at our overhaul and maintenance shops, making sure that trains are mechanically ready to hit the road, shouldn't necessarily be the same individuals who are prioritizing cleaning at the terminals. The focus is different. So separating the two ensures that there is a prioritization of both. And similar to stations, we've updated our standards and training to ensure that cleaners and supervisors have clearly defined responsibilities and expectations. Now, notice the key element is not just what should be done to physically keep a train car clean, but what preparatory work needs to be done by a supervisor to make sure that employees have what they need to get the job done properly, and what's expected in overseeing the work for a supervisor. Now at this time, I'd like to turn it over to David Solomon. David Solomon is the Vice President of Facilities, has done a fantastic job in revamping our renovation program, and turn it over to David to talk about some of the work that we've been doing in our employee facilities and in stations.
Thank you, Demetrius. So this is a very exciting time for us in the Division of Facilities. Through various key initiatives such as renovation and employee facility refreshes, it provides us with a great opportunity to have a holistic approach to how we are maintaining our facilities. The goal of the Division of Facilities is simple: to increase customer satisfaction for both our internal and external stakeholders. Here you can see the posters that we are putting up at our stations and at our employee facilities to letting folks know that we are coming, to get folks really excited to know that, hey, change is coming. So first, let's talk about what goes into a renovation. First, it's really improvements at the station level, talking painting, tile replacement, concrete repair work, washing and relamping, lighting enhancements, replacement of stairway treads, plus that real personalized touch at each station, whether it's the canopy repair work at Canarsie Rockaway or complete stairway overhaul work at Junction Boulevard that we did. Then it's the back of the house space that really benefits our employee, that refresh of their facility work. Mobile Wash comes in and does a real deep cleaning. E&E comes in and does that glass cleaning and that polishing work, plus some preventive maintenance work. HVAC comes in, they do a preventive maintenance work, and then there's a lot of the behind-the-scenes work to that those critical comm rooms that you see. MOW comes in and does their signal work, track circuit work, conducts their relay tests, that infrastructure work that's behind the scenes but is also critical to our infrastructure. All this is done while really limiting that impact on the customer. Here we can see results of the renovation at Canal Street earlier in the year. You can see the before picture. You couldn't see even the sign from the station, the sign of the station from the street level. We went in, we upgraded the lights to LEDs, and now you can see it's a totally different environment, and it really leads to that new sense of safety and security for our customers. Over up in the Bronx at East 143rd Street, St. Mary's, our team went in and actually took out the entire section of wall tile and replaced it all together. At that one particular station, we replaced over 10,000 square feet of wall tile. Over here at DeKalb Avenue, you could see there we replaced the entire stairway. We replaced the wall tiles on each side. We replaced the stairway treads. We redid the safety painting. We replaced the new handrails. Over here, you can see at Fifth Avenue on the 7, we went in and, we really kind of looked at it holistically here. We saw where there's dark spots on the platform. We gave it a fresh coat of paint. We added additional lighting, and you kind of see here also how the light reflects off of the new paint. It really kind of gives it a new look on it altogether. Here at Broadway on the G, you can see that there was an active leak at the station, and we went in, we added a new French drain system to kind of capture the water as it's coming in to give it a new look altogether. And then 121st Street on the J, we're not just focusing on the platform or at the station level, but also things that are in the direct line of sight of the customer. We painted the right-of-way that had some graffiti on it to just look at the station in totality here. This slide here talks about renovation by the numbers. As you can see, since the inception of the program, really highlights the good work of the team here. Just to kind of put it in perspective, to help you visualize the accomplishments. Since the start of the program, we've painted about 2.7 million square feet of surfaces. That's the same square feet as the Empire State Building. That's a lot. Over 16,000 new light fixtures have been installed since. Next, I'd like to talk about improvements to our employee facilities. This is a key initiative that's near and dear to our hearts. As Demetrius mentioned last month, there are over 4,000 employee facilities located throughout our system. Through the support and leadership of Rich and Demetrius and our partners in Local 100, we made tremendous improvements to how we enhance the day-to-day work environment of our colleagues. Here you can see a few pictures of the work in progress we made throughout the system, breaking down walls and building new ones and upgrading lighting. Here we can see a picture of a recently renovated track facility we just celebrated last week at Tremont. We replaced the floor and ceiling tiles, installed new heating systems, updated cooling systems, refreshed bathrooms, replaced all the lighting fixtures with new LED, scraped and painted the walls, and installed new furniture. Here we can see the picture of a refreshed service delivery facility we completed earlier in the year. The floor and ceiling tiles were replaced, the facility was painted. We also grouted the walls to stop water penetration. It made such a huge difference to our team members and to the morale to come back to a well-kept facility. Here we see the improvements we made to the employee facilities. Since the start of the year, we laid out an ambitious goal of refreshing 100 employee facilities. The team stepped it up, and I'm happy to say that we've refreshed almost 90 facilities since the start of the year. And with your continued support, we'll look forward to keeping up the pace and refreshing 100 more next year. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. I have a question before, Andrew. So, are we done? We're not done? Okay. All right, a little more. Go ahead. Sorry.
I will be quick. So thank you, David. I can tell you that I personally am very excited by the work that gets done during the renovation. And the customers themselves are noticing, as you could see, some of the comments from our customers after the stations have been renovated. My personal favorite is tied to the lighting, where we specifically changed the fluorescent bulbs, which are like a soft white, a yellowish tinge, to a cool white temperature, with the intent of making customers feel safer, and also that extra brightness shows the efforts that we're putting in to keep the station clean. I think one thing that can't go without being said is the intentionality of these renovations, specifically looking at every station and saying, what does this station need? What can we do there to make it better? I mean, David touched on some of the lighting aspects of, this location, this specific spot in the station is dark. What lighting do I need to add in addition? It's not just about changing bulbs to do a little bit better than what we had, but it's about improving the station environment. And again, customers are noticing that. So, what's next? We believe we have the right recipe, though we're still tweaking some of the ingredients a bit. Based upon these successes, we plan to maintain the pace of 50 station renovations for next year, and also 100 employee facility rehabs per year. We're also continually researching new equipment, tools, new processes, and we're growing our quality assurance team to ensure that these improvements, the effort that we're putting in, we can consistently deliver upon our cleaning standards that have been established. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
So first, thank you both. And if I can just go back, Frank, Demetrius, and all the hardworking people of the MTA who kept the system running and then got it back to running on September 29th. Thank you. I know Demetrius was just on New York One constantly assuring everybody that the system would get back and running, but thank you. So this is great work, love it. But I just have a question. So I love the work that you're doing in the stations, but what happens at the base of the stations, right? Some of the stations, as you guys know, that I frequent in the Bronx, people come, take their little scooters, drop their cup of coffee, run upstairs. So at the foot of the station, there's all, garbage and stuff. Do we work with the local sanitation guys, or it's just me calling 311 and telling them, or me calling the sanitation guys and saying, can we clean up around the stations? I don't know what we're responsible for as opposed to what the city is responsible for. Because, you see that and you're trying to go up and you're like climbing all this stuff to climb up to the station, so.
So you're absolutely right. It is not necessarily the MTA's area. We do clean a certain number of feet outside of the staircases themselves. If we find that a condition is extremely bad, we will do it ourselves and then report it to sanitation or DOT. But I think some of the efforts that we've been doing, for example, we'll use the example of Pelham Bay Park, where we've met with our city partners from sanitation, from DOT, to talk about, okay, this is what we're going to do. We're going to put our effort in. We're going to change the lights. We're going to have our folks do maintenance and painting in this area. We'll remove the debris here, but we need your partnership in order to make this work. So I think it has to be continually throughout the system. As the team goes from location to location, the key part of identifying the areas that need to be targeted, it goes beyond just our work, but also extends to our partners as well.
So do you tell DOT and sanitation that, next station up is this one, or no? We don't coordinate like that?
No, I think we've been distributing that list of locations to our partners as well.
Okay, so it's getting up to them
Yes.
to do the work. All right, thank you. Andrew had a question, and then Midori.
Yeah, thank you, David and Demetrius, for this presentation. At what point in the repairing, renovating, cleaning, is signage and maps checked for accuracy? Is that this team, or is that a completely different team?
Thank you. So we do check the signage and maps. I'm going to say, Andrew, you're one of the best out there. So I'm not going to take that away from you. You will still find something even after we've looked it over. But I think that's the reality of the beast. It's a big system. We walk the system. Folks will definitely do a cursory look to make sure that everything is as it should be. But every now and then we do miss one or two. But thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both for the great presentation. Shows the kind of investment that you're making on the operating side, and I think and I really hope the employees value that, and I think they do. So thank you so much for that. On the cleaning, clearly you've made a huge investment in the number of cleaners, and I'm recollecting kind of in the days of COVID, there was a lot of talk about, oh, we're cleaning these trains like once every 24 hours or something like that. So do you have an estimate now of like how many times these trains get cleaned, over 24 hours, 48 hours, a week? I just want to get a sense, given that amount of investment that you're making.
I could certainly get the actual details for you, but our intent was to be able to replace what the contractors had in place. So the goal of contractors was to sanitize every car, at least once a day. And, to my recollection, the addition of the cleaners not only sanitizes, but also provides a cleaning element that we were not getting with the contractor. So I can get you the details, though.
Okay, again, thank you all for the hard work, and thank you, David, for helping get this, everything going and everything clean. Any other questions? If not, we're going to move on to Q.
Good afternoon. October is National Disability Employment Awareness Month, and we are very proud of all that the MTA is doing to support employment of people with disabilities. That means making our transit network more accessible so New Yorkers can get to jobs around the city, either riding our fully accessible bus networks, our paratransit services, which, by the way, we do have the largest in the world with about 30,000 trips per day, our subway system, which continues to be more accessible every month, or e-hail, which we've made accessible to 3 times the number of participants from phase 1. And of course, deepening our collaboration with our own HR departments to ensure that MTA continues to be an employer of choice for prospective employees of all backgrounds. Earlier this year, we launched a new paid internship program through the Partnership for Inclusive Internships, or PI, program developed by AHRC, supported by the New York State Office of Adult Career Center and Continuing Education, or Vocational Rehabilitation Access VR, and the New York State Commission for the Blind. This PI program matches young people with disabilities with opportunities for paid work to help build careers. We have already had a successful first group of interns here through the PI program, working in transit and across the MTA, and we are working to expand that program as the school year continues. When it comes to accessibility of the network itself, we continue to make historic progress. Last month, elevators and other accessibility improvements were completed at Hoyt Street on the 2-3 downtown in Brooklyn, on East 149th Street, on the 6th train in the South Bronx, and at New Dorp Station on the Staten Island Railways. No longer the forgotten borough. The Hoyt Street project, which includes new entrance service to the southbound platform, was completely funded and will be maintained by Macy's as part of their building's redevelopment there on that site. Another example of the MTA engaging the private sector to improve accessibility in our systems without requiring any MTA capital dollars. Lastly, a reminder that the MTA's Advisory Committee for Transit Accessibility, or ACTA, has open positions and is accepting applications until November 20th. This advisory committee meets quarterly and is an important forum for accessibility advocates to be in direct conversation with the MTA and my team about progress towards a fully accessible transit system, what more needs to be done to achieve our goals, and to ensure that we're hitting our mark. Those interested in joining ACTA should look out on our websites for these announcements and see how they can apply and reach out to my team for more information. Thank you.
Thank you, Q. Any questions for Q? Midori.
Hi, thank you so much for the update. So 30,000 trips a day, that's a lot of trips that you and Chris and folks are managing. But today we heard a lot about phase 2 in our public comment period. And I want to ask one, how is the MTA and how is your office defining success for phase 2? Just putting into context some of the concerns and some of the complaints that we've gotten in this public session.
I'm going to let Chris chime in, but before I do so, I have to say a couple of things, Commissioner Valdivia. Phase 1 was an irresponsible pilot. You heard from the public speakers. There were no parameters to define success to this number of people. And for those others who don't know about that project, 1,200 customers were selected to be active participants in phase one. 1,200 people out of the 160,000 participants in our paratransit network. So we're talking about less than 1% of riders were selected to be part of that program. We have now rolled out phase two with 3 times the number of participants, and we've added other parameters like payment incentives, which, by the way, we are completely under FTA's parameters to do so. The FTA allows us to charge a doubling of the base fare for paratransit system. That's something that we've chosen never to do here in New York City Transit and are standing by that. And e-hail, as we've heard, is not a requirement. This is something that we're doing, working with our customers to see how we can better improve transit offerings to our customers. This phase two is looking to see how customers are choosing to ride around our systems. We have a very accessible bus system. We have a subway system that's continuing to be more accessible every month. You heard in my updates how that's changing. And paratransit, which in our efforts to increase the number of e-hail participations, we have been hearing from customers that what they want is not necessarily e-hail, is a more responsive paratransit system, and Chris and his team are working tirelessly to do that. We're trying to learn how customers make those decisions between riding the bus, riding a subway, and paratransit. E-hail was meant to be for that spontaneous trip. It was never meant to be an alternative to mass transit. We are in the business of mass transit. We move 30,000, 5 million people a day, and that is our business. We are not in the for-hire vehicle business. Chris, would you like to add anything?
Sure. Thank you, Q. And Midori, thank you for the question. Actually, we're up to 33,000 trips a day now, so it's even higher. So with e-hail phase two, what we're looking to do is see with our customers how they're traveling on it. So one of our, a number of our success metrics include the utilization of phase two of our by our customers who were in phase one, but also the new customers. So we're looking to see, are they using the maximum amount of their rides? Where are they going in the city? And based on where they're going, we can infer a trip purpose as well. And we can also look using a survey to ask the quality of the service for customers, including are there enough trips? Is the dollar amount enough? Are they able to get to where they need to go? And so we'll be doing that survey over the next, we haven't started yet, but we will be doing that before the next check-in on that. And so we'll be able to get a good gauge of the benefits of our customers and also understand, you know, if a lot of, just for example, if a lot of our customers are pushing the limit of the amount that we have for the program, or if they're not traveling as far as they used to in phase one, or if our phase two customers, depending on how fast they're taking up the program, we can infer what needs to be done to adjust to make it work within our budgetary constraints.
Thank you. So I guess Q, agree to disagree on the use of the word irresponsible. But that being said, when it comes to thinking about phase two, I guess, and I think you both know this, we've had this discussion a few months ago. I'm just interested in learning more about these kind of two categories. You have high volume and high distance, I believe, and there are different caps for both. And so it feels like for the new folks who are on the program, in a way, there's almost like an arbitrary, like, because they have to choose, right? We don't choose for them. They choose which one. And
we choose.
Oh, the MTA chooses for a new customer which one, but how would you know which one would most benefit them? Wouldn't they know better based on their ridership trends or how they would be interested in using the pilot?
Yeah, so the reason why we have two different programs is we're trying to test two different approaches to e-hail phase two so we can learn. Well, like you said, one approach is the high volume, so it's more trips per month. The other one is long distance, so it's a higher dollar amount per month. And we're randomly placing a random set of customers into each program. That way we'll have a representative population in both programs and can accurately evaluate the cost and benefits based on that population in both programs. So the reason why phase one customers we were able to adjust because they we grandfathered them in. We want to make sure they have the right program they're in. In phase two, they haven't had the benefit before of e-hail. So either one of these is going to be a benefit, and we want to evaluate which one is performing better, if you will, by the metrics I mentioned earlier. And we'll be able to say whether it's a high volume or a high frequency, or high distance, or if there are attributes of both, maybe perhaps that we can combine in the future. Again, all of this is on the table to see what we want to learn.
Okay, and Q, I appreciate this notion of e-hail as kind of complementary to the other services that MTA provides in the paratransit umbrella of sorts. We also heard about the discussion around the taxi voucher kind of authorization program, and I was on the other side of that when I was at the Taxi and Limousine Commission. I guess I just want to dig in a little bit more on to what extent or to what extent do we expect mode shift? Because we are hearing that people either feel forced or feel like it's more advantageous to do the mode shift. And I just want to learn about that a little bit more. But I really appreciate both of you and all your work on this. So thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Q. We're going to move on to our safety report. Welcome, Chief.
Good afternoon. Before I start, Demetrius, you got my attention before. He said he created and established hit teams. I'm glad it's all about cleanliness, though. Good morning, Chair Mihaltis, President Davey, members of the board. Thank you for having me here today. You have before you the crime figures for the month of September, which shows the subway system experienced 175 index crimes for the month, which translates to a 12.5% reduction from last September, or 25 less index crimes. This reduction was driven mainly by a decrease in robberies and grand larcenies, 29.6% and 13.2% respectively. The September decline is in line with our year-to-date major crime picture. For the first 9 months of the year, January 1st through September 30th, overall major index crime in the subway system was down 5% versus 2022. This 5% reduction translates to 86 less crimes versus last year. Most notably, robberies are down year-to-date 12.7%, or 57 less robberies. Additionally, it should be known or noted that shooting incidents in the subway system are down 62.5% this year, with 3 recorded this year, versus 8 recorded last year for the same 9-month period. As I've repeatedly stated at this committee meeting and elsewhere, repeatedly, that although we are encouraged by these decreases, we certainly realize that we still have a lot of work to do. We recognize this, and we are committed. As I've noted in prior committee meetings, the NYPD Transit Bureau's engagement of individuals who participate in lawless behavior within the subway system has played and continues to play a key role in our overall crime reduction strategy. To that, enforcement efforts to address fare evasion, quality of life offenses, unsafe riding, disorderly behavior, and weapons possession, just to name a few, were up across the board in September, and is true for year-to-date also. These offenses weigh heavily on a rider's mind in relation to overall safety. Arrests are up year-to-date 57.4%. Tab summonses are up year-to-date 55%, including a 52% increase in fare evasion tab summonses, and illegal weapons possession arrests are up as well. This important work will continue. If I may, I'd like to take a moment to discuss the assault of a 30-year-old woman that occurred last Wednesday at the 53rd Street station in Manhattan. To say this assault was shocking and heinous is an understatement. To that, due to good Samaritan witnesses, video surveillance in the subway system, and good detective work, a perpetrator's identity was obtained within hours, and he was in police custody the very next day. To this young woman and her family, my prayers and well wishes are with you on your road to recovery, with all sincerity. Since we last saw each other in this boardroom, events in the Middle East have reverberated all the way back to New York City. In recent weeks, we've seen marches, gatherings, spirited debates, and clashes unfold right here at home. Just over a week ago, I stood along Chair Lieber and Chief Muller inside Grand Station Terminal to remind our riders that there is no specific, credible threat to this city or to our subway system. That remains the case today as I speak before you. As always, we remind New Yorkers and we remind our riders to always remain aware of your surroundings and remain vigilant. And if you see something, to say something. This concludes my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. And thank you for mentioning that horrible, horrible incident that happened last week. I was talking to President Davies this morning how we, our thoughts and prayers are with the young woman, and hopefully God will grant her on the right path. Any questions that we have for the chief? David?
Not the chief, actually. We can go on. It
Okay.
was getting back to something I had talked to Mr. Davey about in terms of barriers to be put on, the experiment with barriers. Critical stations.
Sure. So I think, this committee knows, the board knows, the idea of platform screen doors, predated my arrival here 18 months ago. C&D is be putting out an RFP to do that for 3 stations. Of course, that construction and award will take some time. Of course, it's also, I think, contingent upon congestion pricing, right? There's a lot of our capital program that requires that to be, to come to fruition. That said, we have piloted at a few locations barriers, literally sort of fencing within the middle of platforms. So if someone feels concerned, there's a barrier there that they could look at. We're looking at a couple of other, potentially some short term as well. In this instance, I mean, candidly unclear if a barrier would have helped. That's unclear. But we are, leaving no stone unturned when it comes to track intrusion and these other issues. So, again, as the chief said, it's just, your heart breaks for this instance, and thanks to the chief's team, they were able to get that perpetrator in custody within 24 hours, so that mayhem wasn't going to continue.
Neil?
Thank you for letting me barge into this meeting. I've been this board.
You're always welcome, Neil.
Thank you.
No
I've been this
barge.
board over 9 years. I've actually never come to the Transit Committee meeting. It's the only committee I've never been on. So,
Welcome.
It seems like a lovely committee. I may get a little emotional when I'm saying, Chief, what I'm about to say is not directed at you. It's just a general statement. So there was another incident that happened the previous weekend that was reported about a victim punched in the face in the 7 train corridor at Grand Central. And this person was punched in the face, and when, I don't know if it was a man or a woman, but when they inquired as to why they were punched, the answer was, you were Jewish. Now, we could say it's mental illness, probably is. There's a lot of that goes around when the economy is down, and you spend an enormous amount of time trying to solve this problem. But it's probably mental illness, but maybe not entirely. There's another cancer out there, a persistent cancer called anti-Semitism. We thought it was done after the Holocaust, but it's not. It's dormant, and it's come back. There's been a number of people talking about how what's happened in the Middle East is a second beginning of another Holocaust. Now, you can debate whether that term is appropriate even to use with a number in front of it, but I can tell you that anti-Semitism is here. It is persistent. It is back with a vengeance, and it is happening in protests, it's happening in texts, it's happening in words, and certainly in deeds that we see in our own little part of the world, but it is not only here. Now, I need to know that my home is safe, that those leaders we have my back, and I can't tell you how incredibly proud I was of Governor Hochul or Mayor Adams for going to Israel soon after this crisis. They flew into a war zone, ladies and gentlemen. They flew into a war zone. That wasn't just going and flying and doing a presso that they do someplace. They actually flew into Israel soon after this happened in Israel. And I thank them because I believe they have my back. Now, what's interesting is Joe Biden also obviously flew over there. And Joe Biden likes to tell this story these days. And if you heard this story, he tells about him meeting Golda Meir. He met Golda Meir a few weeks before the Yom Kippur War in '73. And he said to her, I mean, this is apocryphal, I assume it's true. He said, I'm worried about Israel, he said. And she goes, well, don't be worried. Well, he said, well, why shouldn't I be worried about Israel? And she said, well, we have as the chief seems to know it, we have a secret weapon. And he asked, what's your secret weapon? And the prime minister said, we have no place else to go. And that's kind of funny, kind of has an Ed Koch ring to it of his kind of humor. But I will tell you, I have someplace else to go. I will tell you that New York City is my Jerusalem, and I will tell you this state is my Israel. And I have been here 4 generations. I'll be damned if I let anti-Semitism push me from my Israel and my Jerusalem. So you keep protecting us. You keep making sure that when we see that threat that threat is addressed and attacked, because this is my home. All right, so thank you for that, Chief. Thank you for the diligence you guys are doing, but you need to be alert to it. We all need to be alert to it.
Andrew, before that, I just wanted to make a comment because what Neil said. So, Chief, we know the person who pushed the young woman had a history of mental illness, and we don't know what happened with this incident that Neil spoke about. But it reminded me, what are we doing as far as treating the mentally ill that are in our system? Have we made more progress? I hope. If you can just update us.
Neil, is that correct?
Yes.
I'm familiar with that incident. Unfortunately, that occurred last Saturday evening, Grand Central. Just to give you an update on that. Well, first of all, let me say this. There is zero tolerance in New York City for any sort of hate crimes or bias crimes. Matter of fact, New York City, the NYPD has its own dedicated hate crimes unit, which is fully staffed by detectives whose sole mission is to investigate any sort of bias-related or hate crime that occurs. The incident that was highlighted that you spoke of, the hate crimes unit has that. There's been, fortunately, her injuries were not severe. That case, they have identified a perpetrator. And as I'm sitting here right now, I'm confident that in the very near future, I've said this before, in the very near future there will be an arrest. Our warrant squad is currently looking for that individual. Just in relation to, Chair, your question about mental health. So the NYPD, every day, we're working in close partnership with other city agency partners, as part of many different initiatives. We have a subway safety task, and a lot of this was born from the subway safety plan back in February of 2022. We have our own subway safety task force, which is staffed by NYPD Transit Bureau police officers and supervisors. We have an end-of-line operations. We have, we go out with clinicians, whether DHS, DOHMH, BRC, and this is a 7-day-a-week, round-the-clock process, these initiatives. And, we've had, I'll go back to, a 12-month period. I have some data in front of me, Chair. I wasn't expecting this question, but, over just the initiative people, or just the initiatives, over 71,000 contacts with individuals in the subway system in the last 12 months. Just under or over, if you want to say, 19,000 have accepted shelter, whether that's temporary or permanent, but over 19,000 actually accepted at the time of offer through these initiatives. As far as taken to the hospital, north of 750 individuals are taken to the hospital. Now, that's for medical and psych reasons, or any other reason that would necessitate a trip to the hospital. But, when focusing solely on mental health, just this initiative, this partnership with our other city agencies, whether it's 958 or 941 removals, just about 90 individuals were taken for mental health reasons. So I think, Chair, what I'm trying to say is there are initiatives that have been active, that are active, and will continue.
I appreciate that, Chief. And I was just thinking of it. That's why I didn't want you to think that I sprung this question on you.
Fair
But
question.
I appreciate all the great work that you guys, that the NYPD has done and continues to do to keep our system safe. And thank you again. Andrew?
Yeah, thanks for coming, Chief, and for all the great work you and your folks are doing. the lady who was attacked at Lexington and 53rd, it was very clear that the perpetrator jumped the turnstile. We have video of that. Most of the folks attacking people are not paying their fare. That's pretty clear. Not everybody who beats the fare is about to attack people, but those that do, it's pretty clear, have not paid their fare. So I'm wondering where we are with the extension of the turnstile arms to prevent backcocking, with the 30-second delay on the slam gates to prevent people flowing in that way. I'm just wondering where we are with these methods so we can secure our system for our riding public.
Sure. So we can maybe give a more fulsome update at maybe the next committee meeting, Andrew. But suffice to say that Demetrius and team have moved forward with the anti-backcocking initiative, I should say. Dee, how many stations have we done? We're not going to name them, but do you know off the top of your head, or how many? It was a couple hundred turnstiles the last I checked. That was about a week ago, but they continue to make progress. So we'll get the exact details for you, but that continues. I think some of the designs that were contemplated during the Blue Ribbon Commission, the fins, the tubes, for example, we're very close to having a final design, but we're working with our partners in C&D. We actually just met last week to look at where we are. The gate delay, will require, I think, a variance from fire department, so that's being worked on as well. And we're looking at a few other, opportunities. We continue to deploy the unarmed guards. I think they're at almost 40 stations now, and that has been successful when it comes to fare evasion. There are also another set of eyes and ears, for the chief and his team. If they see something, they're reaching out to NYPD as well. So we have a lot in flight to address the, the fare evasion question on subways, for sure. And as you know, we continue to install or update our cameras on subway cars. That is, underway as well. So I've, often made the joke, but it is true. We have more cameras in a, Las Vegas casino in New York City Transit. We do. If you do something, we're getting that photo of that gentleman down there. He's giving it to his officers and detectives, and they're locking people up. They just are. So, arrests are up. I won't repeat the chief's impressive statistics, but, I think our impressive camera system is allowing us to grab, these perpetrators.
On that point, and Chief or Rich, the information we get from our cameras is that if this perpetrator, in fact, was caught at Newark Penn Station. So we are sharing our video with other police forces and other transit systems, I assume?
So I'll speak about this case. We were extremely transparent from the first, literally minutes after this, when we realized that the individual responsible was captured on video. Images were created and they were disseminated, yes. We released it to the media. So, we weren't shy, and truth be told, how this came together was somebody that watched the news report in New Jersey and said, hey, that looks like the guy, and notified the Newark Police Department who confirmed that. So we're extremely transparent with the video, and we certainly share it.
Again, thank you, Chief. Anything else for the Chief? If not, thank you, and we look forward to seeing you again next month. We're going to move on to Lou.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. The New York City Transit procurement package includes one item this month. This item is the award of a purchase contract to Prevost Car Inc. U.S. for the purchase of 250 over-the-road diesel express buses with an option for an additional 131 buses for a total of 381 buses. This also includes spare parts, special tools and equipment, and technical documentation and training. These buses will replace existing aging buses operating out of MTA Bus Company depots in the Bronx and Queens that have reached the end of their 12-year useful life. At this time, Prevost is the authority's only qualified source for over-the-road diesel buses. Additionally, in November 2022, a sole source notification was publicly advertised for this procurement, to which no other firm responded, indicating that it could provide the requirements as advertised. Delivery of the base buses is anticipated to begin in April 2025, and be completed by August 2026. If exercised based on funding availability, the option buses will be delivered between August 2026 and March 2027. The option to purchase additional buses must be exercised on or before December 31st, 2025. The final estimated amount for this award is $214 million for the base buses and an additional $111.7 million for the options, resulting in a total of $325.8 million. I submit this procurement for board approval.
And Lou, you don't think anyone else responded because, like Rich said before, there's not many bus companies out there, never mind diesel bus companies that...
I'm sorry, we know specifically who the manufacturers of this type of over-the-road buses are, and the two companies that comply, it's this company, Prevost, and the other is MCI. MCI is discontinuing a model that we've bought for many, many years. They're developing a new structure which will test to qualify, but at this time they could not compete in this. Now, we're also working with other companies for the future to identify other manufacturers, so we always have a base of competition.
Great.
But this is a need for which there's only one manufacturer at this time.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Lou? If not, I'd like to entertain a motion to accept the procurement. Frankie, second. Lisa, all those in favor? Aye, against? Motion carried. Procurement is done. Now I need a motion to adjourn. Motion. Second? Okay. All those in favor? Aye. Thank you, everyone.
I think if there are no customer service ambassadors, there would be lots and lots of people taking the wrong train.
A customer service ambassador is a frontline contact providing fast-changing, accurate information, especially during service disruptions.
We're here to direct you, assist you, and be patient as well.
The qualities that make a good customer service ambassador are patience, communication, following instructions, and just pretty much being a people person.
Getting lost in New York it's really easy. That's what we're here for, to help them. So every day, I show people how to use the phone. We have this app called Train Time, and it tells you the time everything comes, schedule changes, tells you advanced scheduling as well in case you need to come in a week.
My most memorable day at work, we had an elderly woman come off of the airport. We assisted her to getting to her family, which was in another town. She had never been to New York before. She was completely lost. She thanked us several times, and I was able to help this woman get to her family. That's the motivation. Just helping people in general is seeing their face.
I like to help people a lot. You know, seeing people happy and getting to their place.
It makes me feel really happy, especially that I know they're getting to their destination safely. We serve with pride.
Hi, my name is Ryan Motley. I'm a stock worker here at East New York Depot. I've been with MTA Bus for 1 year, 4 months. As a stock worker, typical day in the job is issue parts to the maintenance facility. I process transactions. I do express issues, inter-unit transfers. I also help restock parts or receive parts from different manufacturers, give them their respective locations. We do cycle counts to find any discrepancies within our
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to call the meeting of the Audit Committee to order, please. Michelle, are there any public speakers?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have one member of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that the public speaker adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our public speaker that in the interest of time and fairness to all, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. Our only public speaker will be Charlton D'Souza.
Good afternoon, everyone. Charlton D'Souza, President of Passengers United. And what I wanted to know with the Audit Committee is how come the Bowery Residents Committee has never been audited by the MTA? And how come there's no, the social service providers that provide outreach to the homeless and the emotionally disturbed people in the subway, how come they've never been brought into an MTA board meeting or committee meeting to discuss what they're doing, what the outreach is? The only way that the statistics that you guys are getting about homeless intervention is from the police department. And I want to know why even the Department of Homeless Services under the City of New York and even the state agencies are not being called into the MTA. And so I think that has to improve, because everything is being put on the police in terms of homeless outreach in the subway. But I feel like, we have to hold the shelter and we have to hold the outreach providers and the nonprofits accountable, because the MT is giving them millions of dollars to provide outreach to the homeless. So I feel that the nonprofit directors have to be brought in and held accountable as to what their services they're providing, what are the, services and the placements and things like that. So again, I look forward to the MT board and the chairman and the president of New York City Transit and the president of the railroad, as well as Metro North, following up on this, as well as the board. Thank you.
Thank you. This concludes our public speakers.
Thank you, speakers. Next, we have the approval of the minutes for the July 17th meeting. May I have a motion?
So moved.
A second, please. Second. Thank you, and a vote.
Yes.
Aye. The minutes are approved. Michelle, are there any changes to the work plan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is the fourth and final audit committee for 2023, and there are no changes to the work plan. The proposed 2024 work plan is included in the committee materials for information purposes, and any proposed changes will be presented for approval at the January meeting.
Thank you. Jill Strohmeyer from Deloitte is here to present the results of the review of the MTA consolidated financial statements for the second quarter of 2023.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Deloitte is in the process of completing our quarterly review procedures for the MTA's consolidated interim financial statements for the 6-month period ended June 30th, 2023. A review consists primarily of inquiries of management and analytical procedures, so it is less in scope than an audit would be. Our objective of a review is to express an opinion on the quarterly financial statements. Based on our reviews at this time, we are not aware of any material modifications that need to be made to the interim financial statements for them to be in accordance with GAAP. And I'll take any questions that you may have regarding the review of the second quarter financials.
Are there any questions? Yes?
Is there a management letter that comes with this quarterly review?
No, not during the quarterly reviews. There's no formal management comment letter. However, if there was a significant deficiency or material weakness that we did identify during the quarterly work, we would in fact communicate that to you today, but we have none.
Okay. You're welcome. Any other questions? Okay, then may I have a motion to accept the second quarter 2023 MTA consolidated financial statements? So moved. A second, please. Okay, and a vote.
I never felt so necessary.
Very necessary. I need a vote too. Okay, the statements are accepted. Now, for the appointment of the external auditors, this is the second year of this external audit contract between MTA and Deloitte that was awarded in October 2022. As part of the annual reappointment process, the committee requires the auditor to present to the committee the results of the most recent inspection of the firm that was conducted by the PCAOB, or the Public Company Accounting Oversight Board. We have a copy of the 2021 report that was issued September 2022. And Jill, will you please briefly explain the contents?
Sure. So Deloitte's latest PCAOB report is on page 148 of your materials. And due to the fact that Deloitte is registered with the PCAOB and performs audits of publicly traded companies each year, the PCAOB is required to inspect the audit working papers prepared by Deloitte for selected audits. The PCAOB reviews the work papers to determine whether Deloitte has followed the appropriate auditing standards, the PCAOB rules, as well as internal Deloitte policies and procedures. During the 2021 inspection cycle, which is the last cycle, 54 public issuers were reviewed, 54 audit clients of Deloitte were reviewed by the PCAOB, and 7 of those audits were given comments. A total of 11 comments were received across those 7 engagements. Out of the 11 comments, 7 related to audit of internal control over financial reporting that is integrated with an audit of financial statements. This is the case when an auditor is required to issue a report on internal controls. The 7 comments related to this type of audit report. Most private company audits, for which the MTA is a private company audit, you're not considered an integrated audit. We do not issue a separate report on your internal controls. This is really relevant to our public company audit clients. The other 4 comments relate to matters such as audit evidence obtained, the auditor's response to risk assessment, going concern, and overall evaluation of the audits. I want to just let you know that none of the 7 audit engagements that received comments had incorrect audit opinions. This is really about the audit evidence obtained and documented in the audit file, but the audit opinions were correct as issued. Finally, just want to compare to last year. There were the overall comments between 21 and 2020 were relatively consistent. This year, 11 comments over 7 audits. Last year, the 2021 inspection results, there were 10 comments over 2 audits. So it's 11 comments in total versus 10. It just happens to span more audit engagements than in prior years. I will emphasize that Deloitte is committed to audit quality. There are a number of things that Deloitte is doing around transformation, fostering the development of our people, training, to, again, evidence our commitment to high quality audits. I also want to just bring to your attention the peer review. So we go through a peer review process every 3 years. Our peer reviewer is Grant Thornton. Grant Thornton reviews private company audits for which Deloitte performs, so not publicly traded companies. The latest peer review report, which is available right now, is our 2020 report. That report from Grant Thornton gave Deloitte the highest possible rating of a pass. Our 2023 peer review report should be available by the end of 2023, so in the next couple of months. I will let the committee know that one of my engagements, not the MTA engagement, but one of my engagements was in fact selected by Grant Thornton for inspection, and I did receive a satisfactory result, a compliant audit. And then also my engagement team members to my right, Kostas Makrakis and Mike Tartaglia, also were part of the PCAOB inspection this past cycle. Their particular engagements have received no comments. So just wanted to let you know that there also is work being done, not only on the PCAOB side, but on the private company side as well.
Okay. Thank you, Jill. Do we have any questions or comments about the PCAOB report or the reappointment of Deloitte as MTA's independent auditor? Okay, good. We need a motion to appoint Deloitte as the MTA's external auditors. Let me finish. Now a second. Now a second. And a vote, please. Thank you. Deloitte is appointed as the MTA's external auditors for the audit of the 2023 financial statements. Okay, continuing with Deloitte, Jill will tell us about the audit approach to the 2023 year-end audits of the MTA financial statements and that of its agencies. Jill will also discuss any new or proposed changes in accounting principles, regulations, or financial reporting practices, and its impact to the financial statements. Jill?
Right. So in your materials, you had two documents. They're both audit plans, one related to the overall MTA and the agencies, and one related to the benefit plan audits. I will go through the benefit plan audits next, but we'll start with the main audits of the financial statements. On page 3, you'll see our leadership team serving the MTA. Looks very much the same as it did in prior years. I do want to let the committee know that this is my last year for serving the MTA. There's a New York State public authorities law that would say that the audit partner, managing director responsible for the audits must rotate every 5 years. This is my 5th year. We do have a transition plan in place. Costas Makrakis, to my right, has been on the engagement for the last 2 years, really shadowing me and my team, and will take over at the conclusion of the 2023 audit. Other than that, this team for this year is pretty much the same as last year. Moving to page 4, we highlight some of our diversity, equity, and inclusion commitments that we have here at Deloitte. Wanted to let you know that as part of your audit engagement, Deloitte does utilize the services of 4 different minority, women, and service-disabled veteran-owned firms. We use them for a total of 36% of our total contract with the MTA, and they help us on all facets of the MTA audit: compliance, agreed-upon procedures, reviews, and audit work. Moving to page 5, just to remind the committee, Deloitte performs the audit of the financial statements in accordance with AICPA standards as well as government auditing standards. And then we also follow the OMB requirements as it relates to your compliance audits or your federal single audit. We plan and perform our audits to obtain reasonable assurance about whether your financial statements are free from material misstatement, whether caused by fraud or error. We do not plan to adopt a control reliance strategy in the performance of our audits. This is what I refer to as an integrated audit. We do not perform an integrated audit. However, we do look at the MTA's internal controls, how they're designed, how they're implemented, and that really helps us determine what level of substantive testing we'll perform, how many detailed transactions we'll take a look at through the course of our audit. We don't issue an opinion, but we look at your internal controls each year. Page 6 lists out the risk assessment. There is a triangle. At the top of the triangle are the areas where we spend the most time during the audit, and as you move down the pyramid or the triangle, we spend less time on each of those different layers. This year we'll focus on management override of controls, as we do every year. It's our only significant risk that we've identified at this point. It's a significant risk for every audit that Deloitte performs. So no matter if you're a public company audit of ours or a private company, management override of controls is a significant risk for every audit client. And we perform direct procedures to look at that risk. Moving down the next layer, a couple areas that we'll concentrate on this year. Pension and OPEB, those are very large liabilities recorded on the financial statements of the MTA. We do spend a good amount of time looking at the work of your specialists. We'll be looking at construction work in progress, your capital assets, and all of the projects that you have going on. Your non-operating revenue, these are your subsidies, your tax subsidies, other appropriations, your grant monies coming in from various sources. We do spend a good amount of time looking at those areas. And then one new area this year relates to the adoption of GASB accounting pronouncements 94 and 96. 94 relates to subscription-based IT arrangements, SPIDAs for short. It very much looks like the lease standard that was adopted last year. And so when you receive the 2023 financial statements, you will see new accounts related to SPIDA recorded on the financial statements, as well as disclosures. And Jim and team will also have to go through another restatement as this accounting pronouncement is effective as of January 1, 2022. So for the comparative year presented in the financial statements. And that's GASB 96. GASB 94 relates to public-public partnerships, public-private partnerships, as well as availability payment arrangements. And so Deloitte was in a couple of weeks ago providing some training to the MTA management team about what this standard entails, and now management is going through the process to determine whether or not there will be an impact on your financial statements. We do not plan to rely on the use of the internal audit department. While we work closely with the internal audit department, we receive all of the internal audit reports. We read those reports. They assist Deloitte in determining our risk and what areas that we may need to focus on more throughout the year. While Costas and Mike are here at the table today, there are a number of specialists that we also use throughout the performance of our audit. Specialists related to testing of pensions, your OPEB liabilities, large claims, judgments and claims. We have actuarial specialists in-house at Deloitte that support Costas, Mike, and I. We also have IT specialists that help look at system controls and reports that are generated from the system and whether or not we can rely on those reports generated from the system. We also have some data analytics specialists that help us look at journal entries. Does the debit credit make sense? And finally, we also have a specialist that looks at your incremental borrowing rate specific to GASB 96 related to SPIDAs and GASB 87 related to leases. The timeline is very much the same as in prior years as far as when we plan to perform the work and also when we plan to issue the reports throughout the year. No changes there. Pages 12 through 14 of the document outline some of Deloitte's technology tools and some of the benefits that come from using the tools during the performance of our audits. If there are any questions after today, happy to have a one-on-one conversation about those tools. Page 15 and 16 is the peer review report. I'm required to share with the audit committee the results of that peer review report. They're in here. As soon as I have the 23 results, I'll be happy to pass those along as well. And then last but not least, starting on page 18 through the end of the document, just a technical update, new GASB pronouncements that are on the horizon for the MTA to think about and consider. That concludes the audit plan for the financial statement audits. I'll quickly go through the benefit plan and then happy to answer any questions. So the smaller document relates to the audit of MTA's 6 employee benefit plans, including your defined benefit, defined contribution, and your OPEB plans. Similar to the main financial statement audits, there's just one significant risk identified at this time, and that relates to management override of controls. I mentioned it's the same for all of our audits. It also holds true for your benefit plan audits. If anything changes throughout the course of our audit, we identify something that we elevate to a significant risk, I will be communicating that to this committee and the reason for the elevation. And then finally, for the benefit plans, we do not plan to adopt a control reliance strategy here either, or use the results of the internal audit function. And the timing of our audits is consistent with prior years with planned issuance of the employee benefit plans in July of 2024. With that, be happy to answer any questions that you may have around Deloitte's audit plan for the 2023 audits.
Great, thank you, Jill. Are there any questions? Okay, good. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now for the Audit Committee Charter. For the record, the committee has been provided with a copy of the charter so they may review and assess the adequacy of the Audit Committee Charter. The committee members were asked to provide any comments or recommendations to revise the charter prior to the meeting, and no such recommendations were received. Therefore, based on our review, the committee recommends no changes to the charter at this time. Next, we have Lamont Kearse, the MTA Chief Compliance Officer, who will give a brief update on the implementation status of prior audit recommendations. Lamont?
Thank you very much. There's a presentation in the book. I'm not going to go through it this afternoon, but it's there if you have any questions. Corporate compliance continues to monitor the implementation of remediation plans that are generated as a result of audits or internal control testing. As of this date, we have 22 that are significant or high that are pending closure, which means the particular departments have indicated that they have resolved the issue and is now going through an internal process to verify that, in fact, both audit services and corporate compliance agree that they have, in fact, implemented the remediation as required. There are additional 19 that are still pending, and we are working very closely with the departments to hopefully close those out very, very soon. I will also note there was a side conversation before we began between myself and Raf. So yes, Raf, I will mention that IT has closed a significant number of remediation plans. I believe we started off at over 30. At one point, we're down to 4.
Excellent.
Good. Okay, Raf.
Good job.
Okay.
That's what I want to hear.
He made me say that my computers are going to be turned off. So, all right. But again, everyone is working very diligently, and so I think we have been making some real progress since we started making these reports to the audit committee.
Good, good. Thank you, Lamont. Are there any questions? Okay. Next, I have a 4-page draft report that covers the activities of the audit committee during the 12 months ended July 31st, 2023. A draft of this report was circulated to you for your review and comments last week. Are there any questions to that? Suggestions? Good. Okay. May I then have a motion to approve this report for submission to the full board?
So moved.
Second.
And a vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. The Audit Committee activity report will be finalized and submitted to the board. Now, pursuant to Section 105(1) of the New York State Public Officers Law, the Audit Committee will go into executive session, but we need a motion, and we need a second to go into executive session. Aye. Okay. Thank you. Can I leave my folder? Yeah. The Audit Committee received a briefing during executive session from MTA IT on the security of sensitive data in accordance with the New York State Public Officers Law. Now we need a motion for the Audit Committee to adjourn.
Motion.
A second, please, and a vote. Aye.
Aye.
The Audit Committee is adjourned. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Donna Charles. I am a station appearance maintainer. We basically maintain the appearance of restrooms, waiting rooms, platforms, sidewalks. We mop, sweep, dust, sanitize, salt, shovel snow, whatever it takes to keep our stations clean.
When you work a line job to go in between the stations, you take out a truck. We have cleaning supplies in it. Certain stations don't have facilities to keep the buckets and stuff like that, so there's always a bucket on the truck, a mop on the truck, and then basically we work out of the truck. And if we have to do quick graffiti removal or something like that, we have something to clean it up with.
I'm a platform cleaner. It makes me happy that my job is important because it's important to me to make sure that the people want to come back, that they have a clean place to come to.
My favorite part of being a station appearance maintainer is the general public, just getting their positive feedback. We had commuters just say, thank you, and we appreciate everything that you guys do, just making it safe for us to be out here to and from, work and home.
My work impacts the Long Island community because we just make it safe for the customer itself. We keep the conditions of all the stations clean, you don't want a dirty station. We do just more than cleaning. We help out in any way we can.
My favorite part of the job is meeting new people, the people I work with, experiencing new things. I like my job, and I wake up every morning and know that I have a great job to get to go to.
I think if there are no customer service ambassadors, there would be lots and lots of people taking the wrong train.
A customer service ambassador is a frontline contact providing fast-changing, accurate information, especially during service disruptions.
We're here to direct you, assist you, and be patient as well.
The qualities that make a good customer service ambassador are patience, communication, following instructions, and just pretty much being a people person.
Getting lost in New York it's really easy. That's what we're here for, to help them. So every day, I show people how to use the phone. We have this app called Train Time, and it tells you the time everything comes, schedule changes, tells you advanced scheduling as well in case you need to come in a week.
My most memorable day at work, we had an elderly woman come off of the airport. We assisted her to getting to her family, which was in another town. She had never been to New York before. She was completely lost. She thanked us several times, and I was able to help this woman get to her family. That's the motivation. Just helping people in general is seeing their face.
I like to help people a lot. Seeing people happy and getting to their place.
It makes me feel really happy, especially that I know they're getting to their destination safely. We serve with pride.
My name is Winnie Espada. I'm a car appearance maintainer, and I've been doing this job for 10 years. I work out of Shea Yard. I was interested in helping the community, the public, so when our passengers get on the train, they'll see that I cleaned it. I'll feel good that I did the job, that they're comfortable and they don't have to worry about the mess because we took care of it.
Well, I always had a background in cleaning with janitorial work and also car detailing. So I came to the railroad and used my skills that I learned from there to help clean the trains. I like working on the train, working with the equipment. I always enjoy cleaning, so that's really it.
A typical day is thorough cleaning here in the EIC dock, where we take the seats apart, make sure the sides of the seats are clean from garbage. Any newspaper cans that are left behind, we clean that up. Clean the windows, we take care of the doors. We make sure that the engineer's cab is clean and ready for him to go for the day.
So we take pride in making sure we sanitize everything from the bathrooms itself and everything the customer put their hands on. So it's very important to make sure we take care of our customers here. We sanitize everything.
My work is important because we have to make sure the trains are clean, especially in the times of the pandemic. We have to make sure the trains are disinfected and ready for all riders to be comfortable getting onto the train. There's a lot of anxiety going on right now with passengers and customers getting onto dirty trains. So our job is to keep everybody safe and keep everybody's head in the right place.
What does a bus maintainer do?
My name is Perry Evel. I've been with the transit system for 8 years. I work at Casey Stengel Depot in Flushing, and I'm working as a BMB, which is a bus maintainer. My responsibilities are basically maintaining the buses, changing filters, oil, electrical, undercarriage, hydraulic system, cooling system. My main pick is brake system. We're specialized in brakes. I think our job is the most critical because if the bus don't stop, people will get hurt.
When an individual comes to New York City Transit as a maintainer, there's different training that they receive. So they'll get training on the bus from the front to the rear, electrical, diagnostics, body work, depending on what their title is.
You have to be a person that cares about your job. You have to be accurate in what you do, especially in my field, where I said, the brakes are very important. It's a safety issue. You check and you recheck, make sure that everything is done correct, and you make sure that your job is done very well. And I'm kind of a perfectionist too, so that helps.
I see our buses on the streets, picking up passengers, taking them where they need to go. It makes me feel proud knowing that they're in a safe bus.
Since I was young, I love mechanics. I never knew that this would have been my job. It's a great thing to work for the greatest city in the world and servicing millions of New Yorkers and people all over the world. It's a great privilege, and I think it's a great honor to work in this city and the biggest bus company in the world.
What does a system operator do?
My name is Sejan Edi, BMT Chief System Operator. I have 27 years with New York City Transit. As a Chief System Operator, I'm in charge of the supplying of DC power, traction power.
The system operator's responsibility is to oversee all the third rail power that we provide to run the trains in the New York City Transit system. The way that we power up the third rail is we get electricity from Con Edison. We'll go through our substation, which is converting the AC from Con Edison's high voltage into 650 volt DC, and then from there going into the third rail, which power the trains.
A typical day for system operator involves general order. General order, or GO, it's a planned work outage. Normally they're working next to the third rail or nearby, so they want power off so they can work safely. Any emergency happens on the field, RCC give us a call to have a power off on a certain line, certain track.
The Power Control Center controls remotely all the equipment out on the field. This equipment that we control is called the MTU, which is the Master Terminal Units.
We take power off instantly by operating these buttons on the board. As for RCC requests, we normally take power off from gap to gap for emergencies. Red means the power is on. When it goes green, that means the power is off to that track. It's good to know that the work I do helps to keep the employees safe and the system moving.
Sometimes the public may call us train drivers. Honestly, it doesn't bother me because I know they don't know. My name is Keisha Cole. I'm a train operator, and I've been with MTA for 6 years. I work on the 7 line. It's approximately 21 stops from Main Street to 34th Street, and it takes about 36 minutes from end to end.
My name is Jim Van Name. I'm a train operator for New York City Transit. I've been here about 3.5 years. I operate the train on the Q line, which end to end is approximately 44 stops, and it takes me about an hour to complete.
My earliest train memory is I was a kid. I got on the F train with my mom. The first time I was on the train, I was excited. It was fun.
I was raised on Staten Island, and my friends and I used to take Staten Island Ferry over to the city, and we used to ride the train all over the place. That's probably where I got my first love of the subways.
As a train operator,
Welcome. I will call the October Capital Program Committee meeting to order. Members of the public wishing to speak, Ms. King?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. We have 7 members of the public registered to speak today. We have 4 in person and 3 remote. As a reminder, I'd like to say to all the public speakers to please adhere to MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind the public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, you are limited to 2 minutes. Please be aware there will be a warning beep reminding you you have 30 seconds left to complete your comments. Our first speaker will be Rachel Foss. After Rachel will be Jason Anthony.
Good afternoon. My name is Rachel Foss. I'm the Senior Policy Advisor for reInvent Albany. We advocate for more transparent and accountable New York State government, including for authorities like the MTA. We appreciate that the MTA released its 20-year needs assessment, meeting the new statutory deadline, and that staff are working to publish its underlying data on the state's open data portal. Relatedly, we thank MTA staff for recently publishing additional procurement data on the open data portal. The needs assessment argues that our transit system is in dire need of major maintenance, but unfortunately it does not say broadly or in detail how much it will cost to achieve a state of good repair. Instead of showing exactly how much money will be needed to fix our transit system, the assessment only provides specific dollar figures for every expansion project, with scorecards measuring the relative costs and benefits. We agree with the MTA that investing in a state of good repair must come first. This is crucial for everyday transit riders to get them where they need to go. Expansion projects should be considered after a state of good repair is achieved, not instead of state of good repair. But unfortunately, the assessment got it backwards. To emphasize that investing in a state of good repair comes first, the MTA must provide a solid and well-supported cost estimate. In advance of releasing the draft 2025-29 capital plan, we asked the MTA to provide detailed cost estimates for the investments needed on state of good repair. We support Citizens Budget Commission's request for an addendum that includes disaggregated cost and benefit estimates, identifying what should be invested in the next 5 and 20 years, and the effect on service and potential long-run costs if these investments are not made. Without complete costs for all the state of good repair needs, it's impossible to assess whether the next capital plan will make the right investments. With limited resources, the MTA and elected leaders must prioritize transit capital investments based on repairs that will directly benefit millions of everyday riders, not the allure of bright, shiny objects or politics. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason Anthony, and following Jason Anthony is Bruce Hain.
Hey, Jano. Hey, Jamie. Here again. Speaking about capital, Jano, I wish that we could have a more comprehensive update regarding CVTC, because once again this morning, Lisa Dagny and I were affected by the 7 train meltdown that I couldn't essentially go to class this morning. So I decided to come here instead, like I do every month. Another thing, rolling stock, when we ever going to see the M9As replace the Metropolitan's M3As on Metro North? And last but not least, update. I was at Jamaica on the air train station. Let me tell you, chaos. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to the Port Authority meeting on Thursday. I'm gonna address this situation with them because they don't seem to get the message. Because if we roll out Omni, we did the proper orientation, signage and everything, but it seems that they get it through one ear and goes out through the other. So that will be all for this month. I'll see you guys in finance.
Thank you. Bruce Hain, and following Bruce Hain is Jack Connors.
Good morning, committee members, Chair. Well, the MTA is flush with funds, or so you've been saying, sort of, and I'm wondering how it's going to be spent, because soon you won't be. And you know, my FOIL request was constructively denied, but I said in the request that, in the appeal, that would be okay. If you just tell me why you're allowing your property next to the White Pot Junction to be boxed in. But I already know it's the policy, because 750 feet to the west of there, you've got 4 transformers in the middle of the right-of-way of this 6th track, and you have, now you're running twice as many trains, I would say, but it's the mileage is twice as high. The figures from last month say the mileage is twice as much, but you're moving 70% of the people. So what does that mean? Well, I mean, you can make lemonade out of East Side Access by going straight south to a station in Lower Manhattan that would have a connection to Brooklyn eventually. I mean, you got to plan these things ahead. There's no point in planning. You get something like the 7 train, you got to fix that up first. I mean, there should be a station at the Port Authority, and, well, it's over now. Thank you very much. I'm my usual complaints, you know.
Thank you. We're calling Jack Connors, and following Jack will be our first remote, Matthew Bunches Highland.
Good afternoon. I'm Jack Connors, Research and Communications Associate at the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA. There's a lot to be excited about in the 20-year needs assessment released earlier this month. We appreciate the continued focus on resiliency and bringing us closer to the elusive state of good repair while charting a course towards some of the most ambitious system expansions we've seen since the MTA's inception. We hope to see a robust public input process so that riders can weigh in on the projects that matter most to them. We're also happy to see the MTA recognizing the need to adapt our system to changing travel and commute patterns. As the needs assessment discusses, 70% of the new jobs created in New York City by 2045 are projected to be outside of Manhattan. This makes it more important than ever to build high-quality radial connections between our subway lines and expand coverage into transit deserts. Proposals like Utica Avenue BRT, Staten Island North Shore BRT, the 2nd Avenue Subway West Extension, Ridgewood Busway, and of course IBX do just that. New clean construction methods provide the opportunity to rebuild and expand our transit infrastructure, which we know is crucial to meeting the goals outlined in the Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act, while lowering the embodied carbon it takes to get there. We'll be keeping a close eye on pilot projects such as that on the RFK Bridge, which are using innovative methods for carbon sequestration. As we await more news about which of these projects will make it into the next capital program, now is the time to fully unify the MTA network by ensuring Omni is installed thoughtfully and effectively system-wide. Just last week, we noticed an Omni machine installed across the street at Bowling Green. We hope that soon, riders will be able to use Omni when they transfer between the LIRR and Metro North at Grand Central, and soon at Penn Station thanks to East Side Access. Now is the time for thoughtful conversations on how to best implement a rational and equitable fare structure. By enabling through ticketing between railroads and expanding transfer options with Omni, we can ensure that these systems are truly integrated. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Matthew Bunches. He's first remote speaker. Following him is Murray Bowden.
It's actually pronounced Bucky's, madam, but anyway, good afternoon, Chairman Lieber, President Springer, and members of the committee. Earlier today, I spoke at the New York City Transit Committee meeting for the Metropolitan Transportation Authority. And Jamie, you said your goal is to get 95% of the accessibility elevators by 2055, but I want to go to 100% by 2055, if not 2060 at the latest. You know, it is interesting to know, for example, that, you know, I like when the announcer says, "This is an accessible station. The elevator's at the rear of the platform." like that. It would be great if all of the city subways had an elevator to get people wherever they want to go, whether it's express or local. I hope you would consider that in your long-term planning. Thank you, and God bless you, and have a great day. Miss King?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, Murray Bowden, and following Murray would be Alita Dupree.
Hi, guys. Tech crew, you want to give us a picture of what's going on at the meeting, because I don't need downtime clock is night, but doesn't show us the rest of the meeting. I'm talking about the Verde Electric Corporation on the agenda today. You want to give them a contract for $32 million. They're the company that has the contract for Westchester County. Impossible to get them to do anything reasonable. The lights at 9A and Secor Road in Greenberg have been idiotically timed for years. They don't respond. So to give them a contract to do anything of substantial value is wrong. You need to take the time at this time to find some other contractor who will do work and pay attention to the public. This is about safety. They have the light so timed wrong that 10 or 15 cars can back up on Secor Road coming from the cemetery, and they can't get through the light. And then you wait 2 minutes till it comes green again. So the quality of service from Verde Electric is negative. Thank you. I like that.
Thank you.
It's been a little difficult getting on and understanding your new system, but at 90, I don't travel so much anymore.
Thank you, Mr. Bowden.
I didn't finish. I got 14 seconds. I like the respect that everybody else gets, and I don't like to be interrupted.
I'm
Good to
sorry,
see-
excuse me.
Yeah. Bye.
My apologies to him. Our final speaker is Alita Dupree.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Jana Lieber and members. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her team folds today. Before I go into the agenda, I really enjoyed my time with you all last month, both in the boardroom and out on the system. So I hope to come back and visit again. I did read in the report, we have some red delay items, so we want to keep our focus up on those. Including an item with some buses that are being delayed due to cybersecurity issues. So we want to make sure we stay ahead on that. Cybersecurity is something that's been in the news quite a bit lately. But I want us to get more of those electric buses. And I did read of a possibility of the 2nd Avenue subway turning west under 125th Street to head toward the west side. I am in full support of such a plan. I think it will enhance crosstown movements in the northern neighborhoods. I did see 125th Street on my vacation to New York, including using the M60 bus, which took me over the RFK Bridge. So I think that's a good idea, and it could lead to a T connection, which could have an eastward extension to LaGuardia Airport. We need high capacity transit to LaGuardia Airport because I went there and it's crowded and the buses are doing a good job, but we need more. And not much to say about congestion pricing this month, but it's important. As much as I like cars and driving them, I don't like dealing with parking and traffic. So I hope that we can get congestion pricing and service so we can build the best subway that we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair, that concludes the public comment session.
Thank you, Ms. King, and thank you to members of the public. Copies of September Capital Program Committee minutes have been distributed, available on the website. Changes or comments on the minutes? Mr. Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On page 5, under public comments, Aleta is spelled incorrectly. It should be A-L-E-T-A. More importantly, on page 6, on the top, it says ADA upgrades at 149th Street and Tremont Avenue, which implies that's one station or one intersection, which of course it is not. It should say 149th Street Grand Concourse, 2 and 5, comma, and Tremont Avenue BD. And it does that, it repeats that further down as well. It's a little misleading that way.
Okay, clarification accepted. Anybody else? Any other comments? Okay, may I have a motion to approve? With
So moved, as amended.
Ada, J.R. Rizzo, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition or abstention? The minutes are approved. Changes to the work plan, Jamie?
Mr. Chair, there are no changes to the work plan.
All right. Take it away, Mr. Torres Springer.
Thank you very much, Chair, members of the committee. Lots to report on today before we get to the focus of today's session, which is reporting into the committee on the 20-year needs assessment conducted by our great planning team at MTA C&D, who I'll introduce in a moment. I wanted to give you a few highlights from the last month. First of all, clean construction. As you know, the MTA drives the region toward the lowest greenhouse gases in the country by far. We avoid 20 million tons of net greenhouse gas emissions every year because of the MTA moving passengers around on trains and buses. But we're going further. We announced last April for Earth Day that we've committed to an 85% reduction in the MTA's operational emissions by 2040, or our wholesale emissions. And part of that is going to be a clean construction program to track and reduce greenhouse gases related to construction activities, which responds to direction in an executive order from the governor. Last year, C&D used 45,000 tons of concrete, which emitted nearly 30,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. And we're attacking those embodied emissions in our construction activities in a leading and innovative way. As of this month, all new projects are required to track and report embodied carbon. And as you can see, we held a major industry event over the last 2 weeks to identify methods of reducing carbon emissions or greenhouse gas emissions embodied in construction, including substituting cleaner materials, using low emissions construction equipment, diverting construction waste, and reducing energy use through new design standards. So we'll be excited to report on the results of this effort as we move forward with tracking and reduction, and as we come up with our climate action plan toward the end of this year. As has been mentioned elsewhere, the first 5 R211S cars have been delivered to the Staten Island Railway. As we reported recently in the spring, these cars had been undergoing qualification testing. Last week, the first cars were delivered to the newly constructed Clifton shop, which is the state-of-the-art maintenance facility we opened last year. And it's important that it's up and running so that we can receive and commission these cars and bring them into service on Staten Island. I wanted to mention some collaboration between C&D and MTA Real Estate to continue to activate portions of our system with new customer-facing amenities with the release of a new solicitation to program vacant spaces. New York City Transit has over 200 retail units in the subway. COVID and changing retail models have really challenged the retail environment over the last few years. MTA Real Estate has done a great job reinvigorating retail in the system in innovative and engaging ways, reintroducing food and beverage uses and expanding vending with high-demand items. You can see on the left an example of a new cafe space at 86th Street on the 2nd Avenue subway line. 57 units are open and operating out of those 200 units. 20 units are under construction, and real estate is marketing over 100 units. There are some spaces beyond that are uniquely challenging to fill, so we're releasing a limited solicitation for vacant units very soon. We plan to activate the spaces with uses that improve the travel experience, such as art installations or other socially beneficial uses for the city. acknowledging that these are not necessarily going to generate revenue for the MTA. So this solicitation looks for partners who are interested in improving the station atmosphere through engaging and creative activations, and look forward to receiving the results of that solicitation and reporting on some of those activation efforts to the committee in the future. The increased and enhanced capital program dedicated, particularly the portion of it dedicated to ADA station accessibility, continues to yield results in terms of completions and openings. Last month, we made New Dorp Station fully ADA accessible on Staten Island. It's the first station to do that on Staten Island with elevator improvements, while we have 5 stations that are accessible with ramps in Staten Island Railway. This project came in 10% under budget. We also celebrated a newly accessible station entrance for the southbound portion of the Hoyt Street Station in downtown Brooklyn. This accessible entrance was constructed and paid for entirely by Macy's, representing a private investment that's an important part of the program. Often, as we've talked about in this committee, the density of the city is a driver of cost for creating accessibility. But through partnerships like these, we found a way to harness that value, that density, to get accessibility done beyond our own efforts. Of course, we have the Zoning for Accessibility program that is taking advantage of those opportunities as well, and we'll have more to say on that in the future. On the railroads, last month we celebrated the 100th anniversary of Mineola Station with a completely renovated station, wider platforms that allow us to run longer 12-car trains to accommodate the increase in ridership thanks to the completion of Third Track and Grand Central Madison. The station was fully renovated inside and out, along with a unique art installation commissioned by MTA Arts and Design. Of course, this is part of the $17 billion that's been invested in the Long Island Railroad in the last 15 years, and a very efficient way of improving a station as part of the Third Track project. At the board this Wednesday, along with our operating partners, we'll be taking a deeper look into the recent resilience challenges that the system has faced and our operating and capital responses. Just to give you a quick preview, on September 29th, the region was hit with the remnants of Tropical Storm Ophelia. It was a massive rain event with significant impacts, but capital investments that we had previously made helped the system to bounce back faster. And we're learning from each event and using it to help build resiliency across the system as we move forward. Lots more to come on that, and we'll discuss this at the full board on Wednesday. This past weekend, of course, I know it's top of mind, a mudslide between Tarrytown and Croton Harmon shut down Metro North service on the Hudson Line. I want to express my gratitude to the C&D team who worked with Metro North in-house forces to help coordinate a response and get service restored for this morning. Taking a step back, it's also a sign of the acute challenges the Hudson Line faces in terms of resilience. As we said in the 20-year needs assessment, sea level rise, adjacent steep slopes, and increasing flash flooding events all pose a risk to the Hudson Line, and significant investment will be needed to make service more resilient in the 21st century. More on that at the board in a couple of days. It's a good transition to the presentation for today. In the last month, we put out our 20-year needs assessment. We celebrated the great planning team that's come together at MTA C&D and at the MTA in general to help us be strategic about the future of our system. And the 3 leaders who are most responsible for that are Frederica Cuenca, the Deputy Chief Development Officer for Planning, Alyssa Cobb-Conan, who heads the Capital Strategy and Planning Group, and Mike Schiffer, the head of Long Range and Regional Planning here at the MTA. And so with that, I want to pass it on to Frederica and team to give us a rundown of the 20-year needs assessment.
Okay. All right. So it's really been my pleasure to lead this consolidated planning team here at C&D. And over the past 2 years, we've spent a lot of time with our agency partners who, keep the system running and really do understand the needs of the system the most. And this 20-year needs assessment is an outcome of that partnership. The 20-year needs is a comprehensive, data-driven look at the condition of, this amazing system that is so essential to the people and the economy of New York. By sharing this information, our stakeholders will have a better understanding of all the different parts of our system and a better understanding of what it will take to keep this infrastructure going well into the future. This information in the document is the foundation of our planning process and will be released on our open data portal soon. So we share this information at a moment of great optimism, really, at the MTA. The governor and the legislature solved our operating budget deficit caused by the disruption of COVID, guaranteeing years of operating stability. Across the MTA, our operating agencies' on-time performance is up and customer satisfaction is improving. And on the capital side, we've invested in this system for the past 40 years and with successive capital plans, and really this is an amazing foundation that's so important to the region, and this last one is 70% larger than the prior ones. But what that assessment that we undertook with our partners at the agencies found and revealed is that there is a massive need for investment throughout our system. Some of these needs you can see, and we hear from our customers about them, but there's also an incredible amount of need behind the curtain and that people don't see. And as our system ages and undergoes major change, more and more investment is going to be necessary to maintain and improve all aspects of it. So thanks to these few key challenges that are confronting our system all at once, we're at a pivotal moment where the future of the system depends on how we react. Aging infrastructure, we've talked a lot about that, but just to give a couple of examples of how that can impact the system, more than 98% of Metro North service could be disrupted or suspended if the Grand Central Trainshed fails. Power failures could lead to frequent service disruptions. In 20 years, 75% of New York City Transit substations will be over 50 years old. Climate change. Past couple of weeks really make it very clear to us that this is something that we need to confront. And while we're very proud of the quick service restoration that our agency partners were able to accomplish, it's only going to get harder to do this as the storms are intensifying and are become more frequent. Without investment, we will have more disruption and longer-term disruptions. Services like Metro North, Jamie just mentioned, right, could literally be underwater or under mud, depending on your thoughts on what climate change is going to bring us. Evolving rider needs. Our riders' expectations are changing from remote work to the expectation of up to the second information and friction-free travel information, smooth access to the system through Omni. If our services are not reliable or don't meet rider expectations, there is a risk that a critical mass of these riders will choose another way or just won't travel, all of which really undermines the future of our region. So we think about these ways to respond to these threats in three ways. Rebuild, to keep the system safe and reliable. To improve, so that we evolve our system to make it ADA accessible and prepared to meet climate risks, and providing timely information and access to riders. And if there are sufficient resources, we have also evaluated numerous proposals to expand the system. So now I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues, Alyssa and Mike, to go through our approach and the findings in more detail.
All right, thanks, Frederica. To understand, there we go. To understand what needs to be rebuilt, we need to understand where we're starting from. What are the existing conditions? So we assessed nearly 6 million assets, and shown on the screen are some numbers of assets that we have across the system, and we had to do two things. We had to both explain the scale of the need and explain it in enough detail that people really understand what we're facing into the future. So what we did in our document, which I hope you've had a chance to look at, and I encourage you to look at if you haven't, is it's really divided into two sections. And I'm actually going to start with the back first, which is the appendix. And in the appendix, we examined the condition of all the assets in a way that we hope is more transparent to the public going forward. We use the FTA scale, which rates things from 1 to 5, where 1 is poor and 5 is excellent. And we looked at each of the assets and in often cases their components and sometimes even their subcomponents. And then we highlighted which things are in poor and marginal condition. And the reason we did that is because it helps to understand kind of a baseline, an irrefutable amount of capital need that's needed in the coming years. And I'm going to give you an example. Here's station platforms. You can see on the left something that's in 1 or 2, a poor marginal condition. And in this case, rest assured, it has been addressed, but it shows the underneath of a platform where there's a need for capital work pretty immediately in terms of a capital planning perspective. And then in the middle is the adequate condition, something maybe is aesthetically not as pleasing, but still has functional use. And then a 4 or 5, of course, is good and excellent, is easy for us to understand. So again, we focused on those things that were in 1 or 2, poor or marginal condition to create that sense of what we really need to get to. And then in the front of the document, we talked about sort of themes or things that we saw when we looked at everything all together. And I'm going to go through some of examples of agency by agency needs that we see, in particular when we look at that longer term view over 20 years. So as Frederica just highlighted, in New York City Transit, we see a great need in power. We're facing this threefold increase in the number of subcomponents that will be past their useful life in the next 20 years. Signals, we want to continue our CBTC implementation at the same pace that we've been doing, meeting 90% of our riders by 2045. And then shops and yards, which I know we've highlighted at the board in the past, continues, of course, to be a big need for us. This is an area where it is behind the curtain. Many of these locations, more than 100 years old. In the case here, we show Livonia again. As a reminder, this is a location where not only are the building conditions something that need to be addressed, but also don't meet the functional needs for our new cars as they come in. In Metro North, some highlights here are what we called in the 20-year needs the Grand Central Artery. That includes the train shed, which of course we've spoken about before, as well as the viaduct and the tunnel, and the systems within Grand Central itself, some of the utilities that all need work and obviously are fundamental to providing Metro North service. Another highlight, of course, are our stations, where 19 platforms on the Harlem Line all need to be addressed, and that is at a scale that's greater than our usual capital programs. On Long Island Railroad, structures are a main theme, whether that's the Atlantic Avenue tunnels or our viaducts. We have 9 viaducts that need significant reconstruction. And our signal system, we have about 50 miles of signals to be addressed so that we can have a fully centralized signal system for Long Island Railroad. Across all 3 railroads, fleet renewal is always a critical focus. We foresee up to 65% of our fleet needing to be replaced over the next 20 years. And last, but of course not least, bridges and tunnels needs to maintain the same level of investment they've been doing. They're excellent work in the capital program, but it doesn't mean that it's over. They still have deck replacements to do here in the Verrazano lower level or their cable preservation program. Moving on to our next category, of course, we need to rebuild, but at the same time improve. And some key aspects of this have been highlighted previously is, of course, accessibility, restating our commitment to get to 95% of stations by 2055, which would be about 90% of riders for subways by 2045, and 95% of full-time railroad stations, commuter railroad stations by 2045. As Jamie just mentioned, MTA Transit is part of the climate solution, and that's a twofold strategy. One is, of course, the rebuilding and opportunities to improve so that we can grow our ridership. That's really critical to the entire region, and then reducing our own emissions, as previously mentioned. Another major theme in the 20-year needs was resilience, again, as Jamie just mentioned, whether that's from flash flooding and some of the tactical capital improvements that we want to continue to make as we find those locations that need to be addressed in that way, to major infrastructure projects such as some of the work we've done for coastal surge, work at our yards, or our sea level rise in the Hudson Line and other lines that need focus as a whole line segment. We want to continue to maintain room in our capital program for innovation. Today's efforts of fare payment or fare gates and apps are the things of today. We want to make sure that we have room for those in the future as well. In the 20-year needs, we really highlighted these two choices that we face. One is if we kind of don't keep up with the replacement needs, we could have a system that maybe looks like the 70s, for example. But if we face these challenges, that we see quite a bright future. And in that context, I'm going to hand it over to Mike.
Thank you, Alyssa. While it's clear that maintaining a state of good repair and upgrading our existing network are critical priorities, we can't lose sight of our future needs. And so that's the part of the 20-year needs assessment that I've been involved with. Over the decades, there have been many potential investment proposals for expansion on our network that have been proposed by various grassroots groups, civic organizations, various communities, as well as transit professionals. Many of these ideas were advanced with different assumptions regarding cost, levels of service, and ridership. And what we've done is we've drawn upon industry best practices to assess each of over 20 proposals. And these industry best practices basically are fed with a variety of information. So as an example, we use tools to for example, for ridership projection. We use a regional transportation forecasting model. And that really feeds not only the ridership evaluative criteria, but it also feeds travel time, it feeds capacity, it feeds equity, it feeds a variety of these different evaluative measures. And what it is basically it looks at population and employment growth in the region up to 2045, and it looks at our network. And it looks not only at how the network will behave within a specific intervention, such as a line extension or connection, it also looks at how the rest of the network behaves. And so that's an important input. Another important input to our evaluative criteria is cost. And so one of the things we do is we look at differing cost assumptions that have been made in the past with these various projects. And what we've done is we've adopted FTA's standard cost categories for uniformity. And we've normalized unit cost data for each project. So consistent assumptions were made regarding inflation to a midpoint of 2027. And we also applied consistent assumptions regarding operations and maintenance costs. So a variety of these different evaluative criteria which are used consider the input of various models and tools to basically feed them so we can look at these things on an even standing. Now, these evaluative criteria also have various metrics that feed into them. And so ridership isn't just how many people are riding on a given train or bus. It really looks at where they're coming from, whether they're new to the MTA, coming from, say, an automobile, or whether they're existing riders coming from other parts of the network. We also assess equity in terms of not just, for example, race and income, but we also look at access to automobiles. We look at transit dependency, language proficiency, and other measures that are considered following FTA guidance as well. We look at other things as well, such as with respect to resilience and sustainability, we're looking at vehicle miles traveled reduction, and our model tells us that, how many people are going to come out of automobiles. And we also look at, with respect to sustainability, what are the presence of alternative transit options. So there's a lot of data that really goes behind these evaluative criteria. And a number of these criteria are used to provide us with a good vision for a key measure, which is cost effectiveness. And so for that, we've looked at cost spent per time saved. And so we look at travel time savings, which is important to everybody on the network. And we look at ridership and cost, and we combine those and we get a metric there as well. So all these metrics are very important as we put it together and gather the data. And that's what this is all about, is gathering data and providing the region with information to really start the conversation about the benefits of potential enhancements and expansions. Now, this information is summarized on basically summary sheets in the appendix of the 20-year needs assessment. And you can look it up for all of the individual projects. In addition, the projects where the measures are quantitative, they're assigned a score of 1 to 100 in a way to normalize it so they can be compared with one another as well. And then these summary tables were further summarized in a chart. Don't expect you to read it now. Again, it's in the 20-year needs assessment and available for folks to look at, so you can look at the Harvey circles, where the darker the circle, the better performing a particular project is on its particular evaluative criteria. So again, the whole point of this comparative evaluation is to provide a data-driven input to an already robust conversation about the future of our network. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Frederica.
Okay, so where do we go from here? So just to zoom out again, right, after we've put all the information that you just heard about the way that we put together the 20-year needs and our findings, just to put it all into context. Last spring, the governor and the legislature recognized the MTA is essential to the future of New York. Right? That was and we have an operating budget that makes the commitment to full service even as we are recovering our ridership. The 20-year needs assessment reminds us that in order to meet the commitment of 100% service, we need 100% of our infrastructure. And that means capital investment to keep the system safe, reliable, and easy to use. My colleagues at the rest of C&D have done tremendous work to make the case and to do the work to support the message that the MTA and C&D, is the team and our agencies are ready and responsible stewards of the public dollars. You've heard a lot about how we're doing better, faster, and cheaper, so I won't repeat all of that here. And so all of this is a setup to the next capital program that will be due next fall. As you said, the information and the findings of the 20-year needs is a foundation for that capital program, and all of this is available on our website for reference, for reading as a novel, however it is you like to take this in. It's all there and ready to use and plan for our next steps.
Thank you. Thank you to the team for this tremendous effort and results. And so we'll take board member questions. I think we're starting with Ada over here.
So thank you again, Frederica, Alyssa, and Mike. I had the privilege, was it last year that I served on the little task force we put together to see all this stuff. And oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, no. So I appreciate, and I'm sure that the things that we talked about in that task force are in this this report. But so you broke it down to 3 buckets: rebuild, improve, and expand. But where are the non-sexy things, as I call it, like the state of good repair, the painting of the subways, the patching, all that stuff? Where does that fall into? Because I guess if we don't do that and maintain our infrastructure, then it just leads to bigger problems down the line.
So that's all described in the rebuild and in the appendices that you that Alyssa referred to. All of the different assets, the 6 million assets that were assessed, are all in the appendix and evaluated there. And it's from there that we take that information and turn those into the projects that you will see in a capital program.
So would we see like the painting of the 6th line in that appendix?
So you will see the overall, like the status of the painting program, the parts of the percent of the system that still requires, painting.
But we won't see the details of.
You won't see
the
this
line.
Segment versus that segment.
No, like the 7 train, the 6 line, and it won't show different lines.
Yeah, we didn't provide at that level of information.
Okay.
But it's a summary because it's a needs assessment to understand the overall scale
Okay.
of what we need.
No,
what
I
we
understand
need
that,
to
but
do.
then when we put together the capital plan, we would see that level of detail when the capital plan is put together, right? The line items, the way the city does it, or no? Am I?
I'll just say that to your point, board member, there are multiple factors that drive what we invest in and how much it costs in the five-year program. The need, which we've identified here, the way that we package projects together, which we've increasingly, and this is what our development group led by Tim Mulligan does a lot of this work, along with Mark Roche in delivery, how we package them together to take advantage of the scarce resources in our system, particularly outages and labor support, force account support. And then, of course, funding available at a certain point becomes very important. And so that's where we begin to identify priorities and package them together, and they become projects which go out for procurement.
Let's go down the line.
Okay.
Mr. Jones, Mr. Chu, Mr. Albert.
Yeah, a couple of the speakers have raised the question, have you gotten a dollar figure to deal with the state of good repair? In other words, have we, how much is this going to cost? What in terms of that portion? That's the first question. I have another.
Right. Well, I think the first point is, I think what Jamie just said, right, is the cost comes from how we put this together and how we package it and how we implement the program. So to come up with a dollar amount for 20 years when it's really the implementation of the program and the dollar amounts and inflation and all the things that go into costing a project at the detail that's needed to provide a realistic assessment, is the work of the capital program.
That'll come in 5-year units.
Right.
The second question, and I'll stop. Obviously, I've been approached, I think some of us have been approached with all sorts of ideas, the Rockaway, rebuilding, things that are happening in Queens and Brooklyn. Is there going to be a chance for sort of public comment on any of these going forward?
Absolutely. So what Mike described, as part of the needs assessment, we've done this comparative evaluation. It's not making any judgments. It's simply reporting the results of the comparative evaluation. And, we're able to score along a whole bunch of different dimensions, as Mike described, and report on that. And this is an opportunity for public dialogue. Mike and his team are out briefing, groups of elected officials and concerned community stakeholders who are interested in specific projects. We've done board member briefings as well, and we'll continue to do that. And this is an opportunity, again, as we figure out what we can invest in the next 5-year capital program, which is due next fall. This is the opportunity to take in all of that input. But, everyone has emphasized, and I want to emphasize as well, unless we have the ability to invest in state of good repair, expanding the system would not be the responsible thing to do. We have to make sure we can maintain the existing system.
Mr. Chu.
Well, I want to make an official note that I've requested the audiobook version narrated by Jano, but I know you're busy, so I'll give you some time. But we'll need it before we start to plan the capital program. I was very curious about this, about what this 20-year needs assessment looked like for several months, and I just want to say that I was not only happy with came out, I was extremely impressed. And really to wrap your head around the amount of work that went into this, it was really incredible. And to you okay? That's what you get. That's what you get for asking questions. To build on Mr. Jones's point about public comment, one of the immediate benefits of this that I realized was our ability to have a conversation with stakeholders, which at times can be frustrating because there's a lot of emotions behind, wishes, desires. You calling security on me for the? And I think that this is not only an important document for us as a board to go forward in planning for the capital program, but I think it's actually a great resource for regional planning overall, because now, we're going to have a basis, for conversation, that's really agnostic to a lot of the emotions and a lot of the assumptions about certain projects, to be able to help other, communities that would like to see projects happen, understand where they fit in our thinking, and then have a conversation around it. So I think that's, this is really, a monumental step forward for planning, and gives me great confidence, to know that, we're going to be able to invest properly in the system. So thank you to your team, and just let me know when I'd like, as a board member, I'd like at least a 1 week advance notice of the audible version.
Thank you.
I'm as excited as Sammy, but I'm not going to break anything. As I've told Jamie and Jano, I've been here a long time, and I've seen many of these 20-year needs assessments, and I've never seen one as well presented, well researched, well verified, and logically thought out as this one. So thank you all to the entire team for that. Mike had a slide in his presentation which showed all these different projects and ratings, I assume, or who made those ratings? Could I ask that?
So those ratings came directly from the data. And what it was, so for example, if a project, say, had a cost range between X and Y, okay, or all projects had a cost range between X and Y, rather, there's a way to effectively normalize that. That is, assign a score. So the projects that are at the higher end of the cost have a relatively lower score relative to the other projects.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but
Yeah.
when you say high cost,
where
if one of them was going to produce increased ridership, is that considered in the higher cost?
So the ridership is considered separately from the cost, but they are combined in one of the measures, okay, which I'll get to in a sec. But so cost was assigned a score, for example, of 0 to 100. Okay, and ridership, say new riders to the system, were assigned a score of 0 to 100, et cetera. And then time savings was assigned a score as projects performed with the output of the models that we used. Now, those scores...
And I think you also said diverting people from one form of transportation to the system is another form of score.
That it is.
Yeah.
So these were all taken into account. Now, one of the things we did to make it a little more straightforward is we also calculated a cost effectiveness measure. And that cost effectiveness combined cost with ridership and time saved, okay? So that's one that combines several of the attributes. But you can see the performance on any of these individual attributes basically reported in the appendix. And you can work backwards. The simplest measure are the circles that you saw there.
Yeah.
But that's very, very simplistic. It's like Consumer Reports. If you want to dig deeper, you can go into the appendix, and then you can see that score I was talking about, a 0 to 100 score that's normalized across these things. And if you want to go even further, there's the actual quantitative measures behind that, the actual ridership numbers, cost numbers, et cetera. So it's all laid out there.
Clearly, though, some of the costs of an expansion, for instance, can only be estimated because until you start digging, you don't know what you're going to find.
That's correct.
They're all estimates at this point, but they're all, based on the FTA categories of costs that need to be gathered and considered so that we have, standardized costs across all the projects, and again, standardized model. The point was to produce this data, not taking one from an old study and another from a new study, and this one gives you this type of rider and that one gives you that type of rider, or time saved in different metrics. They're all the same metrics so that we can have that conversation with a common, understanding of what these projects will do for mobility in the region.
Thank you.
Comments from the board. I'll just say one thing, which is some of you have been here for a while and remember the Crow forensic audit. The MTA was directed by the legislature to do a forensic audit of, among other things, its capital planning process. The way this was done was directly in adherence to that. And the two things that this does that haven't been done before is the level of detail with respect to the condition of assets. Nothing remotely like it has never been done before. And it combines what you call EAM. You've heard a lot about our enterprise asset management system, which is basically when the engineering teams and the maintenance teams and the operators have been going around and working with the system. They take down data on the condition of all of the assets, and that in turn becomes part of this huge database. And all the other information that can be collected about these 6 million different components and assets. That's never been done before. This level of detail has never been remotely accomplished before. So data about the condition and the criticality to service. So to Haida's question, ultimately when you look at all of the bridges that are of a certain category in condition, and you're trying to decide among them which ones you would pursue, you'll have information about criticality to service, the volume of service that could be impacted by that, and also you will have information about how that project could be combined with other projects to create a bundle that would efficiently get the most important projects done in one fell swoop. So there's respectfully, when everyone says, well, just give us the numbers of how much it's going to cost, it's really every project is deeply connected to what's the combination of work that you're going to put together for a project and how you're going to get it done. So it's a complicated exercise, and it really requires us to get closer to proposing a specific capital program rather than just throwing numbers at it. The one number I would throw at you that's really important is $1.5 trillion. That's the value of this asset. And basic business school principles say we ought to be investing a heck of a lot more to keep it in condition. An old industrial asset that's worth $1.5 trillion does not deserve the level of investment it's been given, I would say, in the last 30 years. The last capital program was a substantial upsurge, but we have to think about this a little bit differently if we're willing to preserve this thing, rather than letting this legacy of our forebears and foremothers go to waste. So with that, Sammy, yeah.
It came up at our railroad committee this morning about, obviously in context with the mudslide and funding and what that does to our budget.
Yeah.
I have to imagine, but I'd love to hear you speak to it to detail, that organizing, our projects and doing this evaluation will allow us to be better prepared for, federal hardening dollars when they become available. So, but I'd love to hear more about the context of that, because it was a topic we discussed this morning.
That's right. It's a great example. The Hudson Line needs a strategy, and the strategy starts with understanding what the vulnerabilities are. We're actually in the middle of that now. This same planning team has started to dig in, working with Metro North, specifically where do we see the problems, where are the failures, what tools do we have to address them, and then we'll come up with a comprehensive plan. Some of it will be on the operating side, some of it will be on the capital side, but every dollar that we invest in capital work on the Hudson Line needs to build resiliency. And we can only do that if we've got a strategy in advance. And of course, there's no better way to obtain federal funding or other forms of funding that are earmarked for specific purposes than having those projects in a drawer ready to pull out when the funding becomes available. So that's why we started with the needs assessment, and we'll now launch into a full planning effort on the Hudson Line.
So just so you're clear, if you look in the Metro North priorities, the resiliency of the Hudson Line is a top-tier item in this document. It was long before the mudslides that was called out as the number one thing. Let's just finish the cleanup from Mr. Shoes.
It's distracting.
I think you and I technically married. Yes.
Yeah.
I should mention, actually, to your point, board member, we have applied to FHWA to begin with planning dollars to plan for the resiliency of the Hudson Line and the Mott Haven Line, the Mott Haven Yard, where we see a lot of issues. So. We're on
Okay.
it.
I don't want us to run too much more over, but this is super exciting to have this data, and it'll help us shape what will the capital program. Let me just say, all of the board members are going to be part of shaping the capital program, because we're giving you this thing to chew on. Literally, we hope that you'll dig into this and develop a perspective on some of this. But we're going to be working the next year. We wanted to get it out early because we have about a year till we have to really figure out the capital program.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
One last thing.
Yeah.
What percentage of the items in this need statement are contingent on congestion pricing, would you estimate? Is there a way to do that?
I think there's so much stuff here, Andrew. The
Okay.
congestion pricing is funding a lot of stuff in our system. It's funding things that are in the rebuild category, things that are in the improve category, and even things that are in the expand category. So it's money is fungible, but if we don't have it, it starts to limit what we can do. Okay. With that, I'm going to sort of try to bring down the curtain for with our procurements. Ms. Boudoir, will you help us with the procurements?
Good afternoon. Construction and Development is presenting 8 procurement actions totaling $98.3 million to the Capital Program Committee for approval this month. The procurement package includes 7 competitive actions. First is a request to authorize the use of a competitive request for proposals process to award a contract to replace the fire standpipe system on the upper level at the Grand Central Terminal. Second is a request to approve a new award for Progressive Design Build Phase 1 services for state of good repair work at various subway stations. Next is a request to approve a new award for design build services to replace mobile substation C16 on the Metro North's New Haven line. Next is a request to approve a new award for consultant services for the development of new program and project controls, policies, processes, and procedures for C&D. Next, a request to approve 2 modifications to the CBTC Queens Boulevard Line Phase 1 project to add additional work, resolve contractor claims, and extend the substantial completion dates. And a request to exercise the second option of a contract to provide CBTC equipment for new R211 cars. The package also includes a request to ratify a modification to perform additional engineering tasks to support CBTC for the New York City Transit subway system. These items are described in detail in the staff summaries contained within your committee books, and I hereby submit them for your consideration and vote.
Any questions? Go ahead, please.
I have a question about number 2 and number 4. Number 2 is the state of good repair, which is lumped in together. And the detail I would find where?
Number 2 is the progressive design for, so the detail is in the book.
Okay.
But if you have questions about progressive design build, we can talk about them now.
And then number 4 was to procure things for C&D. What was that one?
Number 4 is a consultant contract to help us to develop new project controls, policies, procedures.
I didn't hear the consultant contract. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Sure.
Any further questions? May I have a motion to approve? Mr. Chu, second. Mr. Jones. All in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The items carry. That concludes today's agenda. May I have a motion to adjourn? Thank you, Haida. Thank you, Mr. Jones, for the second. We are adjourned.
Hi, my name is Ryan Motley. I'm a stock worker here at East New York Depot. I've been with MTA Bus for 1 year, 4 months. As a stock worker, typical day in the job is issue parts to the maintenance facility. I process transactions. I do express issues, inter-unit transfers. I also help restock parts or receive parts from different manufacturers, give them their respective locations. We do cycle counts to find any discrepancies within our inventory also. Here at the East New York Depot, which is the central maintenance facility, we actually process a lot of parts for various depots.
Here
here in this stock room, it's a CMF, Central Maintenance Facility. Buses come in for major work, so we store bigger items, high dollar value items, engines, radiators, transmissions, generators, motors. Because when the buses come here, they're here for an extended period of time to get a complete overhaul. So whatever buses that are active in our fleet right now, we have the parts for it.
We also store cleaning products for our cleaners that are located in the depot to help them get their job done. We help the maintainers get the correct parts needed for the buses to make service. You know, we have our regular chores of making sure that the stockroom is clean, no tripping hazards on the floor. That's one of our daily chores as stock workers to ensure the safety of the operation in the stockroom itself.
In order to be a good stock worker, one of the best qualities you need to have, the top ones are good retention, safety, responsibility. You know, you want to have that kind of characteristic in you to try to do your best in everything you do and deliver the best. You know, it makes me smile. It makes me feel good knowing that I work for a company where it has a lot to offer. We all play a different role in what we do to keep the buses rolling out.
Without these parts, these buses will be out of service and the customers would be upset. MTA basically moves New York, and that feels great to know that I work for a company like that.
What does a system operator do?
My name is Sejan Edi, BMT Chief System Operator. I have 27 years with New York City Transit. As a Chief System Operator, I'm in
Quorum, I'd like to call the October 2023 meeting of the Finance Committee of the MTA to order. David?
Good afternoon.
Public speakers, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. We have 3 members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also ask to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and in fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. Our first speaker in public is Jason Anthony, who will be followed virtually by Charlton D'Souza.
Hey Neil, hey Kevin, and the rest of the Finance Committee meeting. Another month, another chaos. Kevin, listen up. New Jersey Transit announced that service cuts. That is no good. And this morning we learned that Connecticut DOT did the same. That is a slap on the face to New Yorkers that depend on mass transit. COVID days are over. It is time to bring back the customers, but doing it in a good way and having the budget. we know that Governor Hochul has been doing good things for the MTA. But what about the other governors like Phil Murphy and Let Lemon? It will be a huge disappointment that 2 of the 3 transit agencies in the tri-state area, they're doing service cuts, and that could lead to mass layoffs, etc. But having people like Kevin, bro, hats off to you, and having Neil as the chairman of the finance committee. Neil, you had 3 in a row. And like I said to you on Twitter, we love you, we appreciate you, and stay safe wherever you go. So with that, I'll see you guys on Wednesday.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Charlton D'Souza, who will be followed by Matthew Buckhees Highland. He's remote. Mr. D'Souza, are you there?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Can everyone hear me? So, good afternoon. My name is Charlton D'Souza. I'm the president of Passengers United. And I just want to say that I saw in the finance book, I saw the listing for the Jamaica bus depot, the extension of the lease at the old depot. I think that that is a step in the right direction, and really the bus terminal should be kept there. Obviously, because the other bus terminal has not been built. We did have objections to that, being that it was by the 103rd police precinct, and that would interfere with the police cars coming in and out. And not only that, but then you would also have issues. What if a prisoner escapes from the precinct and then runs onto a bus? So that is a recipe for disaster at the new terminal. And that's why we feel at the new bus terminal, which is going to be as part of a lease at the Jamaica Development Corporation, we feel that that should be scrapped, and that new bus terminal should be by the air train over there. And what you should do is kick all the cabs out over there and put the buses there. You have enough space there to put the buses, there's restrooms, there's a facility, and I feel that would work better because you'd have more space. And Supton Boulevard over there, that should just be a busway. Get rid of all the cars, turn that into a busway. I think that would be a cheaper win for the MTE, and it would be a win-win for the community, and everything would work out. So that's how we feel about that. So again, thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Our final speaker is Matthew Buckhees Highland, also virtually.
Much. Good afternoon, Chairman Zuckerman and the committee. Earlier today, I spoke at the Bridges and Tunnels Committee about the concern of congested pricing, but I'll bring it up once again with your committee. I am planning to speak. I've actually submitted a pre-support authority of New York and New Jersey, and hope you would work with them with the congested pricing option to consider. Because, for example, someone who lives in New Jersey and who has to commute and does not have a New York State Easy Pass will have to pay $17 plus $23 to get to this to where they need to be. So I will hopefully maybe give them the discount, for any New Jersey, so that way they won't have to ease the burden. Like most of you, I think everyone here likes to save money, and that's the main thing. Well, that's a wrap for me today. Tomorrow, the New Jersey Turnpike Authority meeting, Wednesday, MT yours, and then Thursday, Port Authority. Thank you. God bless you, and great day. Mr. Keller, over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. That concludes the remarks from the public.
All right, thank you, David. All right, can I have an approval of the minutes, please, for September 23rd? It's on page 5. Motion, please.
So moved.
Second. Any comments, corrections, deletions? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, abstentions. There are no changes to the work plan unless someone would like to see something new next month or any other month. Hearing none, Budget Watch. David.
Thank you. Results are for operations through September and subsidies through October. These are measured against the mid-year forecast, which was in the July financial plan. The key takeaways this month are farebox and toll revenue were unfavorable for September, but remained favorable year to date. Ridership remained below the McKinsey ridership projections for the third consecutive month, although the heavy rainstorm on September 29th and calendar issues contributed to the shortfall in the month of September. Expenses were below the forecast and remain under control. Debt service savings reflect management actions. Subsidies through October were 2% below forecast, although this may be timing related. Farebox revenue was $6 million or 1% unfavorable in September, and through September was favorable by $30 million or 1%. As I mentioned a moment ago, September utilization was impacted by adverse weather on September 29th when almost 6 inches of rainfall came down in the city. Farebox revenue through September, however, remains $1.3 billion or 28% less than the first 9 months of 2019. Toll revenue was $6 million or 1% unfavorable in September and was $9 million or 0.5% favorable year to date. Operating expenses being reported include essential worker bonuses and wage adjustments stipulated under the recently approved TWA Local 100 contract. On the forecast side, these impacts were placed below the line in the July plan, and for reporting purposes in this budget watch, they have been included. Operating expenses were $64 million, or 4% favorable in September, and year-to-date expenses were $319 million, or 3% favorable. Year-to-date, 18% is attributable to the favorable payroll and health and welfare costs due to vacancies, including the additional overtime to cover for vacancies, and 8% is due to lower electric power expenses, with the remainder predominantly timing related. Overtime was $20 million, or 27% unfavorable in September, and was $166 million, or 24% unfavorable year-to-date. Overruns were primarily due to vacancy and absentee coverage. The year-to-date unfavorable variance is more than offset by payroll and health and welfare savings by $59 million. Debt service was $6 million, or 3% favorable in September, largely due to the timing of debt service accruals, which is expected to be reversed next month. Year-to-date debt service was $29 million, or 1% favorable, due to investment income, timing related due to debt issuance and refunding savings, and as for the month, $6 million of that year-to-date $29 million should be reversed next month. Subsidies were $76 million unfavorable year-to-date through October, or 2%. This primarily reflects an $85 million or 5% unfavorable result for the payroll mobility tax and a $13 million or 4% unfavorable result for the for-hire vehicle surcharge. These are partially offset by the real estate transaction taxes, MRT and urban, which were a combined $18 million or 3% favorable, and the petroleum business tax, which is $7 million or 1% favorable. The unfavorable PMT results continue to be evaluated to ascertain whether the variance is real or if it reflects issues residing from the implementation of the new tax rates for larger employers in New York City that became effective in July, something not unexpected when a tax rate occurs mid-year. Taken together, operating results through September and operating budget subsidies through October, these results are favorable by $312 million against the mid-year forecast, or 8%. And that concludes Budget Watch.
Thank you. Thank you, David. Any questions for David or any things to share, folks, on Budget Watch? No? Yeah, go ahead, please.
Yeah, just to add in, so next month is November, so it's time for the November financial plan. So, the takeaway, as David went through, is, we're kind of on budget in terms of revenue, although, the percentages in September, are more along the low case of McKinsey, not the middle or the high case. And there's a lot going on in September with the vacation days and the storm, and there's also some, if you look at the numbers, some concerns around the what's going on in terms of revenue on the buses, which is probably fairly fare evasion driven. So I think revenues were kind of right there, but the recent trend is not as good as we would like it. Expense side, we're still underrunning our expense budget marginally. Still have that trade-off where we're running higher overtime, we have some vacancies and other savings, but it's balancing out. So we'll talk about it more in November, which will show again where we think we'll end up for 23, but more importantly 24 and beyond.
I think that brings up a really important point, which is we have talked about, and the New York Times even finally gave us some kudos to this organization for its fiscal rectitude. I don't know if folks have been in the same situation I have. I've been at a couple of different cocktail parties where people have come up to me and said, "Oh, I read that article. It was actually positive about the finance role of the MTA." Shocking. Exactly. It felt really good, actually, for that. But despite that, we do have a couple of headwinds that are in front of us. The real estate market is facing some of the highest interest rates that have been seen in a generation. So that's a big chunk of our revenue. If you look at the ridership chart that David and company have put together, page 4, you'll see that we are, as Kevin just said, we are bounding up against the low end of the McKinsey numbers on the ridership side. We make it up, as you know, because not everyone's buying a commutation, a monthly ticket, but we're bounding up against it. And if we break through it, it may start affecting the break-even status that we have through 27. So this won't be a sleepy committee much longer if that continues on that front. So stay tuned. Okay, Olga, please, Finance Watch, tell us all the good news about interest rates.
Unfortunately, the interest rate picture is not very positive, but I can start with good news. And the good news on credit rating front. Within the last 2 months, not one, but 2 rating agencies took positive action with respect to the MTA Transportation Revenue Bonds, or TRBs. These bonds represent about half of the MTA's total outstanding debt. And while in recent years, we've been more actively using higher rated payroll mobility tax bonds, TRBs remain very important component of MTA's overall portfolio. On September 19, Moody's improved their rating outlook on the MTA Transportation Revenue Bonds from stable to positive and affirmed their rating of A3. And earlier this month, S&P Global Ratings upgraded its rating on transportation revenue bonds from BBB+ to A- and also revised its outlook to positive. These rating actions reflect MTA's improved financial stability, strong support of the state and the city, as recognized in the state's fiscal 2023 budget, and constructive ridership trends, I guess, adjusted for weather events. I want to acknowledge hard work of Marcia Tanyan and Joanne Feld, who lead MTA's work with rating agencies, and also thank Kevin Willens and Jay Patel, who led a series of July financial plan debriefings with rating agencies for their roles in achieving these great results. Strongly rated credits are important in any markets, but particularly in the volatile markets we've been often experiencing this year. This past month was no exception. Since our last meeting on September 19, benchmark taxable and tax-exempt rates have generally trended higher. However, our finance team was able to execute $1.13 billion refunding during a 2-day period of October 10 and 11, when U.S. Treasuries rallied as investors rushed to safe haven assets following the onset of the Israel-Hamas war. Over this period, benchmark tax-exempt rates moved lower by approximately 20 basis points, allowing our finance team to increase the size of the refunding transaction by $400 million from $700 to $1.13 billion amid strong investor demand. This refunding resulted in net present value savings of approximately $69 million, or 5.7% of the refunded bonds par. Unfortunately, this window was really short-lived, and the rates have reversed very quickly last week alone saw a substantial increase in tax-exempt rates, and particularly with rates on loan end going up by as much as 30 basis points on the loan end. The benefit of the refunding as well as the higher rates, we expect to capture that in the November financial plan, which, as Kevin mentioned earlier, will be presented to this committee next month. This concludes today's Finance Watch, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Olga, and congratulations on the great month in MTA debt finance activity. I mean, I think three big takeaways, right? Where the rating agencies were focused on considering to downgrade the U.S. government because of their, challenges and everything going on. They chose to, two of them to take action to actually upgrade MTA's either rating or outlook, and a vote of confidence of the plan. We all together put together and got the governor and the legislature behind. So that's terrific. Two, yes, we've hit interest rates that are higher than we've ever, than we've seen since like 2007. But even in all that, the team was able to execute $1 billion refunding, basically refunding old fixed rate debt with a new fixed rate debt and generating $70 million in savings that'll go right into lower our debt service costs in the budget. So, sometimes when you attack the markets, you're strategic. Sometimes it's luck. Sometimes it's a mix. But we kind of put it all together and found a great opportunity in the market. And the third thing, which went a little unnoticed, is the team worked. We had a long-standing commitment from New York State to pay for some old capital expenses that we had actually bond finances. But due to a lot of technical reasons, the state and tax issues, the state was kind of blocked from funding it. But we worked that out with them over the summer, and in September, they issued some of their bonds and paid off $270 million of our debt that we had been carrying as originally financing the Second Avenue Subway Phase 1 expenditures. So that debt moved off our books and will produce additional savings in the budget. So in a month where most headlines would say it's been a bloodbath in the bond market, we're happy to report three really positive outcomes.
Any questions on what either Kevin or Olga said?
Can you just go back and say what this? It was something the state owed us, and they finally gave it to us. They finally paid off our debt. If you could just go into detail.
Yeah, there was a 2005 Bond Act that authorized $2.9 billion in projects, half at MTA and half at state highways, that was authorized, and the state. It wasn't the state's lack of willingness to pay us for that project. What happened due to a bunch of technical issues, for tax purposes, we still had debt outstanding to the project that the state wasn't permitted to issue tax-exempt bonds until our bonds became callable. So we went to them this summer and we said, hey, you continue to have this ongoing appropriation where you can fund a part of this project. We finally now have some debt that you can pay off, and worked through the controller's office and division of budget for them to get comfortable that, okay, yes, we can now finally. It was I would call it an orphaned appropriation in a sense, that we were able to take ownership of and adopted the money, I guess is a way to put it. But so it wasn't really a lack of their willingness. It was more of, putting the pieces together.
Got it. Okay, thank
Jared,
you.
did you have a question? Oh, you look like you were getting ready for your speaker. Okay, great. All right, thank you for that, Olga and Kevin. David, MTA headquarters and all agency items, we don't have any action items this month. Would you walk us through just the highlights of the reports, please?
Sure. The first item is the July financial plan, which is included in the agenda to allow members of the public to speak to it during the public comment period. The second item is the second quarter draft MTA financial statements for the 6 months ending June 30th, 2023. Statements can be found in the exhibit book and on the MTA website, and Jim McGovern, the Deputy Chief of the Controller's Office, is available if there are any questions.
Questions, anyone? Okay.
Third item is the annual review of the MTA's derivative portfolio, which is also available in the committee exhibit book and on MTA's website. And Deputy Chief of Financial Services, Olga Chernat, is available if there are any questions.
Usually things like our fuel hedge, anything? No questions? Okay, Olga, please, on anything? No? Okay. Lizette, over to you then for a bevy of procurements in your temporary role.
Indeed. Thank you. There are 7 actions this month for Finance Committee approval in the estimated amount of $91.2 million, and these actions can be found on pages 19 through 36 of the October Finance Committee book. The first action is an award of a non-competitive miscellaneous procurement contract to Bentley Systems, Inc. for continuous licensing, maintenance, and support of all Bentley software products used by the MTA Enterprise Asset Management and MTA Construction and Development. Bentley products are proprietary to Bentley, the sole provider of the software's licensing and support services. Bentley's AssetWise software system is used by EAM for all MTA agencies, providing analytic tools used to automate tracking and monitoring of MTA assets like rolling stock, track, and signal equipment. And MTA C&D utilizes various Bentley software applications for drawing, design, management, architectural engineering, design documentation, and other design and storage uses. The amount of this 5-year contract is $21 million. The second through fourth actions are for the award of 3 competitively solicited personal service contracts to Henningsen, Durham, and Richardson Architecture and Engineering, PC, Atkins, PA, PC, and HNTB New York Engineering and Architecture, PC, to provide as-needed back-office support for the open road tolling and central business district tolling programs. During the 5-year term of this contract, Bridges and Tunnels requires the services of 1 or more experienced firms that will provide a full range of professional services on an as-needed service as an as-needed basis for these programs. Firms will provide qualified professionals to perform project management and technical assistance through the issuance of work orders, which will be based on the consultant's current workload, available personnel, and expertise. Each work order will be negotiated separately using the labor, overhead, and profit rates in each contract. The aggregate not to exceed amount for these contracts is $5 million over a period of 5 years. The fifth action is a 2-year extension of a competitively negotiated personal services contract with iMed Vision Care, LLC, for the continuation of vision care benefits, which includes eye testing, glasses, and contact lenses for non-represented and some represented employees and retirees. The overall negotiated extension from January 1, 2024 to December 31, 2027 includes 2 one-year options. The MTA obtained a price reduction to the current contract, resulting in a projected savings of $318,000 annually. This contract extension is needed to provide such coverage while the MTA continues to prepare an RFP for a replacement contract. Currently, there are 16 unique plan designs that are offered to more than 68,000 active employees for a total of approximately 130 members, including the dependents. A market check benchmark was performed by benefit advisory consultant Mercer Health and Benefits that took into consideration plan designs and coverage for the MTA employee population. As a result, Mercer recommended that the MTA extend the contract with iMed with the lower negotiated rates. The rates are competitive and will remain fixed for the entire extension term. The amount of this extension is $12.6 million. The sixth action is a modification to a competitively negotiated all-agency personal services contract with IBM Inc. to provide technical consulting services to implement MTA's Phase 2 pension project. Under this modification, funding will be added to cover updates to the project's scope of work and extend the original contract for an additional 7 months, March 1st, 2024 through September 30th, 2024. The extension will accommodate the time required to complete the additional work, allow for full system implementation and transition maintenance of the pension production environment to the MTA. MTA IT has determined that it would be too risky to have a firm other than IBM perform the rework and retrofit of the pension project design, as IBM has had significant experience and expertise with the MTA's PeopleSoft pension production environment. On completion of this work, the MTA does not anticipate any additional tasks to be required under this contract. IBM's proposed fixed price for this modification models the pricing structure of the current negotiated contract pricing established in the base agreement and prior modifications, and is within the project management's estimate. Therefore, the negotiated fixed fee for this modification is considered fair and reasonable. IBM confirmed that this is the same pricing offered to other governmental agencies. The amount for this modification is $4.6 million. The seventh and final action is a modification to a competitively negotiated miscellaneous procurement contract with TransCore LP to 1, add funding for additional work, 2, compensate the contractor for impact costs due to an extensive delay to the project schedule, and 3, increase the contract duration by 40 months. To accomplish the establishment of the Central Business District Tolling Program, a design, build, operate, and maintain contract was competitively awarded to TransCore for a duration of 7 years and 2 months. At the time of the award, in October 31st, 2019, it was anticipated that the second notice to proceed, the initiation of the final design and construction phase, would be issued on February 27, 2020. The actual issue date was 40 months later. As a result, a claim was submitted by the contractor for $84 million, for which the authority seeks approval to pay the contractor the agreed-upon amount of $48.5 million. This will cover impact costs for only 16 months of delay and additional work required during the design, construction, and implementation phase. The increase in costs applicable to the operation and maintenance phase costs associated with the 40-month delay. The authority estimated a reasonable amount for the delay by escalating both labor and material costs. The total amount of this modification is $48.5 million, and I submit these procurement actions for Finance Committee approval.
Well, that's quite a heterogeneous mix of stuff, folks.
Welcome to the MTA.
Does anyone have any questions?
I said welcome to the MTA.
Okay, questions?
I have a
Hayda.
question about the pension. What do we need to do? What do we have to redesign?
So a lot of the work that we've started a number of years ago, I think that the initial phase 2 was approved by the board in 2019, had been ongoing. While that project was being completed, and there have been a couple of modifications throughout the course, we had a systems upgrade on the entire PeopleSoft platform, and I have some folks from IT to answer any additional questions. So that came into play or went live earlier this year. This extension would need to basically bring the work that was done and the coding that was done for the pensions piece to bring it up to the new upgraded version of PeopleSoft.
Okay. So I don't think any of us, with the exception of Neil and maybe Andrew, were here before 2019. So the MTA needed to update their pension software, or how they kept track of pensioners?
We implemented a number of administrative functions and brought them online. We moved them away from a manual, implementation to. I wasn't here either, but a lot of work was done to automate a lot of the functionality. So before, and these are certain of our pensions. So the MAPSTOA one is the most recent in phase 2. So if someone wanted to, for example, know how much their pension benefits were going to be, they would have to call, and someone would have to literally do the math. All of that work is now automated, and that's and I'm just talking about one specific module. There's a number of functionalities that were delivered as part of this project. Now this last piece is to bring, so all of that work was done. Now we have to code it to the new upgraded software, which of the PeopleSoft. Yes.
So that has to get coded, and IBM is going to charge us $4.6 million to do it, because we only trust IBM to do.
No, they were the ones that actually did all of the coding to build out all of that functionality.
Okay.
And they built it under the old platform. So now we need them to readjust the coding so that it'll work under the new upgraded system technology.
And do we have assurance that it's going to work, since they're the only ones that can do it?
Yes, I mean, they
Okay.
were the ones that developed it, so
Right.
now they have to.
But now they're
kind of-
charging us an additional $4
Because
million.
it's extra, only because it's extra work,
Okay.
right? So, to conform it to the new platform.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Okay, so, please, Andrew.
So the proposal with respect to TransCore, is this good for a certain period of time? And if congestion pricing is delayed again, they'll be back for another update?
I'm going to respectfully request that our friends from B&T answer specifics on their TransCore item.
What we have negotiated is covers the timing period that has elapsed. That's correct. What we intend to do, we have a specific go-live date as today. What we intend to do, we intend to have what we call a soft opening. We will go live, we will collect transactions, but we will not collect revenue. At some point in time, we are going to look at certain analysis as to if the project is delayed 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, what would be the best mix? Would it be better to just pay the operational fee, or would it be better to shut down the project and then have them remobilize? You have to look at a mix of it because you can't just shut down these projects. It takes months to remobilize, and that impacts your go live and collecting revenue.
I think that's a very thoughtful way of balancing the cost. I think it'd be useful at some point, maybe in a private session, given that there's negotiations and legal actions that are tied to it, to understand exactly how that's being done and what the pros and cons are, because that's obviously it's happening in the courts and it's happening in the newspapers and it's worthy of talking about at some point. But I obviously that's also in some way a negotiation issue, so it doesn't need to be out in the public. If that's okay. Maybe we should talk about that at some point. All right, so may I have a motion, please, for this package of 7 heterogeneous items?
So moved.
Thank you, Hada. Second, thank you, Lisa. Any questions, discussions? Okay, hearing none. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, abstentions, motions pass. Lizette, the agency procurements as well, please.
There are no Metro North or Long Island Railroad items this month. There is one information item for New York City Transit in the amount of $326 million, which was approved by the Transit Committee for the purchase of 250 over-the-road diesel express buses with options for up to 131 additional buses for a total of 381 buses, as well as related items such as spare parts, special tools, equipment, technical documentation, and training. There are no other bridges and tunnel items this month. There are no FM Tech items this month either.
Yes. All right, well, Hada, I'll allow you to move the bus purchases as your committee.
So moved, please.
Second. Thank you, David. Any questions? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, abstentions. May people please pay their fares when they ride these said buses, because the numbers do not look great. And this is the Finance Committee, so please, if you're riding the bus, pay to ride the bus. That seems like a crazy concept, I guess, but, you know, to somebody maybe. Okay, the consolidated financial and operational reports are in the book starting on page 37. Mr. Florio, bring us home.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are real estate has four action items for consideration and approval. There is one administrative action item for MTA Metro North Railroad, which is an eminent domain procedural law determination and findings related to the acquisition of property interests for ADA improvements at the Williamsbridge Station. And there are 3 transactional items, all for New York City Transit. The first is a short-term lease extension of FBA Limited for the existing Jamaica Bus Terminal. The second is a long-term lease of FBA Limited for the replacement of the Jamaica Bus Terminal. So I'm going to pause there, Mr. Chairman, to kind of dig in just a little bit to sequence it. In January of this year, the board approved a lease with the Greater Jamaica Development Corporation. Our lease at the current terminal ended this past September 30th. The intent of the action in January was to replace that facility with a new one. While it was approved by the board, a 5-year term with 10 one-year options, we were asked to go back and take a look at what was then the new owner of the current Jamaica terminal. We partnered with Transit-Oriented Development, and we secured an extension, which is the first action item, an extension of our existing occupancy through next summer, while the Greater Jamaica Development Corporation property is readied for a temporary bus terminal. Once we then move to the Greater Jamaica site, then the larger long-term deal will kick in, and I'll ask Bob Paley to talk about the terms of the long-term lease, which will result in a permanent home for Jamaica Bus Terminal.
The long-term would be a bus terminal situated within a mixed-use development project on the same site as currently operating, but it will be, upgraded significantly indoors, but it'll be upgraded significantly in terms of its operations. It won't have the same safety and operational defects that the current layout has, and it's located in the place that New York City Transit Bus wants to operate out of. The terms will be for the 3 current users to pay their proportionate share. That's New York City Transit Bus, MTA Bus, and the Nassau County bus system. The terms reflect current market rate in the Jamaica area.
All right, thanks very much, Bob. Any questions on the 4 action items in front? Oh, please.
One
yeah,
last
sure.
action item is the acquisition of 1590 Bedford Avenue from President Maintenance Corp. for the continued operation of New York City Transit Central Maintenance Facility in Brooklyn. That's the last of the action items, Mr. Chairman.
So we have 4 real estate items, 1 for Metro North and 3 for transit. Can I have a motion, please? Thank you, Lisa. Second.
Second.
Thank you, Hayden. Any questions on these 4 items? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstention, motion passes. David, you have 8 information items. Would you provide the highlights from Hamlet of those, please?
The Monarch Notes version. I'm dating myself. It's a mixture of access for our forces to go in and provide improvements for ADA access. There is a September 11th memorial license for the Battery Garage. And there's also a release of property to the City of New York, the old Willets Point trolley easements in support of the Willets Point Improvement District as well. Those are the highlights. Also, a permit with Parks and Recreation to facilitate holding tanks near the Willets Point subway station.
You've all seen these items in your books, obviously. Any questions on these information items?
Do I have to recuse myself since I work for SBD, which is redeveloping Willets?
Well, they're information items. There's
There's no action
I mean, I
taken?
don't
Okay,
think
that's
so.
fine. And the September 11th is for the tribute to Light?
It was, yes.
Great, thank you.
Okay, any new business for the committee? Motion to adjourn? Motion. Thank you, David. Thank you, second, Hayda. See you all on Wednesday. Thank you, management. Thank you, team.